Martial Peak Chapter 3324 to Chapter 3357. Sigh, old Xiong it is. Xianxia also accepted his fate. Xianxia nodded and said, "You can leave first. I have something to discuss with Senior Li." "Yes." Xianxia responded respectfully. He turned his head and flew far away, landing on a treetop. He stepped on the tip of the tree and put his hands behind his back, looking like he was riding the wind. If it weren't for the red robe that ruined his image, he would have the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. Inside the pavilion, Xianxia said, "Regarding Xianxia, I ask the two of you and the great emperor to rest assured, I will strictly discipline him." Jiufeng said, "You need to remember that going too far is as bad as falling short. After all, he is an ancient divine spirit who has lived for longer than the flowing time great emperor. Although he wants to recognize you as his master, you can't see the slightest reluctance. However, if you push him too far, it won't be good. You have to know how far you should go." "I know." Xianxia nodded. Although having such an evil spirit by his side was more or less a threat, Xianxia was not a persimmon that could be easily pinched, nor was he a greenhorn. He would observe Xianxia's nature carefully in the future. With Xianxia's matter settled, Xianxia immediately couldn't wait to ask Li Wui about the law of space. Since he cultivated the power of space, this was the first time he discussed this with someone. Xianxia couldn't help but be a little excited. "Senior Li, how did you send the jade slip back to Spirit Beast Island just now? Can you demonstrate it for me again?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "It's not difficult." While speaking, he raised his finger, and the law of space at his fingertip danced, drawing on the stone table in front of him. Xianxia used his eyes to observe and found that he was drawing an extremely complicated array diagram. As he drew, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he found that this array diagram was somewhat similar to the array diagram of the territory crossing space array he had arranged, but there were also some differences. A moment later, Li Wui withdrew his hand. The stone table in front of him did not change at all, but Xianxia could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of space principles on the stone table. The invisible array diagram was branded on the stone table by the space principles. Li Wui tossed a blank jade slip to Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Pour something into it." Xianxia nodded, pinched the jade slip, and with a thought, inscribed his soul brand on it. "Give it to me." Nine Phoenix extended her hand. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, Xianxia still cooperated and handed over the jade slip. Nine Phoenix received the jade slip before her delicate figure flashed out explosively, and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked thoughtfully in the direction Nine Phoenix left. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, the stone table in front of him suddenly flashed with white light. When Xianxia turned his head to look, he saw that a jade slip had appeared there out of nowhere. Xianxia raised his brow. "This is..." Li Wui smiled and said, "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Xianxia reached out and picked up the jade slip. After a brief examination, he found that this jade slip was the one he had just inscribed his soul brand on, which was also the one Nine Phoenix had taken away. Now, it had appeared in front of him out of thin air. Li Wui pointed at the stone table and said, "I can use the space principles to inscribe a space beacon. As long as the location of the space beacon is inscribed, this Li or something in my hands can instantly teleport there." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "This is exactly the same as a space array." Li Wui nodded, "Exactly. Normally, you use a space array to teleport people away, but I use it to teleport objects, so it's less difficult, but the principle is still the same." Xianxia clicked his tongue. In wonder, "This stone table is just an ordinary stone, but you can inscribe a space brand on it?" Li Wui said, "Yes, but it can only be maintained for a very short time. If you want to leave it there for a long time, you'll need some special materials." Xianxia raised his brow. "Space spirit crystals or space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled, "Exactly. I understand." Xianxia was overjoyed, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. If this method is used to transmit messages, it will be much more effective than a communication artifact. A communication artifact had a range limit. If the distance was too far, it would not be able to transmit a message, but this method was different. No matter how far the distance was, it could be transmitted in an instant. Martial Beast must have a space beacon left by Li Wui in advance, so the jade slip just now could be sent back immediately. Correspondingly, Martial Beast's reply could also be sent back immediately. Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement, and he immediately began to inscribe a space beacon on the stone table in front of him. Li Wui watched from the side, correcting him from time to time, allowing him to master this method in a very short time. Not long after, a new space beacon was formed. Yang Kai stood up and laughed, "I'll be right back." He flew out in a flash, just in time to run into Jiao Feng, who was returning. As they brushed past each other, Jiao Feng glanced at him suspiciously, then turned to Li Wui and asked, "Did he learn it?" Li Wui nodded. "His attainments in the space principles are not much worse than mine. All he lacks is the accumulation of time, so it's only natural for him to learn these little tricks." Jiao Feng asked, "You seem very happy. What's there to be happy about being secretly learned?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "There's one more Lu Yan in this world." "Are you happy?" Jiao Feng's expression changed and she nodded. "I see." Just as they were talking, a light flashed on the stone table in front of them, and a high-rank source crystal appeared out of thin air. Li Wui reached out and picked it up, weighing it a few times, and said, "You can draw inferences from one." Before he finished speaking, another object appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a large stone weighing 100 kilograms. He didn't know where Yang Kai found it, but he directly threw it over through the space beacon. This was not the end of it. The stone table flashed again, and a 30-meter-tall giant wolf suddenly appeared in front of Li Wui. It was the kind of monster beast that could be found everywhere in Heavenly Wolf Valley. This monster beast's level was not low, at least at the Dao Source realm. As soon as it appeared, it looked extremely frightened, and with a howl, it opened its mouth and spat out a visible wind blade at Li Wui. Li Wui flicked his finger, shattering the wind blade, and laughed, "It's none of my business. You've got the wrong person." He waved his hand again, and a soft wind blew out, carrying the giant wolf 1,000 meters away and putting it down. The giant wolf was scared out of its wits by the sudden change, and as soon as it was free, it immediately fled with its tail between its legs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he had already returned to the pavilion. He said thoughtfully, "This technique has some restrictions on the size and weight of the object it teleports. If it exceeds these limits, it seems to be useless." Li Wui said, "Of course. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't you be able to move a mountain if you wanted to? But it's enough to send a message." "Senior is right." Yang Kai nodded, "But it's already very impressive that it can teleport living things. By the way, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem to teleport people, right?" Li Wui said, "Of course it's not a problem." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "If I leave space beacons all over the star boundary, won't I be able to go wherever I want in the future?" This was much more convenient than shattering space and arranging space arrays. But then again, even though it was convenient, it couldn't teleport people on a large scale. In this regard, it was inferior to space arrays. Li Wui said, "Logically speaking, it should be possible. Then, I wonder if the same is true for engraving space beacons on space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled slightly, "You can try." Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately took out a palm-sized piece of space spirit jade and began carving it. Although the space spirit jade was a bit small, Yang Kai had already experienced it before, so he was able to easily carve the space beacon array onto it. After engraving it, he carefully inspected it to make sure there were no problems. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Li Wui and said, "Senior, please leave your contact information. It'll be easier for us to communicate in the future." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Li Wui smiled, "I was wondering how long it would take you to consider this, but I didn't expect you to think of it so quickly." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "It was a stroke of inspiration." Li Wui stretched out his hand and handed over a round bead, one that was obviously carefully polished from space spirit jade and carefully strung together with a piece of heavenly silk, allowing it to be worn around Yang Kai's wrist. Although this method is convenient for communication, the space beacons cannot be isolated. If you place them in a space ring, they won't work. You can wear this thing on your wrist, so if I want to contact you in the future, I can do so at any time. Senior is so thoughtful. Yang Kai glanced at the bead necklace on Li Wui's wrist and guessed that he should have left such contact information with many people. Looking at Li Wui's space spirit jade bead and comparing it to his own, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, so he immediately said, "I'll also make a similar one for Senior, otherwise it won't be easy to carry around." Li Wui nodded, "All right." Yang Kai immediately began polishing it carefully, and after a short while, a new space spirit jade bead was produced. At this point, the two sides had exchanged contact beads. Li Wui continued seriously, "You and I are both proficient in the Tao of space, and each of us has the other's beacon, so it's convenient for us to transmit messages. We only need to think about it and we can send out a jade slip, but if others want to do this, they will need to use a matching space spirit jade bead. Because they don't have the Tao of space, they won't be able to accurately locate our beacon. They can only rely on the matching space spirit jade bead to locate our beacon." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Li Wui hadn't said this, he had already thought about it. When Jiao Feng returned the jade slip, although she didn't use any space spirit jade beads, Li Wui had left his space force on the jade slip in advance, so Jiao Feng only needed to activate it slightly and the jade slip would automatically return. Yang Kai then said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since this junior has learned how to use space beads from Senior, I would like Senior to appraise the space array I arranged." Li Wui asked with great interest, "You know how to arrange space arrays?" Yang Kai smiled slightly with an unfathomable look on his face, "Please wait and see, but this thing is a bit troublesome to arrange. It's not as exquisite as Senior's method, so I hope Senior won't be impatient." Yang Kai was already familiar with the layout of a space array, so he didn't move from his original spot and simply set it up in an open space next to the pavilion on the summit. Li Wui stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly, his expression constantly changing. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he was puzzled, sometimes he was shocked, and sometimes he was enlightened. It seemed that he had gained a lot just by watching. Half a day later, the space array had taken shape. Yang Kai inspected it and after confirming that there were no problems, he looked at Li Wui and said, "Please examine it, Senior." Li Wui gave him a meaningful look before striding into the space array. His space principles fluctuated as he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the space array. After a while, he said, "What kind of restrictions did you place on this space array? It seems that only a special method can activate this array." Yang Kai grinned, "Senior is right. The space array arranged by me requires a space token specially refined by me in order to be activated. Otherwise, even if you occupy this array, it won't be of any use." Li Wui nodded, "This restriction is quite exquisite and eliminates the drawbacks of being used by others. And, it seems to be connected to a lot of places, but what?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Wui's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself, "But why does it feel so far away?" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and a divine light burst out from them as he exclaimed, "Is this a domain-crossing space array? A territory-crossing space array?" Jiao Feng was also startled, her small mouth forming a sexy shape as she looked at Li Wui and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Wui slowly shook his head, "Although I don't know where this array connects to, those places are very far away from each other. This is definitely not something that an ordinary space array can connect. It has long surpassed the limit." "Yang Kai, is this really a territory-crossing space array?" Yang Kai nodded, "Senior's eyes are sharp, this is indeed a territory-crossing space array." Nine Phoenix turned her head and looked at him incredulously. "You can actually set up a spatial array that crosses territory?" Yang Kai was speechless. Compared to Senior Li's spatial beacon method, it's a little bloated and not flexible enough. Jiao Feng couldn't help but roll her eyes. In comparison, his methods are petty. Li Wui turned a deaf ear to this as he stood on the spell formation and carefully sensed it, clicking his tongue in wonder. He had seen space arrays that could cross territory, but there were only a few in the entire star boundary. They were all things that had been passed down from ancient times. Although some of them were still preserved, they could no longer be used. He had once carefully studied some of the flowing time Great Emperor, but he was unable to decipher its mysteries. It was during that study that the space beacon was discovered. He never thought that Yang Kai would be able to set up a territory-crossing space array. "Where does this array connect to?" Li Wui asked curiously. You can go to the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Territory's savage desolate ancient land. Li Wui was dumbfounded. It seems you've been to a lot of places. Only when Yang Kai personally went to those places and left a territory crossing space array would they be able to connect to each other and teleport. How could Li Wui not understand this? Yang Kai was not very old, but he had actually wandered between several territory in the star boundary. He had even been to places like the savage desolate ancient land and left behind a space array. This kind of experience and knowledge was far beyond his peers. After pondering for a moment, Li Wui asked, I'm a little curious, where did you get that array diagram? Did you comprehend it yourself? The foundation of a space array was the array diagram. Without the array diagram, this array was nothing more than a dead object and had no use at all. Li Wui had also studied a lot of the flowing time Great Emperor in the past, but he still couldn't understand it. Now that he saw the complete array diagram in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally very curious. Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked, I wonder if Senior knows yang inflammation? Yang inflammation? Li Wui raised his brow. The yang inflammation in the Star Court? Yang Kai smiled and said, it seems Senior knows her. Jiao Feng asked curiously, why, do you know her? Yang Kai said, she and I can be considered old friends. Old friends. Li Wui and Jiao Feng looked at each other, speechless. Yang inflammation was in existence on the same level as them. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was good, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was at most 100 years old. Yet, he said that he was old friends with Yang inflammation. If someone else said this, the two would definitely think that they were bragging, but the person who said this was Yang Kai, so it was not so abrupt. You two also know that I came up from the lower star territory. Yang inflammation was also in that star territory, but her main body was injured and dormant, so she manifested a trapped clone. I met her clone at that time, and I obtained the space array diagram from her. As Yang Kai spoke, he couldn't help but recall the past. And sighed, she took care of me a lot back then. It turned out to be her. Li Wui was slightly stunned. Jiao Feng said, I heard that this woman is a master of both arrays and artifacts. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it's her, it makes sense. Yang inflammation may not be proficient in the Tao of space, but her attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were extremely high. The South Gate army was completely incomparable to her. Space arrays were also a kind of spirit array, so it was not surprising that Yang inflammation knew the diagram. It was just that she did not possess the Tao of space, so she could not arrange a space array. Li Wui nodded and said, speaking of this woman, I remember a rumor. What is it? Jiao Feng looked at him curiously. Li Wui said, there was once such a person who had such profound attainments in the Tao of space that he was even qualified to become great emperors with the Tao of space. Even I am slightly inferior to him now. This person could be said to be a stunning talent, one that appeared throughout the ages. But later, he disappeared for no reason, and no one knows where he went. And this person is said to be acquainted with Yang inflammation, and they have a good relationship. After saying that, he shook his head and said, but I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Li Wui himself was not sure, but Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. This was because when Yang inflammation handed the sealed world bead to him, she said that this sealed world bead belonged to a friend of hers. As for who her friend was, whether she was alive or dead, Yang inflammation did not mention anything. It was only because Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space that he could use the sealed world bead's function that it was given to him. Combined with what Li Wui said at this moment, Yang Kai felt that this rumor was very likely to be true. The sealed world bead was a world of its own, but it was not born naturally, and must have been artificially refined. An existence that could refine such a thing would definitely have extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai knew that he could not compare with them now. Jiao Feng smiled and said, since it's just hearsay, then it can't be accurate. Li Wui laughed and said, well, but this array has given me a lot of inspiration. Let me comprehend it for a while. After saying that, he closed his eyes and stood there quietly. Yang Kai and Jiao Feng returned to the pavilion to chat and wait. After a full hour, Li Wui came back with a happy look on his face. He looked at Yang Kai and said, when I return to Spirit Beast Island, you can go there and set up a spirit array on the island. It will be more convenient for everyone to come and go. Yang Kai laughed and said, I can't ask for more. Li Wui had the ethereal spirit jade bead that Yang Kai had just refined. As long as there was a message, Yang Kai could immediately set off for Spirit Beast Island. It would not be difficult to set up another array. He said with a serious face, there is one more thing I want to ask Senior. Li Wui said, go ahead. Yang Kai said, when we were fighting with the two great sects, this area was sealed off, but when I carefully examined it, I didn't find any trace of a spirit array. I don't understand, without a spirit array, how did Xianxia seal off this area? Although he admitted that he cultivated the power of space, according to my observation, his attainments in the power of space are not very good. I'm afraid he is just a beginner. If that's the case, how did he have this ability? He had to figure out this problem. Otherwise, if he encountered a strong enemy in the future and was sealed, he would not even have a chance to escape. Seeing that Yang Kai was looking at him like he was thirsting for knowledge, Li Wui couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Jiao Feng, on the other hand, giggled beside him. Yang Kai asked curiously, why are you laughing, Senior? What's so funny about this question? Jiao Feng laughed and said, if you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Li Wui. It was not Xianxia who sealed this world, but him. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. You two had already arrived at that time? Jiao Feng waved her hand and said, that's not what I mean. Li Wui sighed, forget it, let me say it. He coughed lightly and said, it's like this, Yang Kai, you also know that there are not many people in this world who cultivate the power of space. It's rare to meet someone who shares the same path as me. To be frank, if I hadn't met you today, there is almost no one in the entire star boundary who can communicate with me on this path. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. If someone asks me for advice on the power of space, I will not be stingy and teach them everything I know. Yang Kai said solemnly, Junior admires Senior's benevolence. The embarrassment on Li Wui's face grew stronger. He stretched out his hand and scratched his chin. A few months ago, Xianxia suddenly went to Spirit Beast Island, saying that he had some questions about the power of space. I chatted with him for a while. He looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression and said, let's not talk about other things for the time being. One of them was how to use the most effective method to seal this world. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a while before he recovered. So, Xianxia can seal this world because of Senior's teachings? Li Wui clenched his fist and coughed lightly. I have known Xianxia for many years. Although we are not close friends, we are not bad. He has a little bit of attainment in the power of space. I really didn't expect his purpose to be to deal with you. If he had known about Xianxia's ulterior motives, how could Li Wui have imparted his experience to Yang Kai? Then again, he didn't know what kind of grievances there were between Yang Kai and Xianxia. The difference in status and strength between them was too great. One was a fake emperor, a member of the Star Court, while the other was a rising star, a second-order emperor realm master. Barring any accidents, these two wouldn't cross paths for hundreds of years. That was why Li Wui didn't hide anything when Xianxia went to ask for advice. Now that Yang Kai asked, Li Wui felt quite embarrassed. Although he didn't mean to, he still caused some trouble for Yang Kai. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a good foundation, otherwise, any other second-order Emperor Realm Master would have fallen into Xianxia's hands. At that time, Xianxia could decide his life or death. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. Senior doesn't need to blame himself. Some people have ulterior motives, but this has nothing to do with Senior. Li Wui sweated. This Li is more or less responsible. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Yang Kai changed the topic. Then, what was the method Senior taught me? With his attainments in the Tao of space, he was actually able to seal this part of the world without anyone noticing. This little one is really curious about this. Li Wui said, space is self-contained and complete. Even if it is damaged by force, it will repair itself under the influence of the world principles. I think you should understand this. Yang Kai nodded. Naturally, this junior has also torn space countless times. Li Wui smiled slightly. Then, when you tore space, did you notice that there are strong and weak space barriers? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. There are some places where space is extremely strong, but there are other places where space is relatively weak. Tearing space in those strong places will take twice the effort for half the effort, but in the weak places, space can be easily torn apart. Li Wui nodded. Yes, space is divided into weak and strong places, and those weak places are the so-called space nodes. Space nodes? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wui waved his hand and the Tao of space fluctuated, covering an area of 1,000 meters. In your perception, how many space nodes are there in this space? Yang Kai closed his eyes to investigate, but after a while, he opened them and said, 3, to Senior's left, 150 meters behind you, and 170 meters to your right. There are 3. If you want to teleport, then, if you want to leave this place, how? But what if? As Li Wui spoke, the spatial laws changed again. Brilliant and solid, as if tangible objects were flooding the 3 spatial nodes. Yang Kai's was the space was Li Wu's space. Li Wui looked at him with a smile and retracted his divine path. Do you understand now? Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head and asking, what Senior means is that as long as I seal these space nodes, I can invisibly cut off the world so that I can't teleport away? That's right. Li Wui nodded. If heaven and earth are a bottle, then these space nodes are the holes in the bottle. When you and I teleport, we have to pass through these holes to escape this bottle, but once these holes are blocked, you and I can only be trapped in the bottle. This was not the first time Yang Kai had heard of heaven and earth as a bottle, but Li Wuyi's explanation was easy to understand. In fact, Yang Kai had been aware of this point for a long time and had been using it to his advantage, but after Li Wuyi's reminder, he suddenly felt enlightened. Senior's attainments in the space principles are naturally not a problem for you to block these space nodes, but how did Xianxia do it? With his attainments in the Tao of space, even if he could detect these space nodes, it would be impossible for him to block them without anyone noticing, right? Li Wui explained, he must have used the power of some kind of artifact. At that time, I also gave him this suggestion. Now it seems that he must have found someone to refine something for him, but as for what that artifact was, I can't find it now. Your battle with him has already destroyed his seal. In fact, this method can indeed block heaven and earth, but if the battle is too intense, it can also break the seal. Yang Kai took a deep breath, but if he has the ability to crush me, he can capture me calmly. Xianxia had calculated everything well, but the only thing he could not predict was Yang Kai's true strength. If it were any other second-order Emperor Realm Master, even if they were proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be able to escape in that situation. But Xianxia happened to encounter Yang Kai in his 300-meter-long dragon transformation and combined with his embodiment to fight him in an earth-shattering battle. But now that he understood the situation, it would not be so easy for others to target him in the future. At the very least, he could take precautions in advance. Even if the space nodes were really blocked again, he could find a way to break them before escaping. In the pavilion, the sun was setting and the moon was rising. Yang Kai and Li Wui sat opposite each other, chatting with each other. Jiao Feng was accompanying them, looking a little bored. The two discussed and communicated for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Tang Xing and Qian Xiuying of Heavenly Wolf Valley naturally came to visit several times. After all, Li Wui and Jiao Feng were guests, so as hosts, they had to play host. Who knew that they would not even be able to see them face to face? Before they even got close to the pavilion, they could feel the space trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the pavilion, Yang Kai and Li Wui would sometimes smile, sometimes reach out, and sometimes gesture something. This Yang Kai really has a bright future ahead of him. With just a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he can actually sit down and discuss the Tao with a master like Li Wui. When he grows up in the future, how can he be underestimated? Heavenly Wolf Valley really missed a God-given opportunity. Tang Xing sighed in his heart. After living for so many years, his vision was still not as good as his disciples. 3 days later, Yang Kai was in high spirits, and Li Wuyi's eyes were also shining brightly. Although they had been sitting here and discussing the Tao of space, neither of them showed any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, they were in high spirits. Both of them had gained a lot. Yang Kai suddenly spoke, "Senior, this junior has a presumptuous request." Li Wui looked at him with a smile and said, "Do you want to fight with me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Is my meaning that obvious?" Li Wui smiled slightly, your eyes are eager and full of fighting spirit. How can I not feel it? Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, I have never fought with someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Today, I would like to ask for Senior's guidance. Li Wui said, what a coincidence, I also have the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and then their figures suddenly flickered. The next moment, they left the pavilion and stood 1,000 feet away from each other, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai said with a serious expression. Senior's cultivation is exceedingly high. This junior will not show any mercy. Please be careful, Senior. Li Wui said, although I won't use my full strength, I won't hold back too much either. Don't lose too badly. Yang Kai grinned and shouted, Senior, please take this. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and a huge moon blade took shape. Yang Kai grinned, this is the divine technique of space that this junior comprehended, the moon blade. Please take a look at it, Senior. As he spoke, the pitch-black moon blade whistled towards Li Wui. Li Wui's expression was solemn, condensing the power of the void and condensing the moon blade. Not bad, not bad. As he spoke, although his expression was serious, his demeanor was relaxed. He didn't even try to dodge the moon blade. It wasn't until the huge moon blade was about to hit him that he suddenly reached out and waved his hand. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the pitch-black moon blade suddenly disappeared. This space divine technique had been forcibly nullified by Li Wui's space principles. This was the first time in history that a moon blade had been nullified like this. Senior's technique is amazing. Yang Kai praised, but his hands were not careless. With a flick of his fingers, a dense number of moon blades flew towards Li Wui, seemingly intent on killing him on the spot. Li Wui laughed in spite of himself, the same trick won't work on me. A big hand slammed down from the sky and the moon blades disappeared without a trace before they could reach him. Suddenly, Li Wui's expression froze as he raised an eyebrow, so you were hiding a killer move. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing it as he shouted, Exile. A huge black hole immediately appeared where Li Wui was standing. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The black hole flickered and disappeared, along with Li Wui. Jiao Feng exclaimed excitedly, did you kill him? Xianxia, who was watching from afar, glanced sideways at her, his face twitching as he thought, what's wrong with this woman? Are you happy that Li Wui was killed? Aren't you guys in cahoots? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead, his expression became serious. Li Wui's voice suddenly rang out, boy, eat my fist too. As soon as his voice fell, a fist appeared in front of Yang Kai out of nowhere. There was no warning at all, and it was only a fist without an arm or a body. It was extremely strange, but judging from the color and size of the fist, it was undoubtedly Li Wui's fist. Yang Kai tried his best to defend himself, but he couldn't guard against such a strange attack from Li Wui. Caught off guard, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only activate the space principles and shout, nothingness. His figure became almost transparent in an instant as he banished himself into the void in an attempt to avoid this attack. Huh? Li Wui's soft voice sounded, seeming a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to avoid his fist in this critical moment. But, that was it. A layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the fist, and it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared not far away, but his expression was as if he was facing a great enemy, and as soon as he appeared, he disappeared again and merged into the void. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and patted his chest with a wry smile, shaking his head and saying, Senior's methods are amazing, this boy admits defeat. TSK, you admit defeat just like that? Jiao Feng glanced over. It was rare for two people proficient in the Tao of space to fight, so she had thought that this battle would be earth-shattering, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would give up after just 2 or 3 moves? She was quite disappointed as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, did he hit you? Yang Kai gently nodded but did not explain. Although Jiao Feng was strong, she could not see Li Wui's attack at all because the punch had turned several times in the air and followed Yang Kai like a maggot. No matter how Yang Kai dodged, he could not avoid it. In the end, the punch gently landed on Yang Kai's body and retracted as he wished. In the competition of space divine technique, Yang Kai had undoubtedly lost. His methods were useless against Li Wuyi. But Li Wuyi was able to hit him. This point alone was enough to determine who was superior. Junior is very grateful to receive Senior's guidance today. Yang Kai kept his fists solemnly. Junior will definitely continue to work hard and strive to defeat Senior one day. Li Wuyi laughed loudly. Good, I will wait for that day. Yang Kai smiled and said, now that this matter is over, Junior will take his leave. I will visit the two of you on Spirit Beast Island another day. Li Wuyi raised his hand and said, there's no hurry. Don't go yet, there is one more thing I need your help with. Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. What is it? Wait a moment, Li Wuyi said, and then his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai could not detect any of his aura at all with his divine sense, so he knew that Li Wuyi must have used the space beacon to teleport somewhere at this moment. Turning his head to look at Jiao Feng, Yang Kai asked. Jiao Feng said, don't look at me, I don't know what it is either. Yang Kai nodded. Since Jiao Feng said she did not know, she definitely did not know. It was useless to ask, so he simply waited patiently. Fortunately, in less than half a cup of tea's time, space force fluctuations suddenly rippled around Jiao Feng, followed by Li Wuyi's figure reappearing with another person. It was a young girl with a butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The young girl's appearance was peerlessly beautiful, and her temperament was innocent and unaffected. However, the huge butterfly mark that covered half of her face destroyed her overall beauty. She wore a fitting green dress that accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, the girl looked around blankly and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes. Little Seven? Yang Kai was surprised. Big brother Yang? Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes lit up as her joy was beyond words. She rushed out from Li Wuyi's side and flew over to Yang Kai's side, but suddenly, as if realizing something, she hurriedly stopped and stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, blushing as she asked, is it really you, big brother Yang? Of course it's me. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hands to stroke his hair back, as if he wanted Mo Xiaoqi to see him more clearly. Why are you in the Eastern Territory? Mo Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised as she pursed her red lips and asked. I came here to do something and happened to run into Senior Li and Senior Jiao Feng. Mo Xiaoqi looked him up and down and pouted, you came to the Eastern Territory but didn't go to Spirit Beast Island to see me. Big brother Yang, have you forgotten about me long ago? Yang Kai smiled and said, no, I was planning to go to Spirit Beast Island, but I didn't know the way there, so I was delayed. Is that so? Mo Xiaoqi nodded and put her hands behind her back. She said in a happy and angry tone, well, remember to go to Spirit Beast Island immediately when you arrive in the Eastern Territory. I will remember, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Not far away, Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were watching silently and couldn't help but sigh. Jiao Feng sent a divine sense message, the situation doesn't look good. Why did you bring this little girl here? Li Wuyi replied, a few days ago, when I sent a message to the Great Emperors, I mentioned that Yang Kai was going to Dragon Island. The Great Emperors asked me to go back and bring Xiaoqi here. They said that they wanted Xiaoqi and Yang Kai to go to Dragon Island to meet Mistress. Jiao Feng understood after hearing this and sighed again, it's time to meet her. It's been more than 20 to 30 years. She hasn't seen her mother since she was born. Poor child, she kept asking me if she was picked up by the Great Emperors when she was young. Li Wuyi said, the last operation was too dangerous, so I didn't bring Xiaoqi with me. She caused a ruckus for a long time. These words reminded Jiao Feng of what happened more than 10 years ago and she couldn't help but shudder. Nodding, she said, that's good. It's not a bad thing to see her, but the Great Emperors don't have to worry about Dragon Island. Well, with Mistress there, Dragon Island won't do anything to Xiaoqi. What's more, Yang Boy is also going, so Dragon Island will have to worry about him this time. How could they care about Xiaoqi? He, the Great Emperors are really scheming. They want Yang Boy to take the lead so Xiaoqi can confide in Mistress. While the two were quietly communicating with their divine senses, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were also whispering. After chatting for a while, Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and giggled while Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Li Wuyi stepped forward and said, Yang Kai, since you're going to Dragon Island this time, take Xiaoqi with you. Someone wants to see her. Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at Emo Xiaoqi and understood. Knowing that Fu Xian missed her daughter, he secretly sent a message to Li Wuyi. Does Xiaoqi know? Li Wuyi nodded lightly and replied, she knows. The great emperors didn't hide this matter from her, but I'll have to ask you to take care of her when the time comes. Yang Kai said seriously, Senior, don't worry. Junior will not let anything happen to Xiaoqi. Li Wuyi smiled and said, if they were worried, the great emperors wouldn't have let Xiaoqi come. And, when you're done, remember to send Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island. I'll remember. After saying that, he cupped his fists and said, in that case, Junior will take his leave first. Be careful on the road. Li Wuyi nodded. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced into the distance where Lan He was looking at him. Yang Kai smiled and waved at her. Lan He was startled, but she obviously understood and waved back. However, Ling Yinqin was nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he called out to Xianxia and said, let's go. Xianxia stepped forward and glanced at Emo Xiaoqi, thinking to himself, no wonder young master was so repulsed by that name before. It turns out that there's a little girl called Xiaoqi. His fierce look made Emo Xiaoqi a little anxious, and she immediately had a thought in her mind, this old man isn't a good person. Xianxia squeezed out a smile at her while Emo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue, looking frightened. Xianxia suddenly looked depressed. When he turned around, he saw Yang Kai looking straight at him, so he hurriedly straightened his face and asked, young master, do you have any other orders? Yang Kai asked curiously, what orders can I have? Since you recognized me as your master, it's your responsibility. Xianxia was at a loss, but he quickly recovered and said with a twitching face, young master, you can't be thinking of. Yang Kai looked at him sideways. Xianxi's old face was embarrassed as he dilly-dallied, his eyes drifting about. Yang Kai immediately cupped his fists to Li Wuyi, Senior, I regret my words. Please use your divine technique to take this old thing away. Before his voice fell, Xianxi suddenly twisted and turned into a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall behemoth. It was shaped like a yak, with 2 horns on its head, fiery red skin, and a pair of fleshy wings that seemed to be able to cover the sky. It was an awe-inspiring and extraordinary sight. As it huffed and puffed, it breathed out hot air from its nostrils, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai was delighted, thinking that this old thing was quite sensible. He walked around it a few times with a look of amazement on his face. With a flicker, he stood on Xianxi's back and beckoned to Emo Xiaoqi, come on up. Emo Xiaoqi was a little dumbfounded at this moment. Although there were many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and there was even a divine spirit like the 9 Phoenix, she had never seen such an existence as a mount before. Especially when she saw the old man in human form before, Emo Xiaoqi instinctively felt repulsed at the thought of his ferocious face. But when Yang Kai beckoned her, she still jumped up happily. Until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng and lightly tapped his foot. Xianxi flapped its wings and soared straight into the sky, instantly turning into a red light and flashing away at an incredible speed. But then again, if he didn't have such speed, Li Wuyi would have caught up with him long ago. How could he have the ability to escape from Li Wuyi's pursuit? Looking in the direction Yang Kai and the others left, Li Wuyi said, let's go back too. Jiao Feng nodded. They came out this time mainly for Xianxi. Now that Xianxi had been taken away by Yang Kai, it was none of their business whether he was good or evil in the future. Yang Kai would be the one to discipline him, so it wouldn't be too late for them to act if things got out of hand. In the next moment, Li Wuyi activated the space law and disappeared on the spot with Jiao Feng. After a long time, Tang Xing, Qian Shouying, and the others who were watching from afar went forward to check. After confirming that none of the guests were left, they let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Sky Wolf Valley felt honored to have distinguished guests, the difference in strength and status was too big, so it was very stressful to receive them. Now that they had safely sent them away, they were naturally relieved. Although they had left, there seemed to be fluctuations of the space law around the pavilion, and there was even a formation left behind. Tang Xing and the others observed for a long time and confirmed that this was a space formation. They didn't know whether it was set up by Li Wuyi or Yang Kai, but they couldn't activate this formation after many attempts. They didn't dare to destroy it rashly, so they could only set this pavilion as a forbidden area, and ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter here. But after all, this was a place where two powerhouses who were proficient in the space law sat and discussed. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Later, the Sky Wolf Valley selected some outstanding disciples to come here to meditate, wanting to see if they could comprehend anything here. If the Sky Wolf Valley had one more existence who cultivated the space law, it would be a great gain. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. A red light streaked across the sky and disappeared in a flash. Even if someone noticed it occasionally, they would not be able to see the red light clearly. Xianxia's speed could be described in one sentence. Fast, very fast, very fast. As expected of a veteran divine spirit, he was ranked very high among divine spirits. Although he was not as high as the dragon and phoenix, the name Xianxia was still a famous signboard among divine spirits. What was rare was that Xianxia's back was extremely spacious. Even when Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi sat opposite each other, it was not crowded. Mo Xiaoqi had spread a thick animal skin blanket on Xianxia's back and was happily chatting with Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai met Mo Xiaoqi was in the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, Mo Xiaoqi was enraged and the seal of the butterfly mark on her face was undone. She almost went berserk and it was Zhang Ruoxi who stepped in to suppress her. Many years had passed since then. However, the flowing time Great Emperor was fleeting, but friendship was everlasting. Mo Xiaoqi had lived most of her life on Spirit Beast Island since she was born. The first time she quietly ran away from home, she met Yang Kai in the Southern Territory. Naturally, she valued her only friend very much. In fact, Yang Kai was a bit confused now. How did Mo Xiaoqi run from the Eastern Territory to the Southern Territory? At that time, her strength was not high and the distance between the two territories was hundreds of millions of kilometers. How did she manage to cross such a long distance without any escort? Now that he thought about it, it was likely that Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng had been secretly protecting her. Only this little girl thought that she had successfully run away from home and was complacent. Mo Xiaoqi lacked life experience, while Yang Kai had traveled far and wide, so naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about, but most of the time, it was Yang Kai who was talking while Mo Xiaoqi just cupped her cheeks in her hands and listened quietly, a look of relish on her face. When they talked about the old swindler they met in Maplewood City, the two laughed tacitly. Back then, the two of them really had eyes but failed to see. The great emperors of the secular world had transformed into thousands of people to play the game in the world, but they were actually treated as liars by them. They even bore a grudge against them. However, as time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that Mo Xiaoqi's mood had changed, becoming nervous, expectant, and hesitant. This phenomenon became more obvious the closer they got to Dragon Island. Clearly, she was also very nervous in her heart. She was going to the Dragon Island to see her mother this time. She also didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to face that woman who gave birth to her yet never met. In the end, the little girl had become extremely silent. Even if Yang Kai deliberately tried to find some interesting topics to tease her, he could only get a very forced smile in return. Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, so he could only let her adjust her mood. Of course, Xianxia knew the way to the Dragon Island. Therefore, he did not need to use the Dragon Island token to confirm his location on this trip to Yang Kai. After a few days, Xianxia landed on a small island above the blue waves of the sea. Is this the island closest to Dragon Island? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, asking casually. Xianxia replied in a low voice, "Young master, there is no island closer than this one within 1,000 kilometers. He also didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to find such an island, but since Yang Kai had ordered him to do so, he would just do as he was told. And, here it is then. Yang Kai nodded and jumped down from Xianxia's back with Mo Xiaoqi. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found a suitable place. Big brother Yang, what are you doing here? Mo Xiaoqi looked around curiously. There were countless small islands like this in the sea, and there was nothing special about them, let alone any precious treasure. However, Yang Kai asked Xianxia to find such a place first. To arrange a space array. Yang Kai explained. Dragon Island was the same as the sealed world bead. It was a world of its own, with its own world principles. Therefore, even if Yang Kai arranged a space array on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be able to communicate with other space arrays because the world principles of Dragon Island isolated the connection between space arrays. Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to deal with Dragon Island in the future. The distance between them was too far, so it would be inconvenient for him to come and go. If he left a space array here, it would be much easier for him to come and go in the future. Although they still had to travel some distance, it was better than flying all the way here from the ancient wild lands. Xianxia nodded. Although she didn't understand Yang Kai's intention, she didn't ask and just followed behind him obediently. Not long after, the two arrived at a cave. This cave should be natural, somewhere on the side of the island near the sea, extending all the way to the interior of the island. The interior was dry, but it was a natural haven. Yang Kai immediately got busy, and Xianxia also helped from the side. However, her help was more of a hindrance. Yang Kai didn't blame her, but gave her a lot of encouragement, which finally helped her to recover a lot. Half a day later, a brand new space array was arranged. Yang Kai checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he walked out of the cave with Xianxia. Sitting back on Xianxia's back, he didn't expect the old guy to flap his wings and ask, "Young master, are we really going to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why, are you afraid?" Xianxia bared his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid, but that damn Dragon Island is too xenophobic. Young master must be careful there." In fact, he was curious about the relationship between Yang Kai and the dragon race. When he saw Yang Kai transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, he knew that he had the bloodline of the dragon race, but the dragon race was extremely disgusted with those with impure bloodlines. This kind of disgust was even worse than their rejection of other races. If Yang Kai really had the half-dragon bloodline, it would be best to avoid the dragon race forever. Why would he want to go to Dragon Island? Wasn't this just walking right into a trap? Xianxia wanted to remind Yang Kai that there was a half-dragon city on Dragon Island, where there were many half-dragon bloodline existences. Although they seemed powerful, they were actually under house arrest on Dragon Island. When the dragon race needed them, they would be taken to Dragon Island to have their blood drained to cultivate the dragon blood flower. If Yang Kai went there, he might be trapped in Half-Dragon City and be taken to have his blood drained. With the half-dragon bloodline, transforming into a 300-meter-long dragon body, he would have a lot of blood drained. Although he didn't like Yang Kai using him as a mount, if Yang Kai really fell into Dragon Island and lost his freedom, the spiritual beast island would definitely hunt him down. For his own sake, he had to remind Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter how xenophobic they are, they can't drive me away. If they provoke me, I will beat them up one by one." Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. He thought to himself, this new young master really knows how to brag. Although your strength is not bad, you can even fight with someone like Xianxia, but what kind of place is Dragon Island? That is the gathering place of the dragon race, the resting place of dozens of huge dragons. Even if I go there, I will have to tuck my tail between my legs, otherwise, I will definitely be beaten up and thrown out of Dragon Island. Especially that old dragon Zhu Yan, if he really goes all out, even the great emperors won't be able to do anything to them. I am definitely not their match, and you want to beat them up with your strength? What kind of joke is this? I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I heard such fresh and refined boasting. What? You don't believe me? Yang Kai seemed to have sensed Xianxia's thoughts. He leaned over and asked. Xianxia said, "I believe, why wouldn't I believe? Young master's divine technique is unparalleled, what can a mere dragon race amount to? Seems like you don't believe me." Yang Kai sneered. He rolled his eyes and said, "If I can make those dragon race obedient, what will you do?" Xianxia glared at him. "If young master can really do this, I will sincerely recognize you as my young master. If young master has any command in the future, I will not dare to disobey." "Yo!" Yang Kai said sarcastically, "Listening to your words, you don't sincerely recognize me as your young master?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I am forced by the situation, I have no other choice." "Young master is a sensible person, why do you have to point it out?" Yang Kai nodded, "You are still considered honest. If you are really obedient to me, I will suspect if you have some other purpose." "Hee, young master, please don't blame me. This old man has no other choice." However, if you can really make those dragons submit to you, then you naturally have the qualifications to be this old man's master. Following you wouldn't be an insult to this old man. Xianxia paused, then said, but if young master can't do it, I only have one request. Speak. Xianxia smiled and said, in the future, don't use me as a mount. Although I was once a mount for the flowing time great emperor, I am now quite old, I have to consider my face. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's expression brightened, he was overjoyed. This brat's words were bigger than the sky, this time you are bound to lose. Although he didn't reject following Xianxia, he was still a little unhappy that Xianxia used him as a mount. The flowing time great emperor is the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Although you have practiced the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal and understood a little bit of the law of time, you can barely be considered as the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but how can you be compared to the flowing time great emperor, or even do the same thing as the flowing time great emperor? Young master, the Dragon Island is just below, the two of you sit tight. Xianxia suddenly shouted in a low voice. Its huge body dived down, and directly fell into the sea below. Before his figure arrived, the seawater had already separated by itself, revealing a circular passage leading to the bottom of the sea. Along the way, not a single drop of water touched his body. In a trance, a huge void passageway appeared in the depths of the sea, leading to an unknown place. Xianxia had experienced this kind of scene before, he naturally knew that the void passageway was leading to the Dragon Island. If he didn't use the Dragon Island medallion to locate it last time, he wouldn't have thought that the entrance to the Dragon Island was actually under the sea. It was obviously not the first time Xianxia came to the Dragon Island, he dived into the void passageway without the slightest hesitation. In a split second, the surrounding seawater disappeared, and was replaced by a primal chaos void. It seemed like even the surrounding space and time were frozen. Eh? Xianxia suddenly cried out in surprise, because this void passageway gave him a kind of murderous feeling. The last time he came here, it was not like this. Moreover, he couldn't find the exit as far as the eye could see. In a split second, his expression tensed up, if he got lost in the void, it would be over. Just as he was feeling nervous, Xianxia's voice rang in his ears. Only then did he remember that this new young master of his was proficient in the Tao of space. No matter who got lost here, it was impossible for him to get lost. Immediately, he followed Xianxia's instructions without hesitation. Going around in circles, it was as if he was walking through a huge maze. After a long time, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia didn't need any guidance this time as he knew that was definitely the entrance. Flapping his wings, he quickly flew in that direction and rushed out in the blink of an eye. His vision blurred and the world changed. Rich world energy rushed out and the world principles, which were slightly different from those of the star boundary, lingered around. They had arrived at Dragon Island. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar shook the sky as a purple aura came from the east. In an instant, a giant dragon more than 100 meters long appeared in front of him. This giant dragon was shrouded in purple aura, had 2 horns on its head, and was covered in fluorescent dragon scales. In an instant, it blocked in front of Xianxia. Raising its head high, dragon pressure filled the air as it looked down and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Who dares trespass on Dragon Island?" The voice wasn't loud and was instead a little shrill. This giant dragon was obviously a female dragon. As soon as these words came out, the female dragon's eyes narrowed. "Xianxia? It's actually you, old thing." She obviously recognized Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head as steam visible to the naked eye came out of his nostrils, standing proudly in the void, not showing the slightest fear. A giant dragon more than 100 meters long was at most a 6th-order dragon vein. This kind of dragon race really couldn't do anything to him. What's more, he had been ordered to come here this time and Xianxia would take care of everything, so he simply kept his mouth shut. On Xianxia's back, Mo Shaoqi looked up. This was the first time she had seen a pure dragon race, so she was naturally very curious. Does my mother look like this when she shows her true form? But why don't I have the slightest dragon race bloodline? Huh? The purple dragon's gaze suddenly turned to Xianxia's back and fixed on Xianxia, a look of surprise bursting forth as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law?" Xianxia was confused by this address. Who was your brother-in-law? Who could be your brother-in-law here? I definitely have nothing to do with the dragon race, and Xiaoqi is a woman. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who is your brother-in-law? The purple dragon didn't care at all. With a turn of its body, it twisted and transformed into a girl in purple clothes. It was Fu Ling who led Yang Kai to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated. On the entire dragon island, there were no more than 20 members of the dragon race. These dragon race bloodlines were all extremely pure, but there were also differences in strength. The strongest, such as the Great Elder and Second Elder, had 10th order bloodlines. Fu Xian, Zhu Kong, and Zhu Qing had 9th order bloodlines. After that, there were 8th order, 7th order, 6th order, and even 5th order bloodlines. The bloodline of the dragon race would gradually become purer over time. It could be said that the longer one lived, the higher the grade of their bloodline. Of course, this did not exclude the natural advantages and the benefits of consuming the dragon blood flower. And this Fu Ling was a 6th order bloodline purple dragon. Last time, she was forced by Yang Kai to take her to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated, but as a result, Yang Kai had swept away almost all the mature dragon blood flowers there. After that incident, Fu Ling was naturally punished and sent here to guard the entrance to Dragon Island. If it wasn't because the elders knew about the strangeness of Yang Kai's bloodline, Fu Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just this alone was enough to banish her to the dragon tomb, never to see the light of day again. After Fu Ling revealed her true form, she immediately stood on Xianxia's back, facing Yang Kai. The distance between them was less than a foot. A delicate fragrance immediately assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils. With her hands behind her back, like a little girl who didn't know much about the world, she leaned her head over and giggled, "Of course it's you. In this world, who else can be called brother-in-law by me, Fu Ling?" Yang Kai unconsciously leaned back, mainly because he was afraid that her towering chest would touch him. Seeing this, Fu Ling was a little insatiable. She deliberately stuck out her chest, causing Yang Kai's face to darken. He said in a deep voice, "I am not related to you in any way, how can I be your brother-in-law?" "Miss Fu Ling, please don't joke around." Fu Ling giggled, "I'm not joking. If I say you are my brother-in-law, then you are my brother-in-law." Saying so, she actually took another step forward. Before Yang Kai could retreat, Xiaoqi suddenly rushed out from behind and squeezed herself between Yang Kai and Fu Ling, spreading her arms as if she wanted to protect Yang Kai. Her face flushed red, she said, "What are you doing? Why are you sticking so close to me when you want to talk?" She obviously saw Fu Ling's ulterior motives and immediately felt a sense of anger, as if someone was coveting her beloved object. Fu Ling looked Xiaoqi up and down and snorted, "Where did this ugly girl come from? I am talking to my brother-in-law, what does it have to do with you? Go away, be careful or this great ant will beat you." Xiaoqi had never experienced such a situation before. On Spirit Beast Island, she was the little princess of the Spirit Beast Island. She had never seen such a ferocious look on Fu Ling's face before, so she couldn't help trembling in fear. However, she still firmly spread her arms and stood there angrily. Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling coldly and asked, "Who do you want to beat?" Fu Ling felt the coldness in his voice and thought of something. She smiled and said, "Oh, brother-in-law, don't be angry. I am just playing with her." "But brother-in-law, it's fine that you came to see elder sister Qing, but why did you bring a little girl with you? If elder sister Qing knows about this..." She winked at Yang Kai with an expression that said, "You know what I am thinking. It's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted and looked around. He then asked curiously, "Why didn't you stay on Dragon Island? Why did you come here?" This place was just the entrance, and it was still some distance away from the real Dragon Island. The real Dragon Island was called the Dragon Palace by the people of Half-Dragon City, and the dragon race lived in the Dragon Palace. Under normal circumstances, the dragon race would not leave the Dragon Palace. It would have been better if Yang Kai didn't ask this question. Once Yang Kai asked this question, Fu Ling's expression collapsed. She had an aggrieved look on her face as she sobbed and said, "Brother-in-law, I am in deep trouble because of you." Yang Kai snorted and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Fu Ling's eyes turned red, and 2 drops of tears actually squeezed out of her eyes. She looked at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, did you forget about those dragon blood flowers?" Dragon blood flowers? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Why are you talking about dragon blood flowers again?" Fu Ling said, "Last time, I took you to steal a lot of dragon blood flowers. After you left, the elders found out about this and wanted to banish me to the dragon tomb. Fortunately, the 3rd elder and elder sister Qing were kind and said some good words to let me avoid this calamity. But as a punishment, I have to guard the entrance here for 100 years. While speaking, Fu Ling's tears flowed non-stop. It seemed that she was really sad. Originally, she wasn't the one who stole the dragon blood flowers. She was also forced to do so. In the end, she was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. She couldn't even go back to the dragon palace. In the end, she was screwed by Yang Kai. That was more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and even the 2 best grade dragon blood flowers that the 1st elder and 2nd elder had carefully cultivated for many years were all swept away by Yang Kai. The accumulation of the dragon race for thousands of years could be said to have all gone into Yang Kai's pocket. If they wanted to restore the dragon race to its original state, it would be impossible without thousands of years of accumulation. And within these thousands of years, the dragon race on the Dragon Island would no longer have the opportunity to take the dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. This greatly delayed the time for the dragon race to become powerful. In these 10 years, Fu Ling hated Yang Kai to death in her heart. More than once, she thought of killing him when she saw him again. But it was only a thought. She also knew that she was no match for Yang Kai. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. Not to mention, she had already offered her soul brand to Yang Kai. Her life and death were all in the hands of Yang Kai. Now that she finally met the victim, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out to him. Of course, there was another more important reason that she didn't want others to know. This brother-in-law of hers seemed to have the ability to rapidly improve the bloodline of the dragon race. Didn't you see that big sister Qing's bloodline was originally at the 8th rank, but now she was already at the 9th rank and was promoted to the position of an elder? As long as her plan succeeded, her 6th rank bloodline could be easily upgraded to the 7th or 8th rank. It would be more effective than taking the dragon blood flower. It's only 100 years, it's not a long time for you. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he was somewhat ashamed of Fu Ling's character, but in the end, he was the one who had harmed Fu Ling. Yang Kai felt somewhat apologetic in his heart. However, he didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. He didn't want Fu Ling to have something to use against him. He waved his hand and said, "The past is the past, why bring it up? Let me ask you, where is Zhu Qing right now?" Fu Ling's face was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to not answer. "Big sister Qing is on her own spiritual island." "What about the 3rd elder?" "He is also on his own spiritual island." She suddenly rolled her eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, do you not know the way? Do you want me to bring you there?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Aren't you being punished to guard here for 100 years? Nothing will happen if you leave without permission, right?" "No, no." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "I have been guarding here for more than 10 years, and no one came in. Only brother-in-law and you have come in. It's not a big deal to leave for a while. Don't blame me if something happens." Fu Ling didn't want to give up and said, "Do I look like someone who pesters endlessly? Brother-in-law, you are looking down on me. Stop talking nonsense, quickly lead the way." "NN." Fu Ling answered repeatedly. Then, she lifted her leg and stomped on Xianxia. "Old man, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and walk. Walk forward. Don't tell me you don't know where the Dragon Palace is." Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. She really lost her moral integrity after being a mount for a day. A little girl from the dragon race actually dared to order him around on his back. But, what exactly was going on? Why did this dragon lady address Yang Kai as her brother-in-law? Could it be that this young lord really had an affair with the dragon lady? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. Although they were both divine spirits, the arrogance of the dragon race was something that no race liked, and naturally, Xianxia didn't like it. Such a proud dragon race actually has such an unimaginable relationship with a human? Now, he really wanted to see what this dragon girl looked like. This old master wants to see if those stinky dragons still dare to be arrogant in front of this old master in the future after this scandal. Along the way, on Xiangqi's back, Fu Ling chattered endlessly, intentionally or unintentionally trying to get close to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Mo Shaoqi standing off to the side vigilantly, it was likely she would have stuck close to him. Such enthusiasm made Yang Kai feel overwhelmed, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this female dragon. Logically speaking, since he had cheated her so miserably, shouldn't she hold a grudge against him? Why was she trying to please him? If the dragon race were all like her, how could there be any dignity left? The blue sea faced the sky, and the waves rose and fell. Empty spirit islands with many precious treasures flashed under the group's feet. The treasures on Dragon Island could be said to be extremely rich, but these treasures that would make a cultivator in the outside world extremely jealous were nothing in the eyes of the dragon race, because each of them was extremely powerful, so these things were useless to them. The only useful thing was the dragon blood flower, but it was almost destroyed by Yang Kai. Galloping all the way, after 2 full days, a half-moon-shaped island appeared in front of them. This island covered an area of 100 kilometers, which wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than enough for a dragon race to live in. That's Elder Sister Qing's Spirit Island. Fu Ling pointed at the Crescent Moon Island and said in a desolate tone. Although he had been traveling with Yang Kai for the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to ease the relationship between him and Yang Kai. On the contrary, he had been too enthusiastic, causing Fu Ling to be on guard. There was also that little girl who was guarding against him like he was a thief. If it weren't for Yang Kai's face, he would have already slapped her to death. However, it was this little girl who was watching him all the time. As long as he made the slightest move, it would arouse her vigilance. This is where Qinger lives? Yang Kai revealed a shocked expression. He had been to this island before. Previously, in order to search for Zhu Qing's traces, he had gone to many places and stepped on many spiritual islands. At that time, there was no one here. He did not expect this to be Zhu Qing's spiritual island. Fu Ling smiled and said, "That's right, Elder Sister Qing should be on this island." She and the third elder were punished to stay on the Dragon Island to reflect on their mistakes. If it wasn't for an accident, they wouldn't be able to leave the Dragon Island for at least 100 years. Brother-in-law, if you miss her, you can visit her more often. Yang Kai snorted, 100 years? This is the second elder's order? Fu Ling stuck out her tongue and said, other than the second elder, who else can give such an order? Everyone is most afraid of the second elder. Alright, since we are already here, there is no need for you to guide the rest of the way. Go and do what you are supposed to do. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fu Ling pouted and said, brother-in-law is too heartless. After using me, you toss me aside. I don't want to. It's rare for me to come back, I don't want to go back so early. I also want to visit Elder Sister Qing. Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Do you believe that I will teach you a lesson? After saying that, he made a hand seal. Fu Ling's expression immediately changed. She jumped down from Xiangqi's back in a flash and said with a hollow laugh, brother-in-law, what are you doing? I won't disturb you and Elder Sister Qing, okay? She cursed in her heart. He really doesn't understand the situation. She sent herself to him and yet he is still unmoved. I really don't know if he is still a man. Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Only then did Fu Ling said reluctantly, brother-in-law, you must come and visit me when you have time. I am very depressed over there by myself. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with her. He urged Xiangqi to turn into a red light and landed on the Crescent Moon Island. There was a simple and unadorned palace on the Crescent Moon Island. When Xiangqi's huge body landed from the sky, a graceful figure had already flashed out of the palace. Her beautiful eyes looked over and met with Yang Kai's gaze. When their eyes met, Yang Kai grinned. Zhu Qing was pleasantly surprised and said, you're back? Last time when Yang Kai left the Dragon Palace Hall and chased after Wukong, Zhu Qing was naturally worried. Although Wukong was no longer at his peak, he was still the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. No one knew if Yang Kai was his opponent. Now that she saw Yang Kai return in one piece, the stone in Zhu Qing's heart that had been hanging in her heart was finally put down. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already pounced over. Yang Kai opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace, gently smelling the fragrance of her hair. Xianxia didn't feel good. Originally, he was somewhat unwilling to be ordered around by Yang Kai as a mount. Now, this adulterous couple was actually kissing each other on his back in broad daylight, as if there was no one else around. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry. He immediately stiffened and didn't dare to move, so as not to disturb these two people. However, at this moment, his heart was filled with an indescribable shock. There really was something going on. His young master really had something going on with a dragon girl. This was earth-shattering news. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never encountered such a thing. Although Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true body, he could feel the purity of this dragon girl's bloodline. If they really fought one-on-one, he most likely wouldn't be her opponent. 9th rank? 10th rank? With such a pure bloodline, her status on Dragon Island was definitely not low. At the very least, she would be an elder-level character. How could such an existence have a relationship with the young master? Could it be that the young master's half-dragon bloodline was also related to this dragon girl? While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were rubbing each other's ears. Although they hadn't said a word, they could feel each other's longing. All of a sudden, Zhu Qing felt that someone was looking at her. She opened her eyes and saw a pair of bright eyes. Mo Xiaoqi stood behind Yang Kai, her eyes wide open as she stared at the scene in front of her in a daze, somewhat unable to accept it. What she saw in front of her had a great impact on her mind. Inexplicably, she felt a burst of bitterness in her heart and almost burst into tears. Being stared at like this, Zhu Qing blushed slightly and gently broke away from Yang Kai's embrace, saying with a smile, "This girl is." Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed at all and quietly whispered in her ear with a carefree expression. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this and stepped forward, holding Mo Xiaoqi's hands affectionately, "So it's little sister Xiaoqi." Although she and Fu Xian were both elders of the dragon race, Fu Xian was her elder, so calling her little sister Xiaoqi was not a problem. Moreover, she had heard of this girl's existence a long time ago, but it was not until today that she had seen her face. Mo Xiaoqi was obviously shocked by her affectionate behavior. Her mind was already in a mess, but now she was even more at a loss. Opening her mouth, she seemed to want to say something, but no words came out and she just turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is Zhu Qing, if you don't mind, you can call her elder sister Qing." Elder sister Qing. Mo Xiaoqi called out softly, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. She then plunged into Zhu Qing's arms and started sobbing, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, drenching Zhu Qing's clothes in an instant. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a blank expression on his face. "Did you bully her?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth and asked silently. Yang Kai spread out his hands, with an expression that said it had nothing to do with him. He really didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly burst into tears like this. Mo Xiaoqi didn't know why she suddenly wanted to cry, so she plunged into Zhu Qing's arms. Zhu Qing was helpless and could only hug Mo Xiaoqi, gently patting her back and comforting her softly. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, secretly rejoicing that this scene was not seen by martial beast, otherwise, the great emperors would skin him alive. But thinking about it carefully, he somewhat understood Mo Xiaoqi's mood. Now that they had arrived at Dragon Island and she was about to see her mother, it was inevitable that her mood would fluctuate. Under such a mood, if she was slightly stimulated, she would definitely vent. Her crying continued, but Zhu Qing didn't show the slightest impatience and continued to speak gently. After a long time, Mo Xiaoqi stopped sobbing and walked out of Zhu Qing's arms with her head lowered. Wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip. So embarrassing. This is the first time I see elder sister Qing and I actually cried in her arms. Who knows what she will think of me? She quietly looked up and saw Zhu Qing's concerned face, not the slightest trace of ridicule. Only then did she relax a little. Looking at Yang Kai again, she saw that he was actually smiling, as if he was watching a good show. She immediately stomped her foot. Big brother Yang is a bad guy. Saying so, she turned around and rushed into Zhu Qing's palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Pointing at himself, he asked Zhu Qing, "What does this have to do with me?" Zhu Qing glared at him and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She chased after Imo Xiaoqi, leaving Yang Kai and Xianxia shivering in the sea breeze. After a long while, Yang Kai said, "Old Qiang, don't you think women are strange?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. If they weren't strange, they wouldn't be called women. Yang Kai said, "Old Qiang, you also have this kind of experience?" Hiss, speaking of which, is there a female in your Xianxia clan? Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Otherwise, do you think this old master jumped out of a stone?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I'm just curious, just curious." After a pause, he said, "You stay here for the time being. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. I will take you away after I deal with the matters here." "Young master, rest assured, this old master understands. This was Dragon Island, how could he dare to be disobedient here?" After hesitating for a moment, he reminded, "Young master must also be careful. The dragon race is not so easy to deal with. Especially since you have an ambiguous relationship with a dragon girl. How can Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si let you go so easily?" Inside the bedroom, when Yang Kai walked in, Zhu Qing was holding Imo Xiaoqi's hand and whispering something to her. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Imo Xiaoqi's face bloomed with a smile. After a long time, she suddenly shook her head, looking embarrassed and nervous. Zhu Qing patiently consoled her, and after a long time, she gently nodded. After that, Zhu Qing walked over and winked at Yang Kai. The two left together. "What did you say to her?" Yang Kai hugged Zhu Qing, one of his hands wandering around her body while he asked. Zhu Qing patted his big hand away and said, "I asked her when she was going to see Third Elder. She seemed a little scared." Yang Kai heard this and said, "It's only human nature. She has been in a contradictory state of anticipation and nervousness all the way here, and it's even more obvious here." "What's wrong? She doesn't want to see her mother?" Zhu Qing said, "It's not that she doesn't want to, she's just very nervous. But since she's like this, let's go and invite Third Elder." "Alright," Yang Kai nodded. The two immediately set off for the Spirit Island where Third Elder lived. The Spirit Island where Third Elder lived was not far from Zhu Qing's Crescent Island, so the two arrived in less than an incense stick worth of time. The scenery on the Spirit Island was beautiful, with mountains stacked on top of each other. What was rare was that there was a huge waterfall rushing down from the peak, a curtain of water connecting the sky and the earth. Before they arrived, they could already hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Below the waterfall was a valley with several pavilions, where Third Elder Fu Xian lived. Zhu Qing led Yang Kai to this place and saw a woman in an aqua-blue palace dress fiddling with some flowers and plants. Her demeanor was gentle, and her temperament was gentle. Seeming to notice something, Fu Xian looked up and smiled at Zhu Qing before fixing her eyes on Yang Kai. "Third Elder." Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Third Elder." Fu Xian smiled and nodded, "You're here?" She had also met Yang Kai last time and knew about the relationship between Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. The relationship between these two was almost the same as her own relationship with Mo Huang. Both had violated a great taboo on Dragon Island, but the only difference was that she and Mo Huang already had a child, so there was no room for negotiation. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not yet reached this point, so Fu Xian felt a sense of kinship between them. Although she was not familiar with Yang Kai, she did not feel the slightest sense of unfamiliarity at this moment. This was also the first time Yang Kai seriously sized up Fu Xian. The last time he saw her, she was banished to the dragon graveyard for more than 10 years. She had just escaped and was in her weakest state. Her face was pale and pitiful. Right now, she had undoubtedly recovered. But looking at her beautiful face and peaceful eyes, she didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that the dragon race should have. He also heard from Zhu Qing just now that the Third Elder was a water dragon. Her temperament was also the most gentle among the dragon race on Dragon Island. If he knew her well enough, he would discover that she was more like a recluse compared to the dragon race. Seeing is believing. Fu Xian's every move gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Compared to the second elder, Fu Dun, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Thinking about Fu Dun, Kai Yang felt a little sick in his heart. He didn't know how that old guy Zhu Yan could stand it. The last time you chased after Wu Kong, you only came back after so many years. Did you encounter any accident? Yang Kai shook his head and said, there was no accident, but I made Qing'er worried. Fu Xian nodded her head and said, Qing'er is indeed worried. She also didn't know after being with me all these years. Third elder. Zhu Qing hastily interrupted her and went straight to the topic. Today, Yang Kai came here because he has a very good news to tell you. Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. What kind of good news can I have? A little girl like you only knows how to talk nonsense. Zhu Qing said with a smile, Little Seven came to see you. I wonder if this can be considered a good news? Little Seven? Fu Xian's expression changed when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes that were always as gentle as water actually burst forth with astonishing radiance at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Little Seven came? Yang Kai nodded and said, Martial Beast Master knew that I was going to come to Dragon Island, so he entrusted little sister Xiaoqi to me and asked me to bring her to see you. After getting an affirmative answer, Fu Xian couldn't help but tremble. She looked behind Yang Kai, but there was no trace of her. She asked bitterly, where is she? Is she here? With the purity of her ninth order dragon bloodline and supreme divine spirit cultivation, if Mo Xiaoqi really came here, she would have discovered it immediately. But at this moment, she asked such a question. Obviously, her mind was a little chaotic and she had lost the ability to recognize. It was easy to imagine how much of a shock her daughter came to see her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, she is waiting for you on Qing'er's Crescent Moon Island. Zhu Qing said, little sister Xiaoqi seems to be a little scared, so she didn't dare to come. How could Fu Xian listen to her explanation at this moment? There was only one voice echoing in her mind, Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here to see me. She is not far from me, I will see her soon. After so many years, since she was separated from her infant daughter, this was the first time she had been so close to her daughter, the first time she had any hope of seeing her again. Almost without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Fu Xian's figure flickered and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Crescent Moon Island. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, but they could also understand the mother and daughter's mood at the moment. Let's follow her and see, Yang Kai said as he grabbed Zhu Qing's hand and chased after her. Since Martial Beast had entrusted Mo Xiaoqi to him, he naturally had to fulfill his duty. Although he felt that with Mo Xiaoqi's character, she wouldn't do anything disobedient on her first meeting with Fu Xian, it was still better to see this with his own eyes. After another stick of incense worth of time, the two returned to Crescent Moon Island. In front of the palace, Fu Xian, who had gone ahead of them, had already arrived, but she did not walk in and instead stood outside with a look of anxiety on her face. Using her divine sense, she found that there was indeed a strange yet familiar life aura inside the palace. Even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, or the heavens fell, she would not forget this special life aura. This was an aura that was connected to her bloodline, an aura that originated from the same source as her. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing fell behind her and glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Both of them could feel Fu Xian's emotions at the moment and were unable to control herself. Suddenly, Fu Xian turned her head and looked at Zhu Qing nervously. Qing'er, is there anything wrong with my current appearance? Her expression was as if she was afraid that something was wrong with her appearance and would provoke her daughter's disgust. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, no. What about your clothes? Are there any wrinkles in your clothes? No. What about your hair, is it messy? Zhu Qing. Yang Kai said, third elder, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. You are Little Chi's mother. This junior heard an unpleasant saying in the early years, a dog doesn't despise a poor family, and a son doesn't despise an ugly mother. No matter what, you are still Little Chi's mother. There is no reason for her not to acknowledge you. Besides, I'm afraid there is no better mother in this world than third elder. Is that so? Fu Xian took a deep breath. Yang Kai smiled and said, Although little Chi didn't say much to me, along the way, I can feel that little Chi wants to see you very much. She wants to see what the person who gave birth to her looks like, but she is a little afraid. Fu Xian turned her head and asked in a trembling voice, what is she afraid of? Yang Kai said, she doesn't know why you abandoned her back then. She is afraid that when she comes to see you this time, you won't acknowledge her. Fu Xian was startled when she heard this. Her eyes quickly turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Before the tears fell to the ground, they turned into crystal clear beads and fell to the ground. If this scene was seen by someone with ulterior motives, they would probably go crazy. Dragon race people shed tears and turned them into beads, which was an extremely rare material for alchemy. Fu Xian murmured, how can I not acknowledge her? I am the one who has wronged her. Third Elder. Zhu Qing felt sour in her heart. Seeing her cry, she also felt quite uncomfortable. Fu Xian suddenly wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. She chuckled and said, I made a fool of myself in front of you. Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. How could she laugh at Fu Xian in such a situation? After a little adjustment, Fu Xian didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she step forward and walk into the bedroom. After a while, she entered. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stood outside and didn't follow in to disturb her, but they were both quietly paying attention to the situation. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai noticed that Fu Xian and Mo Xiaoqi's emotions were fluctuating, especially Mo Xiaoqi. Her mood swings were so intense that it made one worry that something bad would happen to her. Until a certain moment, when this mood swings reached a peak, Mo Xiaoqi's sobbing voice rang out from inside the bedroom, Mother. It's done. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that this mother and daughter pair would cause any kind of disturbance when they met, the whole process was still quite worrying. At this moment, this cry meant that Martial Beast's instructions had been completed, so Yang Kai could finally put down the burden in his heart. Zhu Qing gently snuggled into Yang Kai's arms and whispered, will our children be like this in the future? Zhu Qing couldn't help but worry. Yang Kai grinned, no, if we really have a child in the future, I will never let him be separated from you. If Dragon Island dares to stop us, we will turn Dragon Island upside down. Zhu Qing smiled sweetly, then when you have the ability to turn Dragon Island upside down, we will have a child. Yang Kai looked around and his big hand once again wandered up and down Zhu Qing's body, whispering, I can give you one right now. Zhu Qing grabbed his hand and pinched his waist at the same time. Yang Kai grimaced, I haven't seen you in so many years, aren't you hungry? He secretly urged the golden divine dragon source to tease Zhu Qing's heartstrings. Zhu Qing couldn't stand this. The first time they met, Yang Kai had used this method to take advantage of her. The golden divine dragon source had an indescribable attraction to her, causing her to become restless. At this moment, after being teased by Yang Kai, her face turned red, but she still gritted her teeth and said, you don't need to care if I'm hungry or not, I know you must be full. Yang Kai glared at her and said, nonsense, how could that be? Your husband's stomach is rumbling with hunger right now. Zhu Qing looked at him meaningfully and said, I remember you once told me that in the lower star territory, you still have, well, 4 wives. Why? You didn't see them when you returned to the lower star territory this time? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, oh. I saw them. Zhu Qing said, speaking of which, you have been separated from them for many years. You have been lonely for a long time, so don't tell me you didn't do anything? Yang Kai laughed hollowly and said, the weather on Dragon Island is pretty good. Zhu Qing snorted and poked his chest with her hand, you still dare to say you're hungry? Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and played with it, then said with a smile, let's change the topic. This conversation was quite awkward for him. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu didn't mind. They had been together for a long time, so they were used to it. Yang Kai always had a headache about how to get Zhu Qing to meet them. His 4 wives were certainly first-class existences in the lower star territory, but compared to Zhu Qing, they were much worse. After all, who could compare with a dragon lady with such an identity? He was really afraid that Zhu Qing would have some bad ideas. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily, then suddenly pulled out her hand and carefully straightened his clothes for him. She looked at him affectionately and said, now is not the time, wait, until the 3rd elder and the others leave. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, okay, okay. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Qing affectionately and said softly, Qing you are so kind. These simple words were better than any sweet talk. Zhu Qing was delighted when she heard them. Although she didn't show it on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, don't disturb me. I'll take you to meet the first elder and the second elder. You have to behave yourself when you meet them. Meet the first elder and second elder? Yang Kai's eyes widened. He shook his head and said, it's fine to see the great elder, but what about the second elder? I'm not going. He rejected that woman from the bottom of his heart. It was this woman who banished Fu Xian to the dragon tomb, and it was also this woman who wanted to marry Zhu Qing to Fu Qi. Yang Kai didn't even have a good impression of her. Zhu Qing glared at him. You have to go even if you don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled, can you force a cow to drink if it doesn't want to? Aren't you afraid that I will fight with that old witch when I see her? Zhu Qing frowned and said, what old witch? Don't speak nonsense. If the second elder heard this, she would be angered to death. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, if she isn't an old witch, then who is? Qing let me tell you, just because she wanted to marry you to that Fu Qi, I will never like her in this life. It's a good thing that Fu Qi was killed by Wukong, otherwise, I would have killed him too. Zhu Qing sighed and said, I know you have resentment in your heart, but she is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also a member of the dragon race. You should know that it is difficult for the dragon race to reproduce. Every dragon race has the responsibility to continue the bloodline. Although I hate what she did back then, from the standpoint of the dragon race, there is no problem with what she did. No problem? Yang Kai suddenly raised his voice and looked at Zhu Qing angrily. She wanted to marry you to someone else, and you are actually telling me that there is no problem with what she did? Zhu Qing said, I also said that from the standpoint of the dragon race. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you were like in the past, but now you have to remember that you are my woman first, Yang Kai, and then a member of the dragon race. Zhu Qing blinked her big eyes and looked at him blankly. Are you angry with me? Yang Kai was angry for a while, then he waved his hand and said, why would I be angry with you? I am angry. With that old witch. Zhu Qing laughed and stepped forward to hold his arm. Okay, I will remember. In the future, I will think about you first, and then think about the dragon race. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at her chest that was slightly deformed by his arm. His heart was hot, and he swallowed his saliva and said, why are you pulling and pulling? If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. In broad daylight, this is improper. After saying that, he looked left and right with a sneaky look. Zhu Qing ignored him. Instead, she leaned closer and said with a charming look, then you should first agree to come with me to visit the two elders. Yang Kai looked at her and said, do you think you can just sell your body? You are so childish. If you say you don't want to go, you won't go even if you beat me to death. And you can visit the great elder alone, but as for that old witch, she can die as far as she can. Zhu Qing said softly, actually, after the last incident, the second elder's attitude has changed a lot. Otherwise, why do you think she didn't banish me to the dragon's tomb? That year, even the third elder was banished to the dragon's tomb by her. The third elder and the second elder are like sisters. Yang Kai sneered, what a good sister. The older sister actually banished the younger sister to the dragon's tomb and left her to fend for herself. If the martial beast master didn't come in time, would the third elder still be alive? She should be glad that she made a wise decision, or else she wouldn't have a good ending. He paused for a moment and said, she must have felt the pressure. She provoked the martial beast, but if she also provoked me, how could she bear it? Seeing that he didn't listen to reason, Zhu Qing couldn't help but stomp her feet and said, what do I have to do to make you willing to go with me to visit the second elder? Yang Kai turned his head and said, don't do anything, I just won't go. Zhu Qing said angrily, then do as you like. Anyway, if you miss me in the future, you can come to the Dragon Island to visit me. Let's just live like this. Anyway, you have 4 wives, so you won't be lonely. You even have a dragon race lover on the Dragon Island, so you have a lot of face. After saying that, she turned her head and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Hearing her mention the lover, Yang Kai suddenly thought of Ji Yao and inexplicably felt a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and secretly glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were slightly red and she looked like she was about to cry, he couldn't bear it. He walked over to her and straightened her body, then said to her, "Are you angry?" Zhu Qing tilted her head to the side and completely ignored him. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks. He secretly felt that he had said a little too harshly just now. He said with difficulty, "Qing you know, I really don't like that woman's attitude and behavior. I haven't settled the previous debt with her yet. This is also because I don't have the ability. When I have the ability, I promise I won't forgive her." Zhu Qing said in a low voice, "Then you should know that I am a dragon race, she is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also your person. If you insist on not easing the relationship with her, I will be sandwiched in the middle." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. He could do as much as he wanted and not give face to Fu Tianyi, but it seemed to make things more difficult for Zhu Qing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you to visit the two elders." Zhu Qing raised her head in surprise, "Really?" Yang Kai reached out and pinched her cheeks, causing her face to distort a little. For Qing what harm is there in climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire? Zhu Qing immediately looked at him with a vigilant expression. "Sweet words come out of your mouth as soon as you open it. Tell me honestly, how many women have you seduced outside?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you talking about this?" Zhu Qing snorted, "You look serious, but in fact, you have a belly full of tricks. When we first met, I already knew your nature." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Qing you have misjudged me. I have been in Star Boundary for several decades, and before I met you, I had always been a virgin, indifferent to all kinds of beautiful women. Only you can make me unable to control myself." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly became a little blurred. Facts proved that whether it was the human race or the dragon race, as long as it was a woman, she would have no resistance to sweet words. Yang Kai changed the topic, "But you can't blame me for that. I also didn't know that there would be such an accident." Zhu Qing said shyly, "How can you blame me?" "Blame me, blame me." Yang Kai immediately took the blame and laughed. "Actually, if it wasn't for that accident, you and I might not have reached this step now." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, obviously recalling the scene of their first meeting. But after thinking for a while, her face changed again. "Oh right, have you seen Fu Ling?" "Yes, I have." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why she suddenly asked this. She said that she was punished to guard the entrance of Dragon Island for 100 years. "I came from there, so I naturally met her. She was the one who brought me here. Otherwise, how would I know which spiritual island you are staying on?" "She brought you here?" Zhu Qing turned pale with fright. She looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "She didn't do anything to you, right?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "What can she do to me?" Zhu Qing thought for a while and said, "That's right, you are with little Seven, so she can't do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Why do you look so vigilant against her?" Zhu Qing looked at him helplessly. After hesitating for a while, she decided to tell him the truth. "You also know that I only had a level 8 dragon vein, and level 8 dragon vein is already considered a very high existence on Dragon Island. Before me, only the third elder and the fourth elder had level 9 dragon veins. But after being with you, I unexpectedly broke through to level 9. Yang Kai laughed. "Qing you don't have to thank me, that's what I should do." Zhu Qing bashfully hit him and went back to the topic. "Now, everyone on Dragon Island knows why my bloodline suddenly advanced, so some sisters seem to be interested in you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Don't you know what I mean?" Yang Kai's eyes darted around. He really wanted to pretend to be innocent, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Pointing to himself, he grinned and said, "Could it be that all the dragon girls on Dragon Island have ideas about me?" Zhu Qing said unhurriedly, "We are members of the dragon race. Although we are innately powerful, the advancement of our bloodline has always been a headache for us. It takes a lot of time to advance our bloodline to the next level. Now that there is suddenly a shortcut, and it is a shortcut without any hidden dangers, do you think they won't be tempted? May I ask, how many females are there on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. Zhu Qing said, other than me, the second elder, and the third elder, there are 4 more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, so few. Although he already knew that the ratio of males to females on Dragon Island was very unbalanced, he didn't expect that there were only 7 females in the dragon race. Zhu Qing was already the second elder, and the third elder definitely wouldn't have any ideas about him. As for the remaining 4, Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. I'm warning you, you definitely can't have any ideas about them. Yang Kai said in all seriousness, how can I have any ideas about them? I'll be thankful if they don't have any ideas about me. If what you said is true, then my existence is a great supplement for them. He thought to himself, no wonder Fu Ling kept acting coquettishly in front of me, so she had this kind of plan. Speaking of which, although Fu Ling's style isn't very good, she still has the looks and figure. Zhu Qing sighed, actually, you can't blame them. The advancement of our bloodline is too attractive to the dragon race, they also don't want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, no matter what, during the time you are on Dragon Island, don't leave my sight. Yes, I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, patted his chest and said, I promise to be with you day and night, I won't leave your side easily. Zhu Qing obviously knew what he meant, she glanced at him and said, let's go and greet the 2 elders first. Since he had promised Zhu Qing, he couldn't back out now. Fortunately, the first person to visit was Great Elder Zhu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much of this Great Elder. In his impression, this Great Elder of the dragon race didn't seem to have a temper, but his strength was unquestionable. Although Zhu Yan's name had the word yen in it, it was not a fire dragon, but an azure dragon. On the Greenwood Island where he lived, ancient trees towered into the sky. Each tree was incomparably huge. With a single glance, one could tell that they had been growing for countless years. At the center of the Greenwood Island, there was a tree that was even bigger than the other ancient trees. It stood out from the rest, occupying an area of 1,000 feet in radius. Its scattered canopy almost covered half of the island. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, they saw Zhu Yan in a golden rooster stance. One of his legs was half bent, he was standing under the roots of the tree, his hands were clasped together motionlessly. The Great Elder's upper body was naked, he was only wearing a pair of loose cloth pants. His deep breaths seemed to be able to roll up the wind and the clouds. His whole body was bulging with muscles, like the roots of an old tree. Every piece of his flesh contained an extremely terrifying power. When he opened his eyes, a great majesty descended from the sky, it actually made Yang Kai's skin hurt. However, in the next instant, the sharp light in Zhu Yan's eyes disappeared, it was replaced by a calm expression. Great Elder! Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also took a few steps forward, he cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai greets the Great Elder. Zhu Yan didn't say anything, instead he closed his eyes again, let out a light breath, and slowly stopped his cultivation. He took out some clothes from his space ring, and while putting them on, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile, you have guts, you actually dare to come to the Dragon Island? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing, and said with a grin, it has nothing to do with guts, since Qing is here, I will naturally come. Zhu Yan nodded his head lightly, you are considerate, you know to come and see this old man as soon as possible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Great Elder knows that I came to the Dragon Island? After asking, he suddenly felt that he was a little stupid, since Fu Ling saw him, she must have already passed the news. After all, she shouldered the responsibility of guarding the entrance to the Dragon Island, if she didn't even inform the Dragon Island, it would be a real dereliction of duty. Zhu Yan said, to be honest, this old man doesn't know what kind of attitude I should use to deal with you right now. Yang Kai frowned slightly, what do you mean by that, Great Elder? Zhu Yan clasped his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, you are a human, yet you abducted a dragon race girl, this is something that my dragon race cannot tolerate. Last time you trespassed on the Dragon Island, you openly snatched the bride on the wedding day of my dragon race, causing my dragon race to lose face, and even one of my clansmen died because of you, the one who died was an 8th rank thunder dragon, causing my dragon race to suffer a huge loss. Because of all these, the enmity between you and my dragon race can be said to be irreconcilable. Tell me, should this old man treat you as an enemy? Great Elder. Zhu Qing's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She originally thought that the Great Elder had a mild temper, so she brought Yang Kai to see him first. As long as Yang Kai could pass the Great Elder's test, then the rest of the matter would be easy to handle. But she didn't expect that Zhu Yan would say such words right from the start, so how could Zhu Qing not be shocked? Listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed that he wanted Yang Kai to pay with his blood. If he really forced the Great Elder to take action, then how could Yang Kai have a good time today? But just as she spoke, Yang Kai cut her off and said with a slight smile, "Great Elder, if you want to condemn me, why worry about the pretext?" Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes. "You want to condemn me? Everything this old man has said is true. How could I want to incriminate you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If Great Elder wants to use these things to condemn me, then this junior also has something to say." Zhu Yan said indifferently, "This old man is all ears." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing. I don't agree with this. Love between a man and a woman is human nature. How can true love be limited by race? What's more, Zhu Qing is still on the Dragon Island. How can you say that I abducted her?" "Well, if Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing's heart, then I will accept it." Zhu Yan's expression was indifferent. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He also didn't have any intention to speak. Yang Kai continued, "Since Zhu Qing is already my woman, then how can she marry someone else? Therefore, although I didn't want to snatch the marriage, I had no choice but to do it. Moreover, I did compromise that day and took out the Dragon Island command in exchange for Zhu Qing's freedom. However, it's a pity that the dragon race doesn't seem to recognize the Dragon Island command. Rumor has it that the Dragon Island command will fulfill any request of the owner of the Dragon Island command as long as the owner can fulfill it. That's a complete lie." Zhu Yan was speechless. The Dragon Island command was indeed the fault of the Dragon Island command. Yang Kai continued, "As for Fu Qi's death, that was done by Wukong. What does it have to do with me? If the dragon race wants to take revenge, then just look for Wukong. Don't tell me that the dragon race only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Since they can't win against Wukong, they can only bully me?" Zhu Yan muttered to himself for a while, then raised his head and said, "Let's just talk about the matter. Why are you criticizing the dragon race?" Yang Kai said arrogantly, "I'm just arguing a little to prove my innocence." Zhu Yan snorted, "You have a sharp tongue." Yang Kai grinned and said, "That's also a skill." Zhu Yan couldn't help but laugh, "Although what you said makes sense, the dragon race suffered a huge loss because of you. Not to mention Fu Qi's death, you should be the one who stole the dragon blood flower, right?" Yang Kai said seriously, "What dragon blood flower? I have never seen it before." Zhu Yan said angrily, "Don't try to play dumb in front of this old man. It's fine if you took those mid-grade and high-grade dragon blood flowers, but why did you take those low-grade dragon blood flowers as well? Are those useful to you? Now that there aren't many dragon blood flowers left on Dragon Island, at least for the next 1,000 years, the bloodline of our dragon race can forget about improving. How do you want to settle this score?" Yang Kai's face twitched. He was indeed in the wrong. Stealing the marriage in front of everyone and injuring Fu Qi was still reasonable, but stealing the dragon blood flower was completely his fault. It was just that he wanted to improve his dragon bloodline that day and was forced to do so. Now that he wanted to ease his relationship with the dragon race, this matter was somewhat unsolvable. But now that things had come to this, what else could Yang Kai do? He could only straighten his neck and say, "What does the Great Elder want? Please make it clear." "For Qinger, I'll admit it." Zhu Yan snorted, "Don't say it so righteously. Since you did something wrong, you should naturally make up for it." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Let's make things clear first. If the Great Elder insists on making things difficult for me, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yan was annoyed and amused at the same time. "Do I need a brat like you to give me face? Face is something that is earned by oneself, not given by others." Yang Kai nodded, "The Great Elder is right." Zhu Yan said, "You stole the dragon blood flower, causing my people's bloodline to be unable to improve for the next 1,000 years. But if you can solve this problem, the grudge between you and the dragon race can be set aside for the time being." He did not say that it was written off. After all, Yang Kai was more or less responsible for Fu Qi's death. "How does the Great Elder want me to solve this? Compensate the dragon race for the dragon blood flowers?" Although I still have some, they are all low-grade ones, and they are the ones that were not used up last time. I have already used up all the mid and high-grade ones. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's eyes twitched. Used up all the mid and high-grade ones? Even if you eat them like rice, you can't eat so many, right? Zhu Yan was originally hoping that Yang Kai still had some dragon blood flowers left, but now that he heard this, his heart turned cold. Even if the dragon race consumed the dragon blood flower, it would take some time to refine its medicinal effects, but Yang Kai said that he had used it up. In other words, he had used up all the mid and high-grade dragon blood flowers in a very short time. Even if he still had some low-grade dragon blood flowers, what use would they be? Yang Kai sniffed and said, yes. Bastard. Zhu Yan flew into a rage. This time, he was really angry. He almost couldn't hold back and beat Yang Kai up. Zhu Qing was so scared that she quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Fortunately, Zhu Yan was angry, but he did not lose his mind. After being angry for a while, he thought of something and suddenly calmed down. He looked at Yang Kai and said thoughtfully, I heard that you have the ability to quickly improve the bloodline of the dragon race? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly when she heard this, but Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Before coming to Qingmu Island, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had just talked about this topic. Zhu Qing also specifically told him not to leave her sight, so as not to give the dragon race sisters an opportunity to take advantage of him. Yang Kai also patted his chest and promised that he would never be seduced by beauty. Who would have thought that the great elder would suddenly mention this at this moment? If it weren't for the previous conversation, Yang Kai might not have been able to connect the dots. But with the previous conversation with Zhu Qing, the meaning of the great elder's words at this moment was very thought-provoking. Yang Kai said dumbfoundedly, Great elder, you can't be thinking of. Zhu Yan chuckled as he looked Yang Kai up and down with his seemingly turbid but actually sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless piece of jade, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yang Kai's body. Gently nodding his head, he said, You're lucky, little brat. Really? Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to pry open this old guy's head and see what he was thinking. It was fine that Fu Ling was coquettishly seducing him in front of him, but why did the dragon race's great elder also have the idea of facilitating such a good thing? Zhu Yan turned to look at Zhu Qing and said with a serious expression, Qing I'm afraid this matter will make you feel wronged, but for the sake of our dragon race, we have to do this. I believe you should understand. Zhu Qing lowered her eyes and said, Qing understands, but great elder doesn't need to tell me this. It's all up to him. Zhu Yan said, Good girl, as long as you don't have any objections, what objections can he have? Men, humph. He snorted coldly, as if he wasn't a man. Yang Kai immediately said, I have an objection. Zhu Yan looked at him with great interest. You have an objection? What objection can you have? Yang Kai wiped his face. I have a big objection. Zhu Yan smiled and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai solemnly said, It's true that I'm a man. It's true that I covet beauty, but it's not like I don't have a bottom line. Not to mention that I'm not familiar with the women of the dragon race. Even if I am, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. I've gone through thick and thin with Qing, and we've gone through thick and thin together to get to where we are today. How can I do the same with the other dragon women? Senior, what do you take me for? A breeding pig? So, you're not willing? Zhu Yan looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai sneered, If it were you, would you be willing? Zhu Yan thought about it seriously. It's hard to refuse. Even a man would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. After all, there were several dragon ladies. Besides, the dragon race can't tolerate what happened between me and Qing. If something happens between me and the other dragon ladies, how can the dragon race tolerate it? Zhu Yan immediately said, If you can improve their bloodline quickly, not to mention Qing, even if all of them are married to you, what's the harm? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This old man is so bold, and just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. However, if he really did that, then the male dragon race on Dragon Island would see Yang Kai as a thorn in their side. Even his brother-in-law wouldn't be spared from this. The ratio of men to women in the dragon race was already unbalanced. If all the dragon ladies on Dragon Island were to be taken by Xianxia, then the remaining male dragon race wouldn't be able to endure it. Senior, please don't mention this matter again. I absolutely won't agree to it. Xianxia waved his hand and refused righteously. He took a peek at Zhu Qing's expression while he was at it. Seeing that she was bursting with joy, his heart immediately calmed down. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and think about it carefully. This matter won't do you any harm. Zhu Yan waved his hand and said. Xianxia didn't want to get entangled in this matter. He cupped his hands and said, I came to Dragon Island this time because I still have a few things that I need the Great Elder's help with. Zhu Yan laughed and said, the grudge between you and Dragon Island is still not settled yet, and you still want to ask this old man to help you with something? Is there something wrong with your head, or is there something wrong with my head? Xianxia said, regardless of whether the Great Elder admits it or not, it's a fact that I possess the dragon race's origin. Zhu Yan thought in his heart, if not for that, how could you even have the right to speak? I would have already killed you with a slap. Furthermore, you possess the ancestral dragon's origin. This matter is really big. If that's the case, then that kid can barely be considered as half a dragon race. Xianxia continued, since he is half a dragon race, it's not too much to ask the Great Elder to help me with a few things, right? That depends on what kind of things you are talking about. Zhu Yan snorted lightly. Xianxia said solemnly, for the dragon race, these things aren't that big of a deal. The first thing is that I hope Qing'er can accompany me and leave Dragon Island together with me. She won't have to suffer the pain of house arrest anymore. Zhu Yan said, what else? This kid wants to take a look at the Dragon Palace Hall. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, last time I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Although I attracted a lot of dragon souls, I didn't have time to comprehend anything. This time, this kid wants to enter the Dragon Palace Hall to learn the dragon race's secret arts. Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, then asked, just these two things? That's right. This old man has no objections. Xianxia was startled, then he was overjoyed, many thanks for the Great Elder's help. Zhu Yan chuckled, this old man has no objections, but I don't know what the second elder thinks. If you can convince the second elder, then everything can be discussed. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, you are the Great Elder, shouldn't you be the leader on Dragon Island? Zhu Yan blinked and said, of course, I am the one in charge when it comes to external matters. However, the second elder is the one in charge when it comes to internal matters. Alright, go look for the second elder if you wish to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the treehouse. Xianxia stared at his back, gritted his teeth and muttered. Zhu Yan's figure paused, he turned his head and said with a twitching expression, kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, he didn't say anything, the Great Elder might have misheard. We will take our leave first. While speaking, she pulled Xianxia and flew out. Xianxia turned around and shouted, the Great Elder of the dragon race is actually afraid of his wife. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the leaves until they rustled down. Kid, get back here. Zhu Yan was flustered and exasperated, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to chase after them. But where were Xianxia and Zhu Qing? After chattering for a while, he put his hands behind his back and said, what a joke, this old man is afraid of her. Her eyes are on her ass, this old man won't lower himself to her level. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked around to make sure there was no one around, then he valiantly returned to his treehouse, like a big rooster that had won a battle. High up in the sky, Zhu Qing twisted Xianxia's ear and said angrily, why did you provoke the Great Elder? The Great Elder is very good. Xianxia smiled. Apologetically, don't twist my ear, it's going to fall off. I just said it casually. He reached out and grabbed her soft hair and took it from his ear. Zhu Qing said angrily, besides, is it shameful to be afraid of your wife? Xianxia laughed and said, in fact, there is no man who is afraid of his wife. How can a man be afraid of his wife? Is that so? Zhu Qing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The so-called fear is nothing more than an expression of forbearance and love. At this time, Kai Yang naturally knew what to say to make her happy. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Looking at his slightly red ear, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and her heart was filled with sweetness. However, not long after, her mood became heavy again. She reminded him, "You barely passed the great elder, but when you meet the second elder later, you must not lose your temper. As long as you pass the second elder, it will be much more convenient for you to come to Dragon Island in the future. Maybe I can go out and see you in the future." I know. No matter what bad things she says later, I will just treat it as her fart." Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let her hear this. Ice Snow Island was Fu Tin's spiritual island. Fu Tin was an ice dragon, and the spiritual island he lived in was naturally icy cold. Looking at the entire spiritual island from afar, it was like a huge ice mountain. Birds couldn't fly for 1,000 miles, and people couldn't find any traces. Before they even got close, they could already feel the overwhelming coldness. Even the surrounding sea territory was frozen into ice. There seemed to be no life within a few thousand miles. Although this kind of severe cold was bitterly cold, it didn't affect Yang Kai and Zhu Qing too much. The two of them landed at the center of the island. From afar, they could see a huge ice platform made of 10,000-year-old ice. Fu Tin was sitting on the ice platform. He was dressed in white and looked pure and flawless. He almost blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. Descending from the sky, they landed at a place 300 feet away from Fu Tin. Zhu Qing bowed and said, "Qing brings her husband, Yang Kai, to pay our respects to second elder." This sudden call of husband caused Yang Kai to be a little distracted. Until Zhu Qing used her arm to touch him gently, he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai pays his respects to second elder." Fu Tin opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. That biting coldness seemed to be able to freeze one's mind. In her eyes, there was no Yang Kai at all. She only looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Who allowed you to leave the island without permission? Scram back." When she said that, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead popped out. His anger surged up. What did she mean? Qing came to pay her respects out of goodwill. Her nose wasn't nose and her eyes weren't eyes. She actually asked Qing to scram back? Seeing his displeased expression, Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "Qing and my husband came here to ask second elder for a favor." Husband? Fu Tin sneered, "You are not married, how can you have a husband? Even if you have one, it should be the dead Fu Qi and not some random guy." Zhu Qing said, "Qing's husband is right beside you. Why does second elder have to turn a blind eye?" Fu Tin closed her eyes and said, "I don't see any husband. Even if there is, I will not admit it." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Whether second elder admits it or not, it is a fact that my husband and I are husband and wife. Qing will not marry anyone else in this life. In that case, it's useless to say more. Scram back. When you think it through, then come and see me again." "Qing, that old witch!" Yang Kai shouted angrily. Although he had repeatedly warned himself to be patient before coming here and was mentally prepared for Fu Tin's attitude, when he heard her telling Zhu Qing to scram back, he still couldn't hold it in. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai took a step forward and pointed at Fu Ti as he scolded, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the second elder of the dragon race. Although Qing is from the dragon race, she also has her own freedom. It's not up to you to interfere. As long as I'm her husband, I'll be her husband for life. It's not up to you to deny it. I came to visit you today because I'm giving you face. But since you don't want this face, then it's fine. Anyway, we don't need you to acknowledge anything." As soon as he said that, Zhu Qing knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Ti's aura moved, the already cold world became even colder. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Kid, what did you call me?" "Old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch." Yang Kai opened his mouth and looked at her provocatively, "Are you satisfied? If not, I can call you a few more times." Fu Ti slowly got up and said coldly, "After today, if you are still alive, I think you should remember the saying that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai grinned hideously, "You want to fight? Come on, let's see who will die first." As soon as he said that, a dragon roar exploded. The phantom of the golden divine dragon behind him pounced into Yang Kai's body. The dragon's aura instantly spread out. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the distant dragon palace. The world was instantly filled with dragon roars. The entire dragon island seemed to be shaking. No matter where the dragons were, they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the dragon palace. Their faces were filled with surprise. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could also trigger the resonance of the dragon palace by activating the origin power of the golden divine dragon here. This time, he was even more fearless. He laughed and said, "It seems that the ancestors of the dragon race are all on my side." Even so, he was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. His entire body was tense, and he could explode with a thunderous attack as long as there was even the slightest provocation. After all, his opponent was the second elder of the dragon race, an existence that could exchange blows with the great emperors. How could he dare to be careless? Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Fu Sui actually didn't make a move right away, and Fu Sui instead looked coldly at Yang Kai while killing intent coiled in his eyes and almost condensed into material form. Zhu Qing stepped between the two and said anxiously, "Second elder, please calm down. My husband didn't mean to do this. Please don't take offense." She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of blame. Her meaning was obvious. She had clearly said that she would be patient. Why did she tear off all pretense of cordiality as soon as they met? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Sensing Zhu Qing's embarrassment, he couldn't help but sniffle. Even his imposing manner was reduced by a notch. "Don't tell me you didn't mean to?" Fu Sui looked at Zhu Qing indifferently. "If I insist on killing him today, what are you going to do?" Zhu Qing was startled and said bitterly, "As a dragon race, I naturally have to abide by the rules of the dragon race. However, if my husband is in trouble, Qing can't just sit by and watch. If second elder insists on doing this, then Qing can only live and die with my husband." Yang Kai looked at her emotionally. He tugged at her sleeve and said, "Qing, move aside. This old witch is probably delusional if she wants to kill me. Vile spawn." Fu Sui's expression turned gloomy. He never expected Zhu Qing to actually give such an answer. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems like Dragon Island can't hold your heart anymore. What kind of dragon race are you?" Zhu Qing said sadly, "Please forgive me, second elder." Yang Kai said, "You also said that Dragon Island can't hold Qing's heart. Why don't second elder release Qing's freedom and let her leave with me? This can be considered fulfilling someone else's wish. We, husband and wife, will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you in the future. We will burn a stick of incense in the morning and night and kowtow 3 times in the morning and evening. We will bless second elder to live as long as the heavens and stay young forever." Fu Sui snorted coldly, "Don't be so glib in front of me. Even if I can't hold her heart, I will keep her body. She was born as a dragon race member and will die as a dragon race ghost. It's not your turn to take advantage of her." Yang Kai frowned, "A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet." Fu Sui sneered, "So what?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Fu Sui's decisiveness made him lose the patience to talk to him. Zhu Qing's obstruction made the two unable to really fight. Yang Kai had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. "You want room for negotiation?" Fu Sui snorted coldly. "There is." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up, "Please enlighten me, second elder." Fu Sui said, "As long as this person can make up for the losses he caused to my Dragon Island, I can naturally let bygones be bygones. I can even fulfill your wish and let you two live together." The last sentence made Zhu Qing overjoyed. Second elder was actually willing to fulfill their wish. This was simply unimaginable. However, the previous condition made Zhu Qing somewhat at a loss. Dragon Island's losses? I wonder, what is second elder referring to? Fu Sui sneered, "Don't tell me he doesn't know what kind of losses he brought to Dragon Island? Why do you need to ask me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Even if there are any losses, it's your own fault. Not to mention that I don't have the ability to make up for it. Even if I really have the ability, I won't make up for it." Fu Sui's eyelids twitched. "Who are you calling yourself as I am in front of?" Yang Kai hooted, "I like it, what can you do?" Die, brat. Fu Sui flew into a rage. The killing intent that she suppressed with great difficulty erupted once again. This time, even if Zhu Qing was stopping her, she was going to make a move for real. Zhu Qing hurriedly grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and flew out in a flash. She turned around and said, "Second elder, please calm down. Sorry for disturbing you today." She ran very quickly. Naturally, she knew that if she didn't leave now, they would really start fighting. Fu Sui stood in place with a face full of anger. It was obvious that she was quite angry, but she didn't have the intention to chase after them. She only stared hatefully in the direction where the two disappeared. After a short while, a figure flashed. Great Elder Zhu Yan suddenly appeared beside Fu Sui and said, "They left?" Fu Sui took a deep breath and calmed the rolling qi and blood in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and said, "I really want to kill him." Zhu Yan said with a smile, "What can you do even if you kill him? What's more, that's the ancestral dragon's origin. It's not like you didn't feel the abnormality of the Dragon Hall just now. With the protection of so many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall, even if you and I join hands, we might not be able to kill him on the Dragon Island. If we want to kill him, we can only do it outside the Dragon Island." Fu Sui snorted, "If it's not so, how can he still be alive?" Zhu Yan looked at her in astonishment. "You can't really be thinking of killing him, right?" Fu Sui gritted her teeth and said, "So what if I do?" Zhu Yan's head was dripping with cold sweat. "Just thinking about it is enough. You can't really make a move. The future of our dragon race depends on him. You have always treated the revival of the dragon race as your responsibility. Back then, you endured the pain of banishing Fu Xian into the dragon tomb. Wasn't it also because of this reason? A little impatience spoils great plans." Fu Sui nodded and said, "I understand the reason." But she couldn't hold back her anger when facing that brat. It was hard for her to not have killing intent when he kept calling her old witch. She paused for a moment and said, "I have already told him the conditions. Whether he can do it or not will depend on his own ability." Zhu Yan grinned, "It's good that you have said it. I think with how much he values Qing, he will definitely do his best to do it." Fu Sui suddenly turned her head to look at him. "If he can't do it, I will strip the ancestral dragon's origin from his body. With this brat's conduct, he doesn't deserve to have the ancestral dragon's origin." Zhu Yan's expression twitched and he said noncommittally, "We will see when the time comes." He raised his head to look at the void and let out a long sigh. "The ancestral dragon's origin has already appeared. Where is the ancestral phoenix's origin?" In the void, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sped past. Along the way, Zhu Qing didn't say a word. Her beautiful face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Yang Kai whistled as if nothing had happened. But in fact, he had been carefully observing her expression. Seeing her like that, he knew that he was in trouble. He must have disappointed her with his performance just now. But speaking of which, he only took half of the responsibility at most. The other half was completely because of that lowly servant Fu Jin. "Qing, why don't I elope with you? Why do you care so much about her? Can that old witch really keep an eye on you and me? The outside world is so big, where is she going to find you?" Yang Kai suggested. Zhu Qing sighed, "Of course I can leave with you, but if I really do so, I'm afraid I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life." Eloping was indeed a good thing, but without the approval of the elders, it was destined to be incomplete. Stopping, Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai affectionately and said, "Fortunately, Great Elder and Second Elder have no intention of forbidding you from coming to Dragon Island again. If you miss me in the future, come to Dragon Island more often to see me. I will also wait for you here." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but swallowed the persuasion that was at the tip of his tongue. Zhu Qing was not a child. Since she had such considerations, even if he really took her out of Dragon Island, she would not be able to eat or sleep in peace in the future. It was better to let her stay on Dragon Island. At least she wouldn't have to suffer. Smiling freely, he said, "Then I will accompany you on Dragon Island this time." Reaching out, he held Zhu Qing's soft hand and flew side by side with her to Half Moon Island. They didn't speak a word along the way. When they returned to Half Moon Island, it was already dark. Fu Xian and Emo Shaoqi didn't leave. The mother and daughter sat together and talked. It was obvious that they were getting along very well. Fu Xian's face was full of love, while Emo Xiaoqi's face was also full of happiness. When she saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing appear together, Emo Xiaoqi's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. But soon, she smiled and greeted, "Big brother Yang, big sister Qing." Fu Xian smiled and said, "Xiaoqi insisted on waiting for you to come back and say goodbye to you before she was willing to return to the island with me." Saying so, she patted Emo Xiaoqi's head gently. "Now it's time to go back and rest, right?" Emo Xiaoqi nodded and looked at Yang Kai. "Then I will go with mother first. Big brother Yang, remember to let me know when you are leaving." "Don't worry." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I will definitely let you know when the time comes." "Goodbye, big brother Yang and big sister Qing." Emo Xiaoqi waved her hand gently and flew out of Half Moon Island together with Fu Xian. After the mother and daughter left, Yang Kai suddenly flashed to Zhu Qing's side and carried her in his arms. Zhu Qing cried out in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at each other, how could she not know what he wanted to do? Her cheeks immediately blushed and she pouted her lips in the direction of the bedroom. Yang Kai laughed and strode to the bedroom. He kicked open the door and threw Zhu Qing on the bed, pouncing on her. It was a night of spring breeze. The man was making waves while the woman was pleasuring him. Yang Kai had a very comfortable few days. With the blue sea and blue sky, accompanied by beauties, he was so happy that he almost forgot about home. During the day, he would go sightseeing with Zhu Qing, enjoying the scenery of the Dragon Island. At night, he would naturally travel with the clouds and the rain. Zhu Qing also knew that these kind of days would not last long. That's why, if nothing unexpected happened, she would be inseparable from Yang Kai. But these kind of days were destined not to last long. After more than 10 days, this kind of leisure was finally broken. At the edge of the Crescent Moon Island, Yang Kai was lying on the beach with his head resting on his hands. He raised his head and looked at the clouds. Beside him, Xianxia was lying on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this carefree life. One man and one horse seemed to have become an eternal painting. The tide rose and fell, and the water splashed everywhere on the beach. "Old Xiong, this young master has decided, I want to go to the Dragon Palace," Yang Kai suddenly said. Xianxia was taking a nap with his eyes half closed. When he heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to confirm if he heard wrong. "I probably can't take Qing Air with me, but I definitely have to go to the Dragon Palace. The dragon race's secret technique is very powerful. Since I'm already here, how can I miss it so easily? What do you think of this idea?" Xianxia only shook his head like a rattledrum. "Not good, not good." "Oh? Why not?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Xianxia said, "This is the Dragon Island. The Dragon Palace is the most sacred and secretive place of the dragon race. You are not allowed to enter without permission. I'm afraid you won't be able to come back alive." Yang Kai sneered and said, "It's not like I haven't been to the Dragon Palace before. Didn't Wukong also barge in without permission last time? He is still free and unfettered in his ancestral territory until now. Wukong is Wukong, you are you." Xianxia still had a disapproving expression. He muttered to himself for a while and said, "If you insist on going, that's fine. Wait until this old man leaves the Dragon Island first." Yang Kai looked at him with squinted eyes. "Old Xiong, you are quite loyal." Xianxia said, "This old man just want to preserve my life and wait until there is an opportunity to avenge young master." "Heh." Kai Yang sneered, "Not bad, it's really hard for you." Xianxia pretended not to understand and said, "Anyway, this old man advises you to give up on this idea. If possible, it's best to ask the Dragon Clan to allow you to enter the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai shouted angrily, "If the dragon race had agreed, this young master wouldn't have needed to barge in. That cheap slut Fu Zhen clearly wanted to take advantage of my weakness to threaten me with Qing Er. How hateful. Sooner or later, I'll let her know my prowess." He. Of. Someone is coming. Xianxi's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. Yang Kai also noticed and looked in that direction. He immediately grinned. A red light was heading straight for Zhu Qing's palace, but after sensing Yang Kai's divine sense, it turned in the air and flew over. In an instant, a figure stood in the air and looked down from above. Yang Kai lay motionless and raised his hand to greet, "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned at his sloppy appearance, thinking that his sister was really blind. How did she fall for such a man? He said lightly, "What are you doing lying here?" "Sunbathing, what else can I do?" Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. He waved his hand and said, "Come down if you have something to say." "Why are you standing so high up?" The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched, but he still flew down obediently. When he landed beside Yang Kai, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and said in astonishment, "You actually took in Xianxia as your mount." Yang Kai didn't stay on Dragon Island for long, but it wasn't short either. There were only a few dragon race on the island. Once there was a little commotion, it would naturally spread quickly. Now, all the dragon race on Dragon Island knew that he was driven out of Ice Snow Island by the second elder. He was even almost killed after infuriating the second elder. Moreover, he had Xianxia as his mount. Zhu Lai had been practicing the secret technique for the past few days. When he heard the news, he hurried over to take a look. He looked at Xianxia in astonishment and said, "You are also a member of the sacred spirits. Don't you feel ashamed to be so lowly?" Xianxia blinked his eyes. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai stood up and stared at Zhu Lai. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean? What enmity do you have with me? Why do you want to turn my mount against me?" Zhu Lai frowned and said, "That's not what I mean. I just feel that. Sigh, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions." He shook his head and looked as if he expected better from Xianxia. It was as if Xianxia was willing to be Yang Kai's mount and embarrass all the sacred spirits. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, "Why aren't you accompanying Zhu Qing? What are you doing here alone?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Zhu Qing is entertaining the 3 dragon girls. How would I dare to go over?" There were only 7 dragon girls on Dragon Island. Excluding Zhu Qing, Fu Tin, and Fu Xian, there were 4 left. However, Fu Ling was still guarding the entrance of Dragon Island and couldn't leave without permission. Therefore, there were only 3 dragon girls left. One of them was of the dragon race, and the other 2 were of the dragon race. In the past few days, these 3 dragon girls were very diligent in coming to Zhu Qing's place. They came almost as soon as the sun rose, and only left when the sky was dark. Their intention was self-evident. Yang Kai only saw them once on the first day. After that, he was immediately sent away by Zhu Qing with an excuse. Speaking of which, the 3 dragon girls didn't give Yang Kai a bad impression. They didn't have any obvious seductive actions like Fu Ling. Even when they looked at Yang Kai, they were a little embarrassed and shy. When facing Zhu Qing, they were full of guilt and uneasiness. Yang Kai suspected that it was the Great Elder who asked the 3 of them to come over. If not, even if he was really of great use to them, with the pride of the dragon race, they wouldn't act like this. The main reason why Fu Ling acted like this was because she had interacted with Yang Kai before. They weren't strangers to each other. Hearing his explanation, Zhu Lai naturally understood. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Yang Kai with a bitter and vengeful gaze. Even his own brother-in-law was like this, not to mention the other male dragon race. At this moment, they probably wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. If they didn't know that Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin power suppressed them too much and they weren't his match at all, they would have already come over to fight him to the death. After a moment of silence, Zhu Lai said, "I heard that the second elder gave you a condition?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "You know about this too?" Zhu Lai said, "The Dragon Island is only so big, and there are only so many people in the dragon race. If something happens, it will spread very quickly. Didn't the second elder ask you to compensate for the losses you caused to the dragon race last time?" Yang Kai nodded, "There is such a thing." Zhu Lai said, "Then why don't you think of a way? It's rare for the second elder to agree. If you can fulfill her request, you can naturally bring Zhu Qing away from the Dragon Island. Don't tell me you want to be separated from Zhu Qing in the future?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why should I compensate for the losses of the Dragon Island? It's not my fault." Zhu Lai spat out 3 words one by one, "Dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's face twitched, "Did the Great Elder ask you to come?" He was just saying it casually, but Zhu Lai's expression flickered. You don't have to care who asked me to come. Anyway, in my opinion, you have the ability to fulfill the second elder's condition. You think I have the ability? Yang Kai laughed. Do you know how many dragon blood flowers I collected back then? 2 of the highest grade, 30 of the highest grade, 200 of the middle grade, and none of the lower grade. Almost 1,000 of them. You know, quite a lot. Yang Kai was a little surprised. These numbers were not much different from what he calculated previously. He nodded and said, Then do you know how many dragon blood flowers I have left? Zhu Lai shook his head. Yang Kai said, the highest grade, and the middle grade are all gone. Only the lower grade are left. Even if I really return the remaining dragon blood flowers, where do I get the rest? I can't conjure dragon blood flowers, right? Zhu Lai said, neither too fast nor too slow. The cultivation of dragon blood flowers is mainly based on dragon's blood. The purer the dragon's blood, the higher the quality of the dragon blood flowers. The dragon blood flowers on the Dragon Island were basically watered with dragon's blood as the raw material. Not only is the quality not good, but it also takes a long time to grow. But if you really have the heart, you can use your own blood to cultivate dragon blood flowers. Your bloodline may have a miraculous effect on dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai sneered after hearing this. He instinctively wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, it seemed very reasonable. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Do you really think I can cultivate those middle and high grade dragon blood flowers? Zhu Lai said, how would you know if you don't try? The second elder has already said that if you can really fulfill her request and bring Zhu Qing into the Dragon Palace, she will have nothing to say. As soon as these words came out, an image immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. He had openly walked into the Dragon Temple while Fu Zhen, that cheap maid, had a helpless look on her face. He couldn't help but feel great. She will keep her word? Zhu Lai sighed. The second elder has always kept her word. Yang Kai was very moved. He paced back and forth on the beach. His expression kept changing. He hesitated and found it hard to make a decision. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, all right, I will do it. I don't believe that I can't cultivate dragon blood flowers. Zhu Lai said, then I wish you success. Yang Kai grinned, all right, go back and tell the great elder that I will compensate for the loss of dragon blood flowers. Tell him to relax, who asked me to be the son-in-law of the Dragon Island. The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. I just said it casually, it has nothing to do with the great elder. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You came here to tell me this, isn't it because the great elder ordered you behind the scenes? Zhu Lai still wanted to explain, but in the end, he nodded his head and said, all right. The dragon blood flowers were all stolen by Yang Kai. Within 1,000 years, the bloodline of the dragon race on the Dragon Island wouldn't be able to improve with the help of the dragon blood flowers. There were only 2 ways to solve this problem. First, Yang Kai could cultivate enough dragon blood flowers. Second, Yang Kai could help those few dragonesses quickly improve their bloodline. In the end, Zhu Lai still hoped that Yang Kai would make the first choice. That was why he accepted the mission assigned by the Great Elder to persuade Yang Kai. The matter of cultivating the dragon blood flower was carried out immediately. Yang Kai went back and told Zhu Qing about it. While Zhu Qing was happy, she was also worried. She was happy because if Yang Kai could really fulfill the second elder's request, the Dragon Island would no longer have a reason to make things difficult for him. If he wanted to enter the Dragon Palace, the second elder would no longer be in a position to stop him. She was worried about whether Yang Kai's body could handle it. Since he wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he would naturally need a large amount of blood. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, the amount of blood needed for the dragon blood flower to grow was not small. After some persuasion, Yang Kai mustered up all his energy and insisted on making up for the loss of the dragon blood flower. Since there was no result, Zhu Qing could only let it be. That night, she tried her best to flatter Yang Kai and completely put down her pride as a dragon lady. She served Yang Kai until he felt comfortable all over. The next day, Yang Kai flew alone to the spiritual island where he was cultivating the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing wanted to follow him, but she was stopped by Yang Kai. After all, when he was cultivating the dragon blood flower, he would need to constantly bleed himself. Zhu Qing would be watching at the side and would be heartbroken. Yang Kai would naturally not bring her along. It would be bad if he couldn't bear to do it when the time came. Yang Kai was not unfamiliar with the location of the spiritual island. After all, he went there under Fu Ling's lead previously. Fu Ling was punished for making a mistake. The one guarding the spiritual island now was the rank 6 green dragon, Fu Qi. Previously, he was the one who went to the half-dragon city and brought hundreds of dragon descendants back to the dragon island. At that time, Fu Qi was insufferably arrogant and majestic. Today, he was waiting at the side of the island. When he saw Yang Kai flying over, he quickly flew up and greeted him. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai sized him up and smiled faintly, "Brother Fu Qi, why are you here?" Fu Qi said, "Under the orders of the elders, I am guarding the Dragon Blood Island and waiting for Brother Yang's arrival." He paused for a while and said, "I heard that Brother Yang decided to cultivate the Dragon Blood flower here? You want to recreate the scale of the Dragon Blood Island?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. That's true." Suddenly, he felt a little regretful. Brother Yang is righteous. I thank Brother Yang on behalf of the many brothers and sisters in the clan. Fu Qi's expression brightened. His ranking in the dragon race was near the bottom. After all, he only had a rank 6 bloodline. The dragon blood flower was very useful to him. When he heard that the dragon blood flower had been swept clean by Yang Kai, he hated Yang Kai to death. Without the dragon blood flower, it would be harder for his rank 6 bloodline to improve. Even if the accumulation of time could purify his bloodline, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This kind of flowing time Great Emperor was a long time for the dragon race. Now that he heard that Yang Kai wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he was naturally overjoyed. As long as Yang Kai could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, the old grudges were not worth mentioning. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I can't guarantee if it will work, but I will try my best." Fu Qi said, "The Great Elder said that the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city are under Brother Yang's command. If you need them, I can bring them over right now." "Why would I need them?" Yang Kai curled his lips. The dragon blood flower on the dragon island had always been cultivated with the blood of the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city. The effect was very slow, and it would take a long time. Yang Kai was well aware of this. If it really worked, he could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, but he didn't know how many years it would take. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Did the Great Elder say that the dragon race on the dragon island will also be under my command?" Fu Qi was shocked. "Brother Yang, you want to?" Yang Kai said, "Since the dragon blood flower needs to be cultivated with dragon blood, the effects of pure dragon blood should be better than those of the half-dragon bloodline." I see that Brother Fu Qi is full of energy, and your face is ready. It shouldn't be a problem for you to bleed a little. Why don't we start with you?" As soon as he said that, Fu Qi's expression changed greatly. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. No. Why not?" Fu Qi said anxiously, "The dragon race consumes the dragon blood flower to improve their bloodline and increase the purity of their bloodline. If we really bleed to cultivate the dragon blood flower, it will cause our bloodline to regress. It's not worth it." "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't his bloodline regress if he bleed? Now that he used the dragon transformation art, he had a 300 Zhang dragon body. If his bloodline regress, wouldn't his half-dragon body become smaller? In an instant, Yang Kai had the thought of backing out. Although he wanted to make up for the losses of the dragon race and make Fu Qi speechless, if it really damaged his own interests and strength, he would definitely not do it. As if he sensed his thoughts, Fu Qi said, "Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about your own problems. The Great Elder said that if it was you, it would definitely be different from the other dragon race members." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "How can the Great Elder be so sure?" Fu Qi smiled and said, "The Great Elder said so, but I'm not too sure." Yang Kai immediately became worried. Of course the Great Elder would say that to comfort him. Anyway, he was not a pure dragon race member. Whether or not his bloodline regress had nothing to do with the dragon race. The old man looked good, but he was actually as evil as the old witch. Seeing his gloomy face, Fuqi knew that something was wrong. If Yongkai really did not do anything, then it would be over. He immediately said, "Brother Yang, if you feel that it's inappropriate, why don't you give it a try? If your bloodline is really damaged, then it's not too late to stop. With your senses, you should be able to clearly feel the situation of your own bloodline." Yang Kai's face became slightly better. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let's not delay any longer. I'll give it a try now. Brother Yang, please." The two of them walked side by side into the Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai was familiar with the place. The Dragon Blood Island was full of spiritual energy. It could be said that it was one of the spiritual islands with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Dragon Palace. After all, it was a place to cultivate the Dragon Blood flower. How could the spiritual energy not be rich? The entire spiritual island was also a strange dark red color. It was as though the island was bathed in fresh blood. Furthermore, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Strange formations could be seen everywhere. These formations were set up to extract the blood essence of the descendants of the dragon. When Li Jiao was brought here, he was locked in the formation. Then, when the formation was activated, the blood essence in Li Jiao's body was drawn out uncontrollably and used to nourish the dragon blood flowers growing on the island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived in time, otherwise, Li Jiao's cultivation would have dropped. Even so, it was only after consuming some dragon blood flowers that he was able to recover and even improve his bloodline. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Fuqi accompanied by the side. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Now, there are less than 100 dragon blood flowers left on the island. Furthermore, most of them are ungraded. Only a few are low-grade dragon blood flowers. If we want to recover them, we will need Brother Yang to put in more effort." He was furious. The culprit who caused this situation was right in front of him. Yet, the Great Elder sent a message to ask him to do his best to cooperate with him. What was the Great Elder thinking? Hearing Fuqi's words, Yang Kai only nodded gently. He did not feel awkward at all. It was as though he did not know about this. The so-called ungraded dragon blood flowers were still in the growth stage and had not fully matured. Even if they were consumed, it would not be of much use. It would only be a waste of natural resources. Only the graded dragon blood flowers would have an effect on the bloodline of the dragon race. There were 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, the top grade was the rarest. Yang Kai had picked 2 stalks last time. According to Fu Ling, the Great Elder and Second Elder had deliberately reserved them for themselves. They wanted to wait a few more days before consuming them. Who knew that they would benefit Yang Kai? After walking for a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He rubbed his hands together and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." He also wanted to know how effective his blood essence would be on the dragon blood flowers. His divine sense surged. With a flip of his hand, a stalk of dragon blood flower appeared on his palm. It was from the medicinal garden. Yang Kai had stolen so many dragon blood flowers last time. He did not have the time to consume all of them. He only consumed the top grade, high grade, and mid grade ones. He kept the low grade ones and transplanted them into his medicinal garden. The flower was red in color, as if it had been rolled in blood. It emitted a faint but pure dragon's aura. Fuqi's breathing quickened. He said in a low voice, "Mid-grade dragon blood flower." Yang Kai was stunned. Mid-grade? How could it be mid-grade? He clearly remembered that he had consumed all of the mid-grade and above dragon blood flowers last time. Furthermore, he did not use them for alchemy. He had swallowed them whole. At that time was too tight. Although he had used the high-grade and top-grade ones for alchemy, he did not have the time to refine the mid-grade ones. Therefore, he did not have a single mid-grade dragon blood flower left. However, when he took a closer look, the dragon blood flower in his hand was undoubtedly a mid-grade one. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai immediately understood. His medicinal garden could be said to be the most beautiful place in the world. There was a precious treasure like heavy earth, many earth-vein pearls, and the immortal tree beside it emitting vitality. Now, the entire world was providing him with an endless supply of spirit chi. A year of growth of the dragon blood flowers here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. It had already been more than 10 years since he left Dragon Island. In other words, these dragon blood flowers had grown for at least 100 years, or even 200 years. It was normal for them to grow from low-grade to mid-grade. You're making a fuss over nothing. Xianxia sneered. Haven't you eaten a mid-grade dragon blood flower before? Fuchi smiled embarrassedly. I only have a rank 6 bloodline. Normally, low-grade dragon blood flowers are enough. I can only occasionally obtain 1 or 2 mid-grade ones. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yang. The dragon blood flowers collected on the Dragon Island were all distributed according to a fixed amount. The quality of the dragon blood flower could be obtained based on the bloodline. It was not randomly distributed. For example, a rank 6 giant dragon like Fuchi was only qualified to consume a low-grade dragon blood flower. Only after reaching rank 7 would one be able to consume a middle-grade dragon blood flower, and only after reaching rank 8 would one be able to consume a high-grade dragon blood flower. As for rank 10 bloodlines like the Great Elder and the Second Elder, they could only consume a top-grade dragon blood flower, because any dragon blood flower below the top grade did not have much effect on them. It would be a waste to force them to consume it. It would be better to give it to other dragon race members to increase their bloodline. Fuchi had also lived for many years, but the number of mid-grade dragon blood flower he had consumed was no more than 10. Currently, there were only some low-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers left on the Dragon Island. This mid-grade dragon blood flower was like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting everyone's attention. Xianxia had some understanding of this, so he did not say anything. Instead, he carefully transplanted the middle-grade dragon blood flower to an empty space in front of him. There was a hole left on the empty space. It was obviously left behind by Xianxia when he stole the dragon blood flower last time. After that, Xianxia rubbed his finger on his fingertip and made a small cut. He silently operated his secret art and a drop of golden blood dripped down the root of the dragon blood flower. Fuchi opened his eyes wide and his breathing became rapid. He stared at the drop of golden blood without blinking. Xianxia actually heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. He could not help but turn his head to look at him. Brother Fuchi, are you hungry? No, no, no. Fuchi quickly waved his hand. He could not help but gulp. At first, Xianxia thought that he was drooling over the middle-grade dragon blood flower. But when he took a closer look, he saw that he was actually staring at the cut on his finger. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine and put his hand behind his back. He thought to himself, what the hell? Could it be that my blood essence is also useful for the male dragon race? However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange that it was useful. Zhu Qing was able to upgrade her dragon bloodline from rank 8 to rank 9 because she had a close relationship with him. In other words, there was something in his body that could rapidly upgrade the dragon race's bloodline. His golden blood might really be effective against all the dragon race. This wasn't good. Xianxia had a grudge. If that was the case, he wouldn't be captured by the dragon race, let out his blood, and then everyone would share it with him, right? It was fine to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower to compensate for the dragon race's losses, but if he really wanted the dragon race to drink his blood, Xianxia was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand at Fuchi and said, "All right, you can go. I can handle this place by myself, you don't have to accompany me." Based on his performance just now, how could Xianxia dare to let him stay? Fuchi was startled, but my duty is to guard this place. Xianxia looked at him sideways. What's so good about guarding this broken island? It's just 100 or so dragon blood flowers, do you think I can pick them all? You're talking as if you haven't picked them before. Fuchi cursed in his heart, but he said, Great Elder told me to. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'm leaving. You're leaving? Where are you going? Fuchi was shocked. The world is big, I'll go wherever I want. Fuchi was shocked, but Brother Yang, aren't you going to cultivate the dragon blood flower? How can you just leave like that? Yang Kai sighed, I had this idea, but there are always people who ruin my mood, so I'm not in the mood to do it now. Fu Qi's face turned red, he knew that his performance just now had made Yang Kai a little unhappy. Thinking about it, he actually showed a look of desire for his blood, it was really an instinctive reaction, he clearly knew that the drop of golden blood would be of great use to him. But since Yang Kai said this, Fu Qi could only say, I'll have to ask Great Elder about this. Quickly ask for instructions. Kai Yang urged, his face filled with impatience. Fu Qi immediately used a secret technique to communicate with Great Elder, but after a while, he said with a disappointed expression, Great Elder said that there's no need to guard this place anymore. Yang Kai nodded, Great Elder is reasonable. Fu Qi said helplessly, if that's the case, then this Fu will leave first. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fu Qi reluctantly looked at the mid-rank dragonblood flower that had just been transplanted, then turned around and flew away. He still felt a little regretful in his heart. If only he had consumed that drop of golden blood just now. Although he didn't know what it would do to him, it would definitely be more effective than consuming a dragonblood flower. After watching Fu Qi leave, Yang Kai's body and mind relaxed. He touched his chin and stood in place, quietly staring at the changes of the dragonblood flower. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dragonblood flower seemed to have changed a little in just a short while. A layer of faint golden light flowed on the crimson flower, making it look very enchanting. After looking at it for a while, there seemed to be some changes, but there also seemed to be none. Yang Kai was also a little confused. However, since the dragonblood flower required dragon blood to grow, his golden blood should be very effective. After all, his bloodline was enough to suppress most of the dragon race on Dragon Island. Yang Kai didn't rush to transplant the other dragonblood flowers. He wanted to see how effective this one was first before making a decision. If it was useless, then there was no need to think about anything else. He could just go straight to the Dragon Palace and avoid suffering here. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep staring here, so Yang Kai simply wandered around the island. He had wandered around Dragon Blood Island once before, but at that time, all his attention was on searching for dragon blood flowers, so he didn't have the time to appreciate anything. This time, he took a good look. Apart from the dragon blood flower, there were also some other plants on Dragon Blood Island, but they weren't precious herbs. They were all ordinary plants. Moreover, it seemed that because the island was shrouded in dragon blood mist all year round, everything on the island had a crimson color, looking very strange. Yang Kai also saw many of the remaining 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Indeed, most of them couldn't be compared to the one he transplanted, whether it was in size or color. After half a day, Yang Kai walked back. Taking a closer look, he was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood flower really had undergone a great change. Staring at it before, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see anything special about it, but now that he was looking at it again, the disc of the dragon blood flower was obviously larger, and its color was much richer. The faint golden light that shrouded the petals had not disappeared and instead was exuding a brighter hue than before. This obviously meant that his drop of golden blood was still playing a role and was continuing to do so. Yang Kai didn't know how long this effect would last. This discovery shook Yang Kai's spirit. Since it was effective, it meant that he could fulfill the second elder's request. When the time came, if she dared to fart in the Dragon Palace, he would beat the shit out of her. Yang Kai suddenly felt infinite motivation and immediately prepared to transplant more dragon blood flowers. In any case, there were still about 600 to 700 low-rank dragon blood flowers left in his medicine garden, so he could just release another 600 to 700 drops of golden blood. He believed that as long as his golden blood fully worked, even if he couldn't reproduce the scale of that day, the quality would definitely be fine. With a thought, another dragon blood flower appeared in his hand. Yang Kai was startled because this dragon blood flower was mid-rank. He took out another one, and it was also mid-rank. The third one was also mid-rank. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, as if he had thought of something. His expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed into the sealed world bead. He suddenly realized that he was a bit stupid. He had actually forgotten about those two existences. Muju and Muna. Nurturing dragon blood flowers, these two were palace hall-level figures. For the wood spirit clan, there was nothing more delightful than nurturing spirit herbs. Moreover, ever since the two of them took care of the medicine garden, Xianxia had rarely paid attention to it. Now, the medicine garden had been expanded by more than 10 times, and they had planted many strange things. It wasn't until the dragon blood flowers he took out this time were all mid-rank that Xianxia suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that the low-rank dragon blood flowers he remembered had all been upgraded in quality? Not to mention the uniqueness of his medicine garden, with the two wood spirits, Mu Zhu and Mu Na, taking care of it, it was enough to make this impossible possible. In the medicine garden, Xianxia leisurely appeared, and he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. As far as the eye could see, the entire medicine garden stretched as far as the eye could see. Spirit flowers and strange herbs competed with each other, and there were even rows of trees in the garden, arranged in picturesque disorder. Some of these trees were currently blooming, and the entire medicine garden was exuding a peculiar fragrance. Some of them had already borne fruit, and the bright red and yellow fruits looked very appetizing. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were located in the center, and not far away was the rare body-growing fruit tree. Countless fluorescent lights flowed through the entire medicine garden like fireflies. The medicine garden was simply like a fairyland. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Was this still his fucking medicine garden? He had never seen a better place than this. When he reached the peak of martial arts, he would bring his women here to live in seclusion. It was a pretty good place. Mu Zhu, Mu Na? Xianxia softly called out, his voice as soft as a thief coming to steal medicine. Two small figures suddenly shot over from the left and right, floating in front of him. After looking at each other, Mu Zhu asked, "Master, is there something you need? I've encountered a bit of a problem here." Xianxia still spoke softly, "I'm afraid I'll need your help." Mu Zhu was a little nervous, so she couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "If Master has something to tell us, we'll do it. There's no need to be polite." Although Mu Na didn't say anything, she also nodded her little head to the side. "That's good, but this matter shouldn't be difficult for you. The main thing is to cultivate a kind of spirit medicine." Mu Zhu smiled and said, "This is our strong point, but..." She turned her little head and looked around. "Why is Master saying this? Is there someone eavesdropping here?" Xianxia blinked, clenched his fists, and coughed, finally returning to his normal voice. No, the main thing is that I'm afraid of disturbing the peace here." The two wood spirits were stunned by his words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a moment of silence, Mu Zhu asked, "What kind of spirit medicine does Master want us to cultivate?" "Dragon blood flower. You should have seen it in the herb garden." As Xianxia spoke, he walked towards the area where the dragon blood flowers were located. The two wood spirits followed closely behind him. After a while, they arrived. Xianxia took a look and his eyes lit up with surprise. He exclaimed, "Oh my God." A few hundred dragon blood flowers were arranged in picturesque disorder in the medicinal garden. They grew in the middle of an expanse of purple and lustrous grass, and they emitted a dark red glow. Just as he'd expected, every single dragon blood flower here wasn't a low-grade dragon blood flower as he'd expected, but a mid-grade one. 600 to 700 mid-grade dragon blood flowers. What kind of concept was this? Back when Xianxia stole dragon blood flowers, he only obtained a little over 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 2 supreme grade, 30 high grade, 200 mid-grade, and the rest were all low-grade. Because time was short, he refined supreme grade and high-grade dragon blood flowers into dragon blood pills and swallowed the mid-grade ones. As for the low-grade ones, he didn't have the time to consume them and left them in the herb garden. Now, these low-grade dragon blood flowers had all become mid-grade. That wasn't all. In addition to these 600 to 700 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, Xianxia also found many low-grade dragon blood flowers in another herb garden. There were at least 1,000 of them, and some of them showed signs of becoming low-grade dragon blood flowers. This. Xianxia pointed at the mid-grade dragon blood flowers. "These were all made by you?" Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, the conditions here are not bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be growing so well." "What about these over here?" Xianxia pointed at another herb garden and asked with a puzzled expression, Where did you get these dragon blood flower seeds? Muna said softly, we don't need seeds. We don't need seeds. Yongkai was stunned. Muzhu explained, Muna and I cut off some dragon blood flower roots and transplanted them here. Master seems to have the bloodline of the dragon race, so these dragon blood flowers should be of great use to you, right? It's not just useful, it's... Yongkai didn't know what to say. He wanted to hug the two wood spirits and give them a big kiss. However, the wood spirits were too small. If he really did that, he might scare them. After calming himself down, Yongkai returned to the topic at hand and said, it's like this. These dragon blood flowers of mine came from a somewhat improper source. The two wood spirits looked at him, silently waiting for him to continue. Yongkai was a little embarrassed, they were all picked from the Dragon Island. Yongkai stole a glance at them. Seeing that they didn't have any strange reactions, he continued, now that Dragon Island wants me to compensate for their losses, I have to transplant these dragon blood flowers out. You want to return them? Muzhu was a little unhappy when she heard this. The wood spirit race had a special fondness for precious treasures. Yongkai had been letting them take care of everything in the medicine garden. In the hearts of the two wood spirits, everything in the medicine garden was their private property. Of course, if their master, Yongkai, wanted to take something, there was no problem. However, if he wanted to take something out and give it to someone else, the two of them would be very reluctant. Dragon blood flowers were extremely rare. They had always been produced only on Dragon Island. They were much rarer than ordinary emperor artifacts. When Yongkai suddenly said that he wanted to transplant these dragon blood flowers, the two of them felt as if they were going to part with their beloved things. Naturally, they felt very distressed. Yongkai said, I was still considering whether to leave some behind. Now that you have the ability, I don't need to think too much. Even if all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted, there were still thousands of ungraded ones in his medicine garden. Muzhu and Muna could still increase this number through the wood spirit race's secret technique. It could be said that the supply of dragon blood flowers in the future would be endless. Do we have to transplant them? Muna asked, pursing her lips. Yongkai sighed, this matter is very important. I don't want to do it, but there is nothing I can do. Muzhu nodded and said, in that case, we will listen to Master's orders. After the discussion, the two wood spirits were immediately released from the small sealed world by Yongkai. After arriving at Dragon Blood Island, Muzhu said, Master, please wait for a moment. Muna and I will investigate the situation here first before making any plans. Of course, of course. Yongkai nodded repeatedly. He waited in place while observing the changes of the dragon blood flower that he had dripped his golden blood on. Muzhu and Muna flew to two different places to investigate Dragon Blood Island. About a few hours later, the two women returned one after the other. They got together and whispered to each other for a while before suddenly shaking their heads and sighing in unison. What's wrong? Yongkai's heart jumped when he saw this. He hoped that nothing unexpected happened at this time. Muzhu said, it's nothing. We just discovered that the dragon race has lost a lot of knowledge on how to cultivate dragon blood flowers. If we use their method to cultivate them, it will take twice the effort for half the result. In ancient times, the wood spirit race had also helped the dragon race cultivate dragon blood flowers, accumulating a lot of useful experience, but with the passage of time, these things had been lost. Many special methods could only be used by the wood spirit race. Even if other races knew about them, they could not use them. Yongkai smiled and said, you are experts in this aspect. I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you. The key is that since we have taken over, we have to do a good job and make the dragon race speechless. Muzhu nodded and said, but before that, I have to ask Master, what is our goal? Our goal. Yongkai pondered for a moment and said, back then, I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers from here. Among them, there were 2 supreme-grade flowers, 30 high-grade flowers, 200 mid-grade flowers, and the rest were all low-grade flowers. If I say that this is our goal, how long will it take to complete it? Hearing this, Muzhu nodded and said, not too much. Yongkai's eyes lit up. These words gave him a lot of confidence. Muzhu continued, only the 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers are a little troublesome. As for the others, I'm afraid it will only take half a year to cultivate them. Half a year? Xianxia was shocked. It can be done in such a short time? He was not doubting the ability of the two wood spirits, but wasn't this time a little too short? The dragon blood flower's growth cycle was unusually long. Muzhu said, in the early stages, all kinds of conditions can be met. Master, you also know what dragon blood flowers need the most. Dragon blood? Xianxia said solemnly. Muzhu nodded and said, that's right. The purer the dragon blood, the more obvious its effect on the dragon blood flower's growth. So, we need some dragon blood. It seems like my blood can also be used. Xianxia said with uncertainty. Master, you want to take your own blood? Muzhu frowned. She did not know why Xianxia was so concerned about this matter. He was even willing to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flowers. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the dragon blood flower that had been transplanted. Look at this. I just dripped a drop of my blood on it. It seems to have grown a little. Hearing this, the two wood spirits flew over and stood on the left and right of the dragon blood flower. They closed their eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, spots of green light flowed out from the two wood spirits' bodies. They flew onto the dragon blood flower like fireflies and enveloped the entire flower. After a short while, the two girls shook and opened their eyes. Muzhu turned to look at Xianxia in disbelief and said, Master, are you a member of the dragon race? Me? Xianxia pointed at his nose and grinned, I'm not a member of the dragon race. I just obtained the dragon race's essence and cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. But this dragon blood... Muzhu frowned and hesitated before shaking her head in the end. It can't be used? Xianxia's heart sank. That's impossible. It has clearly grown a little. Muna smiled and said, it's not that it can't be used, it's that the effect is very good. If it can absorb all of your blood and supplement it with our secret technique, it will definitely grow into a high-grade dragon blood flower within half a year. However, if it wants to grow into a top-grade dragon blood flower, it won't be done in a short time. Even if we personally cultivate it, it will take at least a decade or two. Xianxia suddenly said, let's not think about top grade for now. At worst, we can just get some high-grade dragon blood flowers to supplement it. I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers in the past. When the time comes, we can just return some to them. Muzhu nodded, that's all we can do. Now that the most important source of materials was in place, there was no need to worry about cultivating dragon blood flowers. Muzhu and Muna gathered together and whispered for a while before Muzhu said, Master, please take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden. What purple soul grass? Xianxia looked at them blankly. Muna pursed her lips and smiled, it's the grass in the dragon blood flower herb garden. Xianxia slapped his head hearing this, those. When he entered the herb garden. Just now, he noticed that not only were there dragon blood flowers growing in the herb garden, but there were also many purple grass. The purple grass and red dragon blood flowers complemented each other. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he heard them mention it, he realized what purple soul grass was. Xianxia cast a technique to take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden while asking, what is the use of these purple soul grass? Why haven't I seen it before? He was a pill refinement master, and a pill emperor at that. There was no reason that he didn't know about all the spiritual plants in the world. Muzhu replied, the purple soul grass has already gone extinct. Only my wood spirit clan has kept some seeds because it needs to grow together with dragon blood flowers. Otherwise, it won't be able to survive. And its existence is also very useful to dragon blood flowers. It can promote the growth of dragon blood flowers. Specifically speaking, the two of them basically complement each other and grow together. With the purple soul grass, the growth cycle of dragon blood flowers can be shortened by a lot. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this, so there's such a saying. Muzhu nodded, there should be purple soul grass on Dragon Island, but for some reason, it doesn't exist anymore. The flowing time Great Emperor had passed by. There were too many things that had gone extinct, and it wasn't just the purple soul grass. The purple soul grass was very beneficial to the growth of the dragon blood flower. Therefore, the two wood spirits planned to cultivate the purple soul grass first, so as to provide a hotbed for the growth of the dragon blood flower. The cultivation of the purple soul grass was not too troublesome. Although the seeds were already gone, there were already ready-made purple soul grass in the herb garden. With Muzhu and Muna's secret technique, the entire Dragon Blood Island would be filled with purple soul grass in no time. Muzhu gave a time limit of 1 month. While the two wood spirits were busy, young Kai seemed to have nothing to do. Fortunately, Zhu Qing came over to accompany him for a few days, so he was not that bored. After meeting the wood spirits, Zhu Qing was also rather surprised. She never thought that young Kai would actually have such a peculiar race following him. She also knew the special ability of the wood spirits, so she was very confident that young Kai would be able to complete the second elder's request. These days, Zhu Qing was not the only one who came over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai also came over a few times. Clearly, they wanted to check on the progress. They were probably instructed by the Great Elder. But without exception, they were all stopped outside the island by young Kai. The two wood spirits were busy. He did not want to expose the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. If the dragon race got greedy for the two wood spirits and asked him to leave Muzhu and Muna behind, then it would be over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai were also helpless. Although they came over here every 2 to 3 days, they were completely unaware of the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. After more than half a month, young Kai was also annoyed. He looked for an opportunity to beat up Fu Qi and Zhu Lai. As a result, Fu Qi and Zhu Lai did not appear again. The Great Elder was helpless. He could only ask Zhu Qing indirectly. Currently, in the entire Dragon Island, the only one who could make young Kai tell the truth was Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing had no choice but to answer the Great Elder's question. Fortunately, young Kai had already instructed him to tell the Great Elder that the results would be revealed in half a year's time. He would definitely not disappoint the dragon race. Half a year. That wasn't too long, especially for the long lifespan of the dragon race. It was nothing more than a snap of a finger, so he could afford to wait. Dragon Blood Island changed every day. As Muzhu said, after a month, the violet soul grass was finished growing. More than half of Dragon Blood Island was covered in sparkling purple grass. It was beautiful from afar. The places where these grass grew were the places where the dragon blood flowers would be transplanted. After the preliminary work was done, young Kai followed the instructions of the two wood spirits and took the dragon blood flower out of the herb garden. With each stalk, Muzhu and Muna would carefully transplant it to Dragon Blood Island. While doing this, the two wood spirits were extremely meticulous, as if they were on a pilgrimage. 2 days later, all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted. A few days later, some low-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted as well. Yang Kai had already prepared his own golden blood. Following Muzhu's instructions, he placed a large jar for them to use. His bloodline didn't show any signs of regression, which made Yang Kai feel a lot more relieved. All that was left was to wait. With the two wood spirits taking care of things, Yang Kai didn't need to interfere too much. He found a place and built a wooden hut for himself. He meditated and cultivated in the hut all day long. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll to see how the dragon blood flowers were growing. Occasionally, either Muzhu or Muna would come to Yang Kai to ask for some golden blood. The days passed peacefully. On the other hand, Zhu Qing spent a lot of time here. Basically, she would come to accompany him as long as she had nothing to do. Half a year later, on the edge of Dragon Blood Island, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression, as if he was invincible in this world and lonely as snow. Suddenly, streams of light appeared on the horizon. Red, white, green, and blue, all kinds of colors, all of them, rushed towards him. Waves of dragon pressure as vast as the sea spread out. Blue waves rippled like 1,000 ripples on the table. After the light flashed, 5 figures appeared in front of young Kai. Including Zhu Qing, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Shun, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong, the 5 great elders of the dragon race had all arrived. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Yan said anxiously, "Young boy, Qing'er said that you've finished your business here? Is that true?" Previously, when Zhu Qing went to inform him, he did not dare to believe it. Although young Kai had already conveyed the half-a-year period through Zhu Qing, when it came to it, he was still a little worried, fearing that Yang Kai was playing with him. After all, the amount of dragon blood flowers that Yang Kai had stolen back then was not a small amount. Also, he himself said that he had eaten all the dragon blood flowers above mid-grade. In such a short time, how could he make up for it? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Whether it's true or false, I'll have to ask Great Elder to wait and see. As he spoke, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Fu Xian and Zhu Kong, which could be considered as a greeting. As for Fu Shen, Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. Fu Shen's expression was cold, but she did not have much of a reaction. It would be strange if Yang Kai showed any goodwill to her. His current attitude was normal. Zhu Yan said solemnly, "Brat, you can't just say empty words. You also know the importance of dragon blood flowers to my dragon island. If you dare to lie about this matter, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Yang Kai sneered, "Isn't it just some dragon blood flowers? You make it sound like it's a treasure. Just some dragon blood flowers." Zhu Yan's face darkened when he heard this. That was one of the foundations of the dragon race, how could it be just some? Zhu Qing said, "Great Elder, words are not proof. Seeing is believing. You should go and see for yourself." Zhu Yan nodded repeatedly, "That's right, that's right." Fu Shan's figure flashed and shot towards Dragon Blood Island. Her cold voice came from afar, "This palace wants to see what you are doing." Yang Kai sneered, "Slow down, no one is fighting with you. What's the rush?" Fu Shan's figure paused. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai before continuing to fly forward. Zhu Yan could not be bothered to waste words with Yang Kai and impatiently followed, wanting to see the situation inside. Fu Xian and Zhu Kong also excused themselves and followed. Zhu Qing looked at their backs and said, "I hope they won't be too shocked." In the past half a year, Zhu Qing had personally witnessed the changes on Dragon Blood Island every day. She had personally witnessed the wondrous methods of the wood spirits. If it weren't for that, she probably wouldn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Dragon Blood Island. Shock? Shock? Joy? Excitement? Most likely, any dragon race member would not be able to suppress their emotions when they saw the current Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her and said, "Let's go and see what they are like." Zhu Qing faintly smiled and let go of his hand. The two flew together. A moment later, they arrived at the edge of Dragon Blood Island. Looking up, the four elders of the dragon race were all stopped in midair in a row. Then, there was no then. The four of them seemed to have been immobilized by someone. All of them stood there motionlessly, looking forward. Fu Xian even reached out to cover her red lips, a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Yan's expression was also one of shock. Fu Shen's expression was also one of bewilderment. Zhu Kong blinked and said, "Are you dreaming?" If they were not dreaming, how could such a scene appear in front of them? Among the purple grass that covered the mountains and plains, there were countless dark red dragon blood flowers. Each of them was full of vitality and were arranged in neat rows. Ungraded, low-graded, mid-graded, and even high-graded, there were all kinds of them. Just the high-graded dragon blood flowers alone, Zhu Kong could see no less than 5 of them at a glance. There were even 30 to 40 mid-graded ones, and the number of low-graded and ungraded ones was even more incalculable. This was just this patch, which only occupied a corner of the entire Dragon Blood Island. If one were to estimate from this, just how many dragon blood flowers were there on Dragon Blood Island? Fu Shen clearly did not dare to believe that this was real. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed and shot forward. Clearly, he wanted to see the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Perhaps, only this patch of land had dragon blood flowers. Other places did not have them at all. She was not the only one with this idea. Zhu Yan, Zhu Kong, and Fu Xian had clearly thought of this as well. They all spread out and carefully inspected the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai sneered, then turned to Zhu Qing and said, "They still don't believe me." Zhu Qing said, "It's not that they don't believe you, it's that they find it hard to believe. Letting them see it with their own eyes is better than letting you say 1,000 words." Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." The two of them then waited in place. After a short while, Fu Shen was the first to return. For the first time, he looked at Yang Kai with an extremely strange gaze. His gaze was deep, as if he wanted to look into the depths of his heart and understand how he had accomplished such a thing in half a year. His lips moved, clearly wanting to ask something, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to ask. Yang Kai held his head high and his chest out, his figure straight like a sharp sword. With a flash of light, the others also returned one after another, all of them staring at Yang Kai with an incredulous look in their eyes. Yang Kai's figure became even straighter. Little Yang. Zhu Yan was the first to speak, pointing down and saying, "Those are purple soul grasses?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Great Elder is indeed experienced and knowledgeable, to actually recognize purple soul grasses. Amazing, amazing." Zhu Yan could not help but roll his eyes. It was clearly a compliment, so why did it sound so awkward? However, he did not have the time to bicker with him and said to himself, "Where did you find purple soul grasses?" Purple soul grasses were extinct. If not for this, the dragon race would definitely have collected them to cultivate dragon blood flowers. After all, with this kind of spirit grass, dragon blood flowers would grow even faster. Who would have thought that something that should have been extinct would actually reappear in the world, and on such a large scale, almost covering the entire dragon blood island? Not mentioning anything else, just these purple soul grasses were a huge fortune for the dragon race. This was a good thing that could not be exchanged for anything else. Great Elder doesn't need to know where I found them. Since they were planted here, I'll give them to the dragon race. Zhu Yan thought to himself, "You have no choice but to give them away. Could it be that you want to take them back? It would be strange if this old man did not risk his life with you." This was a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yan said happily, "Good, good, good. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart, then my dragon race will kindly accept it." Yang Kai said sarcastically, "Who asked me to be the son-in-law of the dragon race, so naturally I won't hide any good things." While saying this, he stared at Fu Tianyi. Fu Tianyi turned his gaze to the side, pretending not to see. Lowly servant. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Zhu Kong could not help but shake her head, saying in shock, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. How could there be so many dragon blood flowers on the island, and they're all of high quality?" Basically, when Yang Kai had boasted half a year ago that he would make up for the losses of stealing dragon blood flowers, no one in the dragon race felt that he could do it. There was even a very low request: return the remaining dragon blood flowers in his possession. After all, could it be that he would spit out what he had eaten? Thus, before coming here, the elders of the dragon race had made some mental preparations. They had roughly guessed the current situation of Dragon Blood Island. There were at most a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. However, what they saw before them was far more than a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. Just the mid-grade dragon blood flowers alone were more than that. Not only had Yang Kai returned all of the dragon blood flowers that he had stolen back then, he had returned them several times over. Where did he get so many dragon blood flowers? Fu Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Exactly how many dragon blood flowers are there on the island?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and faintly said, 200 high-grade ones, 500 mid-grade ones, 1,000 low-grade ones, and about 2,000 low-grade ones. Even though everyone had a vague estimate in their hearts when they browsed through Dragon Blood Island, they still couldn't help but jump in fright when they heard Yang Kai report this string of numbers. 200 high-grade ones? 500 mid-grade ones? Did they hear wrongly? If Yang Kai had said this when they had just arrived on Dragon Blood Island, the elders of the dragon race would definitely not have believed it. After all, there were less than 30 high-grade dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island back then, which was not too far from 200. There were also less than 200 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, but now, there were more than 500. There were also 1,000 low-grade ones, and 2,000 low-grade ones. Just this terrifying number alone was more than 4 times what it had been in the past. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, everyone felt that these numbers should be about the same. Yang Kai would not exaggerate on such a matter. After all, the dragon race could have done a careful count. If the actual numbers differed from what he had reported, he would lose face. In other words, the existence of so many high-quality dragon blood flowers was real. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing abnormal in front of him, Zhu Yan would have suspected that Yang Kai had used the past 6 months to set up a shocking illusion array here to make him hallucinate. But, half a year, just half a year, how could such a thing happen? 4 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only Zhu Qing had an indifferent expression. She had long known this result. In the past 6 months, she had also observed the various changes on the island day by day. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai sighed again. It's a pity that I wasn't able to cultivate the best quality dragon blood flower. What a pity. Mu Zhu and Mu Na had the ability to nurture them, but that would take 10 to 20 years. How could Yang Kai have that much time? Even those high-quality ones had been cultivated by the two wood spirits, regardless of cost and effort, using the already existing mid-quality dragon blood flowers. For this reason, Yang Kai had released at least a large vat of golden blood. Fortunately, his recovery ability was not bad, and he had maintained it for half a year. Otherwise, the situation of his bloodline really would have appeared. Best quality dragon blood flowers are too hard to come by. Not being able to cultivate them is normal. Zhu Kong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. If Yang Kai really managed to cultivate a best quality dragon blood flower, that would truly be inconceivable. I was waiting for you to say this. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart and did not look at the others. He only stared at Fu Dan, saying, "What does Second Elder think? Is all that I have done enough to make up for the losses of Dragon Island back then?" His expression was arrogant and proud, and his eyes were fierce. It was as if he would fight with him if he dared to say anything against his will. Fu Dan did not speak, mainly because he really could not say anything against his will. It's enough to make up for the losses of dragon blood flowers back then. Zhu Yan gently nodded. Although they had lost 2 best quality dragon blood flowers, the current high quality, mid quality, low quality, and even unranked dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island were far from what they had been back then. If this was not enough to make up for the losses, then it would be too unreasonable. It could even be said that not only had they made up for it, they had also made a huge profit for Dragon Island. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. His half a year of hard work had finally paid off. With the head elder saying this, the matter had already been settled. There was no point for Fu Dan to say anything. In his excitement, he even kissed Zhu Qing on the cheek, causing Zhu Qing to blush all the way to her neck. Zhu Yan was also dumbfounded by the scene. Letting out a dry cough, he said, "Kid, how exactly did you do it? You already have so many dragon blood flowers in your hands?" Yang Kai looked at him vigilantly. "You don't need to know how I did it. These words might not be respectful to the elders, but I advise the head elder to dispel the thought in your heart. In order to cultivate these dragon blood flowers, I have also paid a huge price. This kind of result cannot be replicated. In the future, you can deal with the matter of dragon blood flowers by yourselves. I will not cultivate these things for Dragon Island anymore. I'm just asking. Zhu Yan had an awkward expression. Originally, he wanted to make things clear. After all, if Dragon Island could master such a miraculous method, they would not have to worry about the dragon blood flowers in the future. Their clansmen would also have a large amount of dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would see through his thoughts and stop him in advance? Yang Kai said indifferently, "Now that Dragon Blood Island has purple soul grass, the growth of dragon blood flowers will only be better in the future. The dragon race has been cultivating dragon blood flowers for many years, I don't need to tell them what to do. Alright, this matter ends here." After saying that, he raised his head slightly and pointed his chin at Fu Ti. He said word by word, "I want to enter the Dragon Palace." Fu Ti sneered, "Wishful thinking." Yang Kai flew into a rage, "Are you going back on your words?" Fu Ti said indifferently, "I have always been a man of my words, when have I ever gone back on my words?" Yang Kai pointed his halberd at her and said angrily, "Half a year ago, you said that as long as I can make up for the losses I caused to Dragon Island back then, you will agree to all my requests. Now that I have done it, you are going back on your words. Do you dare to say that you are not going back on your words? Did I say that?" Fu Ti turned her head and looked to the side. Yang Kai was stunned. He was speechless for a moment, but soon he sneered. Qing'er was there at the time, is there any meaning in denying it? Zhu Qing nodded and said, Second Elder, you did say that. Her voice was low, clearly a little annoyed. She had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past half a year, watching him work on Dragon Blood Island with her own eyes. For this, he had contributed a large vat of golden blood. Now that he was here, the second elder actually said such untrue words. Zhu Qing found it hard to accept. She never thought that Fu Ti was this kind of person. Yes, this king did say that. Fu Ti turned to look at him. So what? Yang Kai turned to Zhu Yan and said in a cold voice, Great Elder, can the dragon race go back on their words? Zhu Yan sighed, of course the dragon race will keep their words. What a joke. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile, but there was no smile on his face. Fu Ti's attitude really made him angry to the extreme. Zhu Yan continued, but, did you really fulfill the second elder's request? Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, does this not count? Zhu Yan nodded and said, of course this counts. You have made up for the loss of stealing the dragon blood flower, but what about the other losses? Think about it carefully, what did the second elder say at the time? Yang Kai naturally remembered what Fu Ti said and immediately sneered, is there any point in playing this kind of word game? Zhu Yan slowly shook his head, it's not a word game, but there was a dragon race in the past who died because of you. Logically speaking, with this kind of grudge, my dragon race will not rest until you are dead, but you have some connection with my dragon race, so it's not good to have a falling out, but no matter what, you have to give my dragon race an explanation. Yang Kai sneered, Fu Qi died at the hands of Wukong, if you want revenge, just go find him, what does it have to do with me? Zhu Yan said, but with Wukong's situation at the time, if you didn't severely injure Fu Qi, he wouldn't have succeeded. You have to take at least half of the responsibility for Fu Qi's death. He should be glad that he died at the hands of Wukong, at least he got a quick death. If I did it, he wouldn't have died so easily. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Qing clenched her fists and looked at Zhu Yan, Great Elder, Fu Qi is already dead, what's the point of saying this now? Don't tell me you want my husband to pay with his life? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, hating himself for being blind. If he knew this would happen, why would he help the dragon race cultivate the dragon blood flower? He would have directly charged into the dragon palace and used the power of the dragon soul to kill Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. Zhu Yan said, there's no need for that, Fu Qi was not killed by him, why would we want him to pay with his life? Please enlighten us, Great Elder. Zhu Yan lightly coughed, looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, saying, the dragon race lost a clansman because of you. As long as you can add another clansman to the dragon race, you can come and go as you please on Dragon Island in the future, no one will stop you. Yang Kai could not help but snort, add another clansman to the dragon race? That's interesting, where would I find a clansman to the dragon race? Zhu Yan said, there's no need to find one, you have the ability to do so. Yang Kai frowned, what do you mean? The old thing's words were unclear, making it very confusing. Zhu Qing, however, thought of something and could not help but blush. Fu Xian also understood at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a look of realization. Zhu Kong faintly smiled and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed, turning to look at Zhu Qing, then pointing at himself, do you think that if I have a child with Qing'er, it will definitely be a dragon race child? After going around in circles, this was the old thing's plan. Yang Kai even suspected that they had this idea from the very beginning, setting a trap for him to jump in step by step. The matter of the dragon blood flower was just a prelude, as expected of a sly old fox. But after thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Although he was born in the human race, Yang Kai wasn't sure whether his current body belonged to the dragon race or the human race. Zhu Qing was a pure-blooded dragon race. If the two of them really gave birth to a child, it was very likely that they would be part of the dragon race. The reason why Mo Shaoqi didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race was mainly because of the martial beast Mo Huang. Mo Shaoqi should have inherited most of her bloodline from her father. After figuring out Dragon Island's plan, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, is Great Elder joking with me? Zhu Yan clenched his fist and coughed lightly, my dragon race has been declining for generations, and our clansmen have always been few and far between. The loss of any one of our clansmen is a great loss, so this old master won't joke about this kind of thing with you. Is this old man for real? Xianxia was dumbfounded and frowned. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Great Elder. Not to mention that even if Qing'er and I want to, who knows how long it will take for us to give birth to a child. Even if we do, we won't hand it over to the dragon race. My children will grow up by my side and I will personally teach them. He was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Zhu Qing's cultivation was higher than his. If the two of them married, it would indeed be difficult for them to give birth to a child, because the stronger one was, the lower the chances of them giving birth to a child. If he really agreed to this request, there would be no hope for him in the next 10 or 100 years. Would he have to stay on Dragon Island for such a long time? As long as you work hard, there will always be hope, Zhu Yan persuaded earnestly. Xianxia flicked his sleeve and said, Great Elder doesn't need to say more. Since the dragon race doesn't want to admit it, then I have nothing to say. If you really want to add members to the dragon race, Great Elder should work hard himself. There's no need to ask me for help. As soon as these words came out, Fu Tan immediately shouted angrily, impudence. If Great Elder wanted to work hard, then he could only work together with her. Xianxia, a junior, saying such words naturally made her lose face. Xianxia looked at her coldly and said nothing, then turned to Zhu Yan and said, These dragon blood flowers on the island will be my gift to the dragon race. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the dragon race. Goodbye. Then, he turned Xianxia left. Zhu Qing sighed and her tender body flickered as she chased after Xianxia. Originally, he thought that after Xianxia cultivated so many dragon blood flowers for Dragon Island this time, the relationship between the two sides would definitely be eased greatly, and Dragon Island might even accept Xianxia. Who knew that things would turn out like this, so he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Fu Ti. This kid's temper isn't very good. Zhu Yan looked at Xianxia's departing figure and slowly shook his head, then laughed. Possessing the ancestral dragon's source, he actually said that he would have nothing to do with the dragon race. Is that possible? Zhu Kong said, he probably doesn't know that he's already a member of the dragon race. It's just that the ancestral dragon's source is very important, and it's not easy to tell him, huh? Zhu Yan said, it's because of this that this old man hopes that he can have a child with Qing'er. If that's the case, he will have something to do with the dragon race in the future, and he won't act so recklessly. Unfortunately, it seems that it's a little counterproductive. Fu Xian frowned slightly and said, can't we just tell him directly? Must we do this? Zhu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. How noble is the ancestral dragon's source? If we really tell him about this, the entire Dragon Island will be under his control in the future. Now that his cultivation has not reached the required level, rashly standing at such a height is not a good thing for him or the dragon race. Fu Xian opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. High up in the sky, Xianxia and Zhu Qing were flying side by side. After being angry for a while, Xianxia's mood calmed down quite a bit. Although he had been played around by Fu Tianyi, this trip was not completely fruitless. At the very least, he had confirmed that Zhu Qing had not been blamed by the dragon race. As for the dragon blood flowers that he had spent half a year to cultivate, Zhu Qing should be able to get quite a bit. Thinking of this, Xianxia pulled out a space ring and handed it to her. Zhu Qing received it and scanned it with her divine sense, exclaiming, why are there so many dragon blood pills? There were 300 dragon blood pills in the space ring, and they were of very high quality. Quite a few of them had formed pill patterns. During this half a year, Zhu Qing was not always by his side, so Xianxia naturally refined a lot of dragon blood pills in his spare time. In any case, it was not difficult for two wood spirits to cultivate dragon blood flowers. These dragon blood pills were all refined from high-ranked dragon blood flowers, so their quality was naturally not low. Xianxia smiled and said, I'll leave them for you to use. When I'm not by your side, you can take these to improve your bloodline. When I come to see you next time, I'll give you some more. Are you leaving now? Zhu Qing's little hand holding the space ring tightened as she looked at him with some reluctance. She had been very happy during this half a year. Although she knew that Xianxia could not stay on Dragon Island for long, she did not expect that they would have to part so suddenly. Xianxia reached out and grabbed her waist, tilting his head to look at her. Are you coming with me? Zhu Qing rested her head on his shoulder and pursed her lips. I'm scared. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. What are you scared of? As soon as his voice fell, he felt Zhu Qing pinch his waist. Your 4 wives. Yang Kai grimaced for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why are you scared of them? You are a member of the dragon race, they should be the ones scared of you. Zhu Qing bashfully pinched him. In any case, I'm just scared. There had never been a dragon lady who shared a husband with another. After all, dragon ladies were of noble status. Being able to gain the favor of a dragon lady was simply a blessing. However, Zhu Qing felt a sense of guilt as if she had stolen another woman's treasure. Moreover, the second elder's attitude towards Yang Kai was very bad. If she really left with Yang Kai, she did not know how Dragon Island would react. It would not be good if she caused trouble for Yang Kai. After telling Yang Kai about her worries, Yang Kai did not force her and just nodded. I will come and see you when I have time. I have arranged a space array on a small island outside the entrance. It will be very convenient for you to come and go in the future. If you have a chance to leave Dragon Island, you can also go to the High Heaven Palace through that space array. Zhu Qing nodded. I will remember. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and said, if you leave now, what will happen to Xiaoqi? You brought her here, don't you need to take her back? Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered Mo Xiaoqi. Before coming here, Li Wui had told him to send Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island. After pondering for a moment, he said, Xiaoqi is with her mother, there is nothing to worry about, so I won't tell her. He had other plans in mind, so it was better not to disturb Mo Xiaoqi for the time being. It would be bad if Mo Xiaoqi wanted to leave with him. Zhu Qing nodded. All right, I will ask Third Elder when I go back and see what she has to say. Yang Kai nodded, and the two were silent for a while before they hugged each other and flew forward. In front of the entrance of Dragon Island, Fu Ling was idling on a slope. When she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing coming together. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Elder sister Qing, brother-in-law. Zhu Qing nodded at her and turned to Yang Kai. Be careful. You can go back. Yang Kai waved at her and glanced at Fu Ling again. Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, brother-in-law, are you leaving? Yang Kai said indifferently, if I don't leave, can I stay here for the rest of my life? Saying so, he patted Zhu Qing's soft shoulder and gave her one last look before disappearing into the void corridor. Zhu Qing stood and watched for a long time before letting out a sigh. Looking at Fu Ling, she flipped her hand and a jade bottle appeared in her palm, which she tossed towards her. Fu Ling reacted quickly and caught it, asking curiously, what did elder sister Qing give me? Zhu Qing smiled and said, you will know when you see it. Fu Ling said, it's so mysterious, could it be something good? As she said that, she quickly opened the jade bottle and poured out a few pills from her palm. When the fragrance of the pills entered her nose, Fu Ling opened her mouth in surprise. She looked up at Zhu Qing and said, this is. Zhu Qing said, these are the dragon blood pills refined by your brother-in-law. He let you down last time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been punished here for 100 years. These are his compensation to you. Fu Ling's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law said that this is my compensation? Zhu Qing frowned. Don't think too much, he just feels bad. I didn't think too much, I didn't think too much. Fu Ling quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, brother-in-law is really a good person. You can even refine the dragon blood pellet. I've already told the elders that I'm going to catch an emperor pill refiner outside to refine the dragon blood pellet, but they didn't do anything. Wow, there are actually 10 dragon blood pellets in this bottle, these are pill marks? After obtaining a bottle of dragon blood pills, she was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She kept shouting and screaming. Her bloodline wasn't high, just like Fu Qi, they were both rank 6 dragon veins. This bottle of dragon blood pills was very useful to her. Although it wasn't enough to push her bloodline to rank 7, it was worth hundreds of years of accumulation. Now, the resentment towards Yang Kai in her heart disappeared completely. As long as she had such compensation, what was a little implicated? She excitedly played with the dragon blood pills, and when she came back to her senses, Zhu Qing had already left. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in her ear, you are very happy, what good things did you get? Fu Ling was shocked. She turned her head and stared. "Brother-in-law, why are you back?" The person who spoke was actually Yang Kai, who just left. Yang Kai didn't answer, but looked around sneakily and whispered, "Zhu Qing left, right?" Hearing this, Fu Ling revealed a meaningful smile. "Brother-in-law, you left and came back, and you are so sneaky." She took 2 steps back, pursed her red lips, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe and sneered. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Fu Ling said angrily, "Am I ugly?" Yang Kai said, "It has nothing to do with whether you are ugly or not. Stop talking nonsense, otherwise, return the bottle of dragon blood pills in your hand to me." Fu Ling quickly put her hands behind her back and shook her head. "No." Yang Kai couldn't eat it, but how could she miss out on the dragon blood pills? No matter what, she couldn't give it to him. "Behave yourself if you don't want to return it to me." Yang Kai pointed at her. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, then asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, why did you come back?" She saw that Yang Kai was calm and composed. It was obvious that he had planned to come back, but why did he do this? He even left Zhu Qing behind. If she hadn't been guarding the entrance, she probably wouldn't have seen this scene. Suddenly, she felt a sense of joy as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought that if she used this to threaten Yang Kai, she wouldn't know. "I have my own plans, why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently and said solemnly, "Remember, you didn't see me today." Fu Ling blinked her big bright eyes, "But when you left, Sister Qing was also beside you." Yang Kai said, "You didn't see me coming back. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fu Ling nodded. Yang Kai grinned, "Be obedient and you will have your own benefits. If you dare to leak the secret." He snorted softly and made a hand sign with one hand. Fu Ling's face immediately changed, and she waved her hands. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will never betray you." Yang Kai nodded and flew up into the air, returning to the Dragon Palace along the same path. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. His half a year of hard work can't be wasted. Fu Zhen, that lowly servant, went back on her words, "So don't blame me for being the same. As long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, even if Fu Tin knows, she can't do anything to me. There are many dragon souls in the Dragon Palace Hall, so as long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, I will be invincible." However, it wasn't convenient for Zhu Qing to know about this, so Yang Kai pretended to leave and returned. Thinking about Fu Si, Yang Kai was furious. He sneered in his heart. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? Along the way, Yang Kai used his divine sense to sense his surroundings. At all times, he was careful to hide his aura and figure to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, there weren't many dragon race members. Every dragon race member had their own spiritual island. Usually, they would live in seclusion and cultivate. Therefore, the journey was peaceful and they didn't meet anyone. Yang Kai knew the direction of the Dragon Hall. After all, he had been there before. Although he had to go around some spiritual islands this time around, he was familiar with the route. 4 hours later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly paused. Then, he turned around and flew to a nearby spiritual island. The moment he landed, he burrowed into a bush. At the same time, he activated the Nihility secret skill and banished himself into the void, concealing all his aura and vitality. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the void, saw a figure flying over his head. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was all because the person who flew over was none other than Fu Dun. Why didn't this lowly servant stay on the ice snow island? Why did she come out? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Fu Si. When Fu Si asked, how should he answer? That situation would be too awkward. Fu Si was a 10th order giant dragon, an existence comparable to the great emperor's. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his concealment could hide from her, but since it had come to this, he could only try as a Hail Mary horse. His luck was really bad. He sneaked back and the first person he met was actually Fu Si. Even if he met other giant dragons, Yang Kai wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be her? Furthermore, since he had sensed her presence, could she have already discovered him? Soon, Yang Kai found that he was worrying too much. Fu Si didn't discover him and directly flew over his head. But before he could rejoice, Fu Ti's figure suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and landed on the small island. Was I discovered? Yang Kai was a little worried for a while, thinking about how he should answer when Fu Si came over and asked him why he was hiding here secretly. I forgot about Mo Xiaoqi, so I came back to find her. And this is a good excuse. But even so, why did I have to hide my aura and vitality like a thief? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? The sound of rustling footsteps could be heard approaching him. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Anyway, I don't like her. At worst, I'll have a big fight and see who will win. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, because he found that Fu Si's expression was very strange at the moment. Although the coldness on her face didn't decrease by much, it was shrouded in a thick sadness, as if she was sad about something. This cheap slut can be sad? Yang Kai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Taking a closer look, he found that she was indeed very sad, and seemed to be a little absent-minded. She walked forward step by step, as if there was no soul left in her body, and she was just a walking corpse. No wonder she didn't discover me. Yang Kai's mind was clear. Logically speaking, even if he had banished himself into the void to hide, with Fu Si's cultivation and strength, she should have been able to detect him. It was just that her current state was a little strange. She was obviously sad about something, causing her to be distracted, allowing him to escape by a fluke. Then the question was, what in the world could make the dragon race's second elder, a character comparable to the great emperors, so sad? Although Fu Si's expression wasn't obvious, that kind of sadness was so dense that it was about to flow out. Just now, when she returned, it was obvious that she had flown over her head because she was absent-minded, so she turned around and landed on this small island. Could it be that the great elder is having an affair outside? Yang Kai maliciously guessed in his heart, and he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Cheap slut, you also have such a day. Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe loudly, and even closed his eyes. Fu Si was getting closer and closer to the place where he was hiding, and if he continued to stare at her, he might be exposed. The rustling footsteps gradually faded away, and in Yang Kai's perception, Fu Si had entered a cave beside the mountain wall, and he didn't know what she was doing. Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly in case his whereabouts were exposed, so he could only wait quietly. This wait actually lasted for a full 3 days. Yang Kai almost cursed 18 generations of Fu Si's ancestors. This wasn't the Ice Snow Island, and he also didn't know why Fu Si wanted to stay here for such a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he heard the sound of footsteps again. His expression shook, and he quietly looked up. Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him almost made Yang Kai think that he was dreaming. Fu Si, who walked out of the cave, had red and swollen eyes, obviously crying, and the time she cried was definitely not short. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she wouldn't cry until her eyes were swollen, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. She no longer had the cold appearance from before, and instead looked weak and pitiful. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. A 10th-level giant dragon of the dragon race actually cried? And it was the second elder who was known for being cold and heartless. This is not Fu Si, this is definitely not Fu Si, what kind of monster are you? Yang Kai shouted in his heart, but the expression on his face was very interesting, as if he had seen through Fu Si's secret and was secretly delighted. Yang Kai reckoned that if he jumped out now, he would definitely make Fu Si lose all face, but she would probably not rest until he was dead. If he found a chance in the future to use this matter to mock her, he would let her go for now. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he saw Fu Si turn around, and then said gently, "I will come and see you next time." Yang Kai was shocked. There was still someone in this cave? An extremely vicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it no matter what. It can't be? It can't be? The second elder of the dragon race should, probably, not be cuckolding the great elder, right? But if it wasn't so, what did Fu Si mean? An image couldn't help but appear in his mind. In this cave on this island, Fu Si was raising a man, and then Fu Si would occasionally run over to meet him in private. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that Zhu Yan's head was covered in green. He couldn't help but mourn for the great elder for 10 breaths of time. But this lowly servant was too rampant. Putting aside the fact that she raised a wild man on Dragon Island, she actually ran over to meet him in private for 3 whole days, and when she finally left, she was reluctant to part with him, with tears streaming down her face. But how could the great elder not know about this at all? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He could be considered to have truly seen the other side of Fu Si. On the other side, Fu Si turned back to take a few more glances at the cave, then she steeled her heart and flew away. Only after she left for 2 hours did Yang Kai let out a light breath, dispelling the nihility secret technique. He looked at the direction she left, then looked at the cave on the other side, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He had a toothache at this moment. He ran back just to barge into Dragon Palace Hall, who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing by coincidence, and was almost caught red-handed by Fu Si. If it was related to others, Yang Kai wouldn't be bothered. Other people could live however they wanted, whether they were a slut or not, it had nothing to do with him. But since Fu Si had raised a wild man outside, Yang Kai felt that he might be able to make use of him. At the very least, he had to see who the person in the cave was. If he could capture him in his hands, would he be afraid that Fu Si wouldn't obediently submit? Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action, quietly creeping towards the cave. Since Fu Si had taken a fancy to that person's cultivation shouldn't be too low, at least should be in the Emperor realm. As for how high, Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but it was best to be careful, so he tried to restrain his aura as much as possible, quietly sensing the situation over there while moving forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense any aura of life from the cave, which made him feel strange. There were undoubtedly only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that there was no living thing in the cave at all. The second was that the person's cultivation was too high. With Yang Kai's ability, he couldn't detect it at all. To be continued. The latter possibility was basically impossible. Yang Kai was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so unless the great emperors came in person, it was impossible for him to not notice. Could it be that his guess was wrong and there was no one in this cave? But if there was no one, what did Fu Tin mean before he left? Things were a little strange, but Yang Kai did not lower his guard. He was constantly perceiving his surroundings and soon arrived in front of the cave. It was dark inside the cave, with a corridor leading to the inside. It was unknown how far it went, but there was not the slightest bit of light inside. Yang Kai quietly stepped into it and explored it bit by bit. The corridor had many twists and turns, but the general direction was always downward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he was at least a few thousand meters underground before he suddenly noticed a ray of light in front of him. This made Yang Kai's expression brighten, and he carefully concealed his aura. Whether Fu Tin was keeping a wild man outside or not, he would be able to find out soon enough. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at the source of the light. It was an underground cave, and it did not seem to be man-made, but natural. It was huge, about 1 or 2 acres in size. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai quickly glanced inside, but did not see anyone. Instead, there were many night pearls inlaid on the walls of the cave, each the size of a fist. They emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was the end of the tunnel, and there was no other way to go forward. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, blinked, and shouted, "Is anyone here?" His voice reverberated, causing his eardrums to buzz. However, there was no response at all. "If there's no one, I'm coming in," Yang Kai said as he stepped into the cave. He looked around and suddenly had a strange expression, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "No one? What the hell?" The situation in the cave was clear at a glance. Except for the night pearls inlaid on the walls emitting soft light, there was nothing else noteworthy. Not to mention a living person, there was not even a corpse. But since there was no one here, then who did Fu Tin say those words to? Is there something wrong with the old witch's mind? Although the possibility wasn't high, it couldn't be ruled out. After all, he didn't know much about Fu Ti. He only knew that this lowly servant's cultivation was peerless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be her opponent unless he could borrow the power of the Dragon Vein and the Dragon Palace Hall. Since there was no one in the cave, Xianxia didn't need to hide anymore. He simply put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the cave. There was still a faint fragrance left in the cave. It was Fu Tianyi's body fragrance, proving that she had indeed come here before and stayed here for 3 days before leaving. Otherwise, this fragrance wouldn't have lasted until now. As he walked, Xianxia suddenly looked to the side. There were a few crystal-clear things that looked like solidified water droplets on the ground. Dragon Tear Pearl. This thing was formed from the tears of a giant dragon. It could be used to refine a special kind of spirit pill. Thinking back to Fu Tin's red and swollen eyes before she left, Xianxia immediately understood that these dragon tear pearls should be left behind by Fu Tin. She definitely cried for a long time in that situation and shed a lot of tears. However, she probably kept most of the dragon tear pearls herself. The remaining few might have been left behind. There weren't many left behind. There were only a dozen or so of them scattered around a black stone. He rubbed his chin, and a scene immediately appeared in his mind. Fu Tian should be standing beside this black rock, feeling sad, quietly crying, and even wailing. Why would she cry to a stone? Xianxia sneered. Just as he thought nothing of it, his expression suddenly changed. He seriously sized up the stone. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to it. After noticing that there was no living person in the cave, he just casually took a few glances. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this stone was a little strange. It was as tall as a person and oval-shaped. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this stone looked like an egg. A stone that looked like an egg. Is this a King Dragon Egg? This thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. Xianxia was startled. Only then did he open his eyes wide and size up the strange stone. Speaking of which, he also didn't know how the dragon race was born. Was it directly born from a female dragon, or was it hatched from a dragon egg? No one had told him about this matter, but he had heard of the term dragon egg. This couldn't really be a dragon egg, right? Thinking about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. Snakes were oviparous, so dragons should also be oviparous. Fu Tin came here and stayed for 3 days. She even cried to a suspected dragon egg. This, could it be Fu Tin and the Great Elder's dragon egg? Oh my god. Xianxia was flabbergasted. He was shocked by his own thoughts. If that was really the case, then he had found something incredible. This was the dragon egg of 2 10th-ranked dragons. Inheriting the bloodline of 2 10th-ranked dragons, it was destined to be the future pillar and hope of Dragon Island. But if this was really the dragon egg of those two, why would it be placed here? And not placed in Greenwood Island or Snow Ice Island? Snow Ice Island was fine. The world was cold and ice element law was everywhere. Perhaps it wasn't suitable to place a dragon egg and let it hatch. But Greenwood Island was very good. Why didn't they place it on the Cyanwood Island? Why did they place it here? Xianxia frowned. He stretched out his hand and knocked on it. Immediately, the sound of knocking echoed in the cave. It was as if he was knocking on a stone. Xianxia couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this a dragon egg or a stone? He couldn't be sure. Mainly, if this was a dragon egg, why didn't it have any vitality? Could it be a bad egg? Placing his palm on its surface, Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed it. In the next instant, he concluded that this wasn't a stone. Because although this thing looked no different from a stone on the surface, its interior wasn't made of stone. Instead, it existed in an extremely peculiar form. This was really King Dragon Egg. And it was a bad egg. Xianxia finally understood why Fu Sui came here absent-mindedly, and then cried so sadly. Before she left, she even said those words. This should be the dragon egg she gave birth to. Unfortunately, for some reason, it didn't hatch. Instead, its vitality was cut off. To any mother, this was probably something hard to accept. Especially since Fu Sui was a dragon race. It was too difficult for a dragon race to give birth to a child. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, it turned into a kind of despair. She placed her dragon egg here. Every few days, she would come over to take a look. After taking a look, she would cry bitterly. This time, Yang Kai happened to see her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. No matter how unreasonable Fu Sui appeared in front of outsiders, no matter how cold and resolute she was still a woman in the end. The dragon tears and red and swollen eyes left here all indicated the regret and desire for a child in her heart. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the other side of Fu Sui. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the dragon egg in front of him. Because in that instant, he seemed to have felt a weak vibration coming from the dragon egg. But his mood was fluctuating just now, and he didn't feel it clearly. He didn't know if it was his imagination. It should be his imagination. After all, this bad egg was placed here, which meant that Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had already lost confidence in it. Otherwise, they would definitely take care of it carefully. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, another weak vibration came. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. This dragon egg still had vitality? Because when the vibration came, he did sense an extremely weak life force rippling out. But if it had vitality, why would it be abandoned by Zhu Yan and Fu Sui? After carefully feeling it for a long time, Yang Kai finally determined that it did still have some faint vitality, but that was it. Withdrawing his hand, Yang Kai looked at the dragon egg in front of him and sighed. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui must have also known this, but they were powerless to reverse the situation, otherwise, they would not have abandoned it. With a long sigh, Yang Kai said, "Your father and mother can't control you, so I can't do anything." Reaching out and patting the dragon egg, he turned and walked out. Since there was no wild man here, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Although he had discovered one of Fu Sui's secrets by chance, it wasn't good to use it to threaten him. A mother's care, and regret for her child was nothing to threaten. Going straight out of the cave, Yang Kai flew up and flew towards the dragon temple. After a while, his figure suddenly paused as he touched his chin and rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and returned to the cave, put away the dragon egg directly, and stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Leaving the cave again, Yang Kai did not fly towards the dragon temple, but instead flew towards the entrance. Fu Ling was not at the entrance, so Yang Kai wandered around for a long time before finding her in a clear lake less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance. Fu Ling was bathing. Her purple robes were placed on the shore, and she looked like a fish swimming in the lake. Yang Kai's sudden arrival startled her and she looked up resentfully. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The lake water was clear, and Fu Ling was completely naked. Although it was unintentional, at a glance, it was clear that she had a full chest, a graceful waist, and a round buttocks. Although the rippling water caused her figure to be slightly distorted, it still couldn't conceal her peerless charm. "I have something to ask you." Yang Kai did not avoid arousing suspicion and looked down at her condescendingly. Fu Ling used her hands and feet to swim to a rock in the middle of the lake and climbed up with both hands, revealing most of her smooth back, swinging in a breathtaking arc as she looked up and smiled. "What does brother-in-law want to ask?" Yang Kai landed on the rock, squatted down, and touched his chin. "Did the second elder give birth to a child?" Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "How do you know this?" "She really did." To be continued. "You don't need to know how I know, just answer my question first." Yang Kai looked down at her. Fu Ling thought for a while and said, "It happened many years ago, but the second elder did give birth to a child." "And the result?" Fu Ling said sadly, "The result seems to be that the source was insufficient, so the child failed to hatch and died in the womb." "Insufficient source?" Yang Kai frowned. What kind of explanation was this? Fu Ling said, "Although our dragon race is blessed by the heavens and has powerful cultivation and strength from birth, since we are divine spirits, we rely on our source to survive. Every dragon race has its own source of dragon race, and it is the same for new members. If the source is insufficient, they will not be able to be born. Speaking of which, this matter is quite strange. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are both 10th order dragons, so logically speaking, it is impossible for their children to have insufficient source, but this matter happened just like that. There is such a thing." Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, then suddenly sneered and said, "It must be that slut who did too many bad things, so the heavens punished her. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare?" Slut, slut? Fu Ling looked at him in surprise. Brother-in-law, you can't be talking about the second elder, right? Who else could it be besides that slut? Yang Kai's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Fu Ling slowly withdrew her body back into the water, only revealing half of her head as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. For the first time, she found that Yang Kai's courage was not ordinary. If the second elder heard what he said just now, it would be terrible. What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had already cursed her in front of Fu Si, so what was a few words behind her back? After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, in fact, before this matter, although the second elder's personality was a bit cold, her temper was not so bad. After this matter, she changed a lot. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. So, this matter was a big blow to her? Very, very big. Fu Ling nodded. She and the great elder finally had a child, but because of insufficient origin, the child died in the womb. You can imagine the impact it had on her. Since then, she seemed to have especially hoped that there would be new members of the dragon race. That's why she decided to betroth Sister Qing to Fu Qi. You can't do it yourself, so you're counting on others? What a pervert. Yang Kai curled his lips. I also heard that if the child of Martial Beast and third elder was a pure-blooded dragon race descendant, second elder wouldn't have pursued the matter, but that Mo Xiaoqi didn't have the slightest bit of dragon race bloodline, which angered second elder and banished third elder to the dragon tomb. Yang Kai didn't want to listen to this. He just asked, what happened next? What later? Fu Ling looked at him strangely. Second elder gave birth to a bad egg. What happened after that? Fu Ling smiled bitterly. What later? After many years of hard work, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching, so naturally, there was no hope. Because of this, great elder also felt very guilty towards second elder, so he had been tolerating her all these years. Brother-in-law, why are you asking this? I'm just asking casually, nothing serious. Yang Kai waved his hand. You can continue, just pretend I never came. Saying so, his body flickered, and he flew out again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Ling stared in the direction he left in annoyance, stretched out his hand, and slapped the water surface, causing countless splashes, and gritted his teeth. Stinky man. He turned around and swam in the lake again. That thing was really Fu Tian and Zhu Yan's dragon egg. Yang Kai galloped all the way, his mood fluctuating. Perhaps, this is a breakthrough. On a messy island, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and a glorious palace had already been reduced to ruins. This island was the spiritual island of the 8th rank Thunder Dragon, Fu Qi. Back then, Yang Kai had also come here. Countless cultivators were escorted to this place to build a palace for Fu Qi after a great battle. This place was completely destroyed, and the glorious palace had also turned into a cloud of smoke. Yang Kai flew down, casually found a palace that was still intact, and walked in. After cleaning up the surroundings, he waved his hand, and that black bad egg appeared in front of him. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai circled around this bad egg a few times, and a resolute expression flashed past his eyes. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar, and directly landed beside Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, Young master. N. Yang Kai didn't mind and only nodded lightly. On the way here, he had already sent a message to Xianxia, asking him to come over. Previously, Xianxia had been wandering around the Dragon Island, and Yang Kai didn't inform him when he pretended to leave. In any case, he still had to come back. Only now did he call him over. 2 heads were better than 1. This old man had lived for quite a long time, and there were many times when he could ask for advice. Young master called me over, I wonder why. Hiss. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and stared at that black bad egg with his eyes wide open. He cried out in surprise, this. What is this? Straighten your tongue before you speak. Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, Young master, this is a dragon egg? The last 2 words were said in an extremely soft voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear it. Old Xiong's eyesight is not bad, you can tell at a glance that this is a dragon egg. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up, and gave him a thumbs up. Previously, he had checked carefully before he was able to confirm it, but Xianxia could tell at a glance. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xianxia's expression became brilliant and varied. Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. You have a ferocious look on your face, yet you are pretending to be refined. Aren't you tired? Xianxia's face turned black, but he still said seriously, although I don't know where young master stole this dragon egg from, it's better to quickly put it back. If by any chance the dragon race discovers it, then it will be over. How can you be sure that I stole it? Xianxia gave him a sidelong glance. If you didn't steal it, could it be that you gave birth to it? Xianxia cursed in his heart, although I am old, my mind is not muddled. Then may I ask young master, what is the origin of this dragon egg? I picked it up. Xianxia said in all seriousness. It would be strange if I believed you. This is Dragon Island, and a dragon egg appeared in front of me, and you actually told me that you picked it up. Enough nonsense, I didn't call you over to talk to me about this. Xianxia raised his hand to stop him from speaking. This young master has something to ask you, and I hope you can tell me everything you know. Xianxia was full of worries. Is it related to this dragon egg? That's right. Xianxia let out a long sigh, feeling as if he was dragged into a fire pit by Xianxia, and he regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have returned to Spirit Beast Island with Jiu Feng and Li Wui. Although his freedom would be somewhat restricted if he went to Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have encountered this kind of situation. Now that he had acknowledged this guy as his young master, there wasn't a day that he didn't have to worry about. Not only did he come to Dragon Island to flaunt his prowess, he even stole a dragon egg. If this matter was known by the dragon race, he and his servant would probably be torn into pieces. I won't hide it from you, this is the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. As soon as Xianxia said this, Xianxia's expression suddenly twitched. Just one dragon egg was already a big deal, and this was actually the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to die, you don't have to use this method. Moreover, since it was the dragon egg of the two elders, why was it stolen? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. They said that this dragon egg is dead, but I don't believe it. Xianxia shook his head. This is a dead egg? Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia shrugged and said, that's what they all said. Who? Xianxia asked. Don't worry about it, they are wrong anyway. Although this dragon egg's vitality is a bit weak, there is still a glimmer of hope. As Xianxia said this, he pressed his hand on the dragon egg and tilted his head at Xianxia. Come over here and feel it. Xianxia's curiosity was piqued, and he really did come over and put his hand on the dragon egg, carefully feeling it. Since the dragon race has already determined that this is a dead egg, why do you say that it still has vitality? How is it? Do you feel it? There is a faint trace of vitality pulsing from time to time. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a smile of exultation. Xianxia looked back at him with a strange expression, and then slowly shook his head. He didn't feel anything. Xianxia said in disappointment, examine it carefully. Xianxia had no choice but to use his heart to feel it. Look, it's here again. Xianxia suddenly said. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but twitch, he really wanted to ask if he was playing with him. How could there be any signs of life? He could sense that the inside of the dragon egg was completely withered. It couldn't be any more dead. But looking at Xianxia's confident expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, so there was no need for that. He was embarrassed to admit that he didn't feel anything. Wouldn't that mean that he was inferior to him? He quickly nodded and said, not bad, there is indeed a little fluctuation. Xianxia withdrew his hand and laughed, you also felt it, right? But since it still has a glimmer of vitality, why did the dragon race say that it is a dead egg? Xianxia rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, maybe the vitality is too weak. Xianxia nodded and said, that is a reasonable explanation. Since it was the dragon race, its vitality must be extremely strong. Such a weak vitality was almost equivalent to nothing. What plans does young master have? Xianxia asked. Xianxia showing such interest in a dead egg was really not a good sign. Xianxia couldn't help but feel worried. Xianxia took a deep breath and said seriously, I want to hatch it. What? Xianxia looked at him dumbfoundedly. I want to hatch it. Yang Kai reiterated. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it, he still said, then what is young master's goal? Naturally, it is to use this to threaten and restrain that bitch Fu Si. Yang Kai sneered, his face shrouded in a scheming light. This is her and Zhu Yan's child. If it is hatched in my hands, do you think she won't be obedient in the future? At that time, if I want her to kneel, she will kneel. If I want her to stand, she will stand. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, and Xianxia's heart sank. To be continued. On the broken spiritual island, Xianxia tried his best to persuade Yang Kai to put the dragon egg back to where it came from. Who knew that not only did Yang Kai not listen, he even scolded him harshly. Xianxia was helpless and could only accept his fate. Old Xiong, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you how to hatch it. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia solemnly. Xianxia thought to himself, you ask me, but who should I ask? Although I'm a holy spirit and have lived for countless years, I'm not a dragon race after all. Who knows how to hatch a dragon egg? But if he said this, he might be scolded again. He could only say, maybe, hatch it like other species? Like this? Yang Kai rushed over and hugged the dragon egg with both hands. He looked back at Xianxia and said with a black face without waiting for his answer, don't you think this is very stupid? This dragon egg was as tall as a person. Yang Kai couldn't wrap his arms around it. It looked really stupid. He thought about it and leaped again, flying to the top of the dragon egg and sitting down. He twisted his body and looked down at Xianxia. How about this? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, no need to say more, I know. He must be stupid too. Sliding down from the dragon egg, Yang Kai said, hatching it is definitely not a simple matter. If it's really like this, Zhu Yan and Fu Shan would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would they give it up? Old Xiong, think about it carefully. You're the flowing time great emperor, you're not just a decoration, right? Xianxia sighed and said, I'm really powerless in this matter. It's mainly up to you, young master. Yang Kai pulled a long face and said, if I have this ability, why would I call you over? Xianxia said, actually, this old man feels that young master should know. Should know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Why should I know? Xianxia smiled. Young master, you possess the dragon race's origin after all. As long as it concerns the dragon race, everything is instinctive, including how to hatch dragon eggs. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he heard this. He felt that these words made a lot of sense. The reason why holy spirits were born with powerful cultivation and strength, and why they could inherit the cultivation experience and memories of their ancestors was because everything was sealed in the source. As long as the opportunity was right, and the strength was sufficient, the precious wealth contained in the source would be unsealed in an endless stream. The reason why Yang Kai was able to help Li Jiao obtain the Dragon Clan's secret technique that was not suppressed by his bloodline was because his dragon transformation art had improved and he had comprehended it from the Dragon Clan's source. Since he could comprehend the secret technique, there was no reason why he couldn't understand how to hatch a dragon egg. Not bad, what you said is very good. Yang Kai suddenly felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. He began to think seriously. After a long while, he raised his head and said, Old Xiong, guard the surroundings. If anyone approaches this place, inform me immediately. Speaking of which, if he hid in the sealed world bead to hatch the dragon egg, it would be absolutely safe. He only needed to hide the sealed world bead somewhere and it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. But this was Dragon Island, the habitat of the dragon race, so Yang Kai instinctively felt that hatching the dragon egg on Dragon Island was the best way. If he hid in the sealed world bead, he should be missing something. This instinct made Kai Yang deeply believe in it. Yes. Xianxia received the order and immediately flew out to guard the surroundings. Yang Kai circled the dragon egg a few times and reached out to pat it. For you, I've put in a lot of effort. You have to work hard. If you can really hatch it, then it's your good fortune and your life isn't destined to end. If you can't hatch it, then it's fate. Don't blame the heavens and others. Saying so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged next to the dragon egg, emptied his body and mind, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, silently sensing the golden divine dragon source in his body. He needed to pry into the hatching method from this source. For a while it was quiet, only Yang Kai's deep breath could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia, who was standing guard outside the spirit island, suddenly heard a high-pitched dragon roar. Attracted by this sound, he quickly turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had transformed into a 3.5-meter-long dragon body with 2 ferocious horns on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, and his whole body was shining with a dazzling golden light. A dragon tail could be seen, moving back and forth behind him, stirring up clouds of dust. Huh? Xianxia's expression was a little strange, because he found that Yang Kai's state was obviously very strange at the moment. The dragon transformation art he was using seemed to be unconsciously, and his whole person had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. Puff puff puff, visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai lay down on his side, curled up his body, and rolled up his dragon tail, protecting the dragon egg in his arms. Was he really going to hatch it like this? Xianxia was dumbfounded, but the dragon egg was clearly lifeless. Even if that was the case, what was the point? He shook his head and sighed. He didn't understand why Yang Kai was so concerned about this. After all, so what if it really hatched? That was the son of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, what did it have to do with you? Yang Kai himself didn't know why, but when he left the cave, a voice kept echoing in his heart, forcing him to try to hatch the egg. The so-called use of this to threaten and restrain Fu Ti was just a secondary matter. It was a kind of instinctive reaction, a kind of call from the golden divine dragon's source. Time passed bit by bit, and Xianxia guarded outside the spirit island, not leaving it at all. Fortunately, the dragon race was rare, and not many people would pass by here, so it had been peaceful for the past few days. Occasionally, he would look at the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, and Xianxia even wondered if he could wake him up even if he called him. He maintained that posture, wrapping the dragon egg with his body. From a distance, it was like a real dragon was sleeping, and the dragon pressure he exuded was something even Fu Tin and Zhu Yan couldn't compare to. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Xianxia was looking at the setting sun when he suddenly sensed something behind him. When he turned his head, he was startled. Yang Kai stood up, and his eyes had opened at some unknown time. His eyes were blooming with a terrifying golden light, like 2 small burning suns, making it impossible to look straight at them. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of golden blood. The golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled over the black dragon egg, dyeing it golden yellow. Xianxia's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What was he doing? After 2 months of observation, he was certain that Yang Kai had discovered the method of incubation from the dragon race's source, but he had never heard that the dragon race's incubation method needed to be done in such a manner. Wasn't this self-mutilating? However, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of surprise. Because the dragon egg was actually absorbing Yang Kai's golden blood. The golden blood that was sprayed on the eggshell merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a cup of tea's time, it became black again. Yang Kai lowered his body and went back to sleep. Xianxia revealed a look of amazement, thinking, could the dragon egg really be saved? If the dragon egg was dead, there was no reason for it to absorb Yang Kai's golden blood. However, he had clearly checked before, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Puzzled, Xianxia began to observe more and more carefully. From that day onwards, Yang Kai would wake up every 35 days. Although it was not accurate to say that he woke up, because at that time, although Yang Kai's eyes were open, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the dragon egg, nothing else. After spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he would fall asleep again. Every time he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, it would be absorbed by the dragon egg in a very short time, and then, there was no then. This situation lasted for 3 months until one day, Xianxia felt a faint life aura from the dragon egg, like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any time, but it was a real life aura. There really was hope. Xianxia was shocked. So, what Yang Kai said before about the dragon egg still having life aura was true, but why didn't he feel it at that time? Was it because Yang Kai possessed the dragon race's origin? In the following month, the life aura coming from the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, giving off the feeling that the dragon race inside could break out of its shell at any time. But this was not the only change. On the surface of the black dragon egg, strange lines began to appear. At first glance, they looked like patterns, but at the same time, they were inexplicably mysterious. These lines glowed brightly and flickered, each time exuding an extremely powerful aura. Xianxia had no doubt that if the little one inside this dragon egg was really born, it would definitely shock the entire dragon race. Thinking about it, this was the child of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, the descendant of two 10th order dragons, so how could its starting point be any worse? But, could it really be born? Although this had nothing to do with him, with how things had developed, Xianxia could not help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Every day, he stared at Xianxia and the dragon egg without blinking. Greenwood Island, Zhu Yan's resting place. A white light flashed, and Fu Tin flew over and landed in front of Zhu Yan, looking at him quietly. Zhu Yan was just like when Xianxia first saw him, standing under the huge tree and concentrating on cultivating. Sensing Fu Tin's aura, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Tin pursing her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're here?" Although they were an old couple, the two of them usually stayed on their own spiritual islands. In the early years, Fu Tin would occasionally come here, but ever since that incident, Fu Tin had never come here again. "What's the matter?" Zhu Yan stopped cultivating and walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. Fu Tin's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to the side. "There's something." Zhu Yan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw Fu Tin like this, so why did she look like she had a guilty conscience? He chuckled. "Just say it, you and I are not outsiders." Even though the matter was a little hard to talk about, Fu Tin was not an indecisive person, so after a slight hesitation, he said, "I want to talk to you about Lin. Hearing this name, Zhu Yan frowned and sighed. "It's been so many years, you still haven't let it go." Fu Tin stared at him. "You've let it go?" Zhu Yan said, "So what if I can't let it go? Things are already like this, we have to look forward, we can't always stare at the holes under our feet." Fu Tin shook his head. "I just can't accept it. You and I are both rank 10 bloodline, why did Lin not inherit enough origin energy? Whose problem is it?" Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. "So what if he's rank 10? The continuation of the dragon race's bloodline is difficult to begin with. Are there few examples like this in the past?" After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore, let bygones be bygones." Fu Tin still shook his head. Zhu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then what do you want?" Fu Tin lowered his head and said, "I always felt that Lin is not dead, there will be a day when he sees the light of day again. He's already in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan put his hand on Fu Tin's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't think about this in the future." Fu Tin lowered his head even more and said in a low voice, "Lin is not in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan was stunned, he looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Lin is not in the dragon tomb." Fu Tin repeated, then raised his head and looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes. "He's on Dragon Island." Zhu Yan's eyes widened, he said in surprise, "You're saying that you didn't put Lin in the dragon tomb back then?" In the past, it wasn't the first time that the dragon eggs had necrotized. Every time this happened, the necrotized dragon eggs would be placed in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yan didn't expect Fu Tin to break this rule, it was impossible, anyone on Dragon Island would break the rules, but not Fu Tin. "Yes." Fu Tin nodded. Zhu Yan's face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Fool! If the other clansmen find out about this, where will your face go?" Using the clan's rules to restrict the other clansmen, and then breaking it himself, this was absolutely intolerable. Fu Si didn't say anything. Clearly, he knew that he was in the wrong, but that was a mother's remembrance for her son. So what if he was in the wrong? "Where did you put him?" Zhu Yan was both angry and amused. He actually didn't know about this matter. No wonder she didn't let him go to the dragon's tomb back then. It turned out that she had already planned to make a false move. It was funny that he had been kept in the dark by her. Fu Shi looked at him warily and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Yan opened his mouth. "What do you think I can do? You are not allowed to put Lin into the dragon tomb." Fu Ti gritted his teeth and said. Zhu Yan said angrily, "Now that things have come to this, Do you still refuse to realize your error? Lin, there is already no hope, why do you still want to put him somewhere else? The dragon's tomb is the resting place of our dragon race. Fu Ti's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew I shouldn't have told you this. She turned and left after saying that. Zhu Yan grabbed her arm. Let go. Fu Ti turned back and stared at him coldly. Zhu Yan's heart shuddered. He realized that this woman was truly angry. If he forcefully stopped her, he might anger her. He could only let go of her hand and said, calm down first. I am very calm. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, since you have hidden this from me for so many years, why did you suddenly come to tell me today? This was exactly what Zhu Yan found strange. This woman and he knew each other very well, so she should know what the outcome would be if she told him about this matter. Yet, she took the initiative to come over and confess to him. Clearly, it was a little unreasonable. Fu Ti pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. You don't know? Zhu Yan was dumbfounded. Fu Ti took a deep breath and said, I don't know why, but I have been feeling uneasy these days. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Something to do with Lin? Zhu Yan frowned. That's right. Fu Ti nodded gently, so I want you to come with me to see Lin. Sure. Zhu Yan readily agreed. Fu Ti said, but seeing your attitude just now, I changed my mind. Zhu Yan smiled bitterly, don't worry, you can decide for Lin. If you don't want to, this old master will not force you to put him in the dragon's tomb. This was the only thing he could say. If he did not express this attitude, this woman would definitely not take him to see Lin. The current plan was to determine where Lin was first and then deal with the rest later. Really? Fu Ti's eyes flashed with surprise. The coldness melted away, revealing a rare touch of gentleness. Really? Zhu Yan nodded seriously. Fu Ti smiled faintly and gestured with her hand, then come with me. While speaking, she had already taken the lead to fly out. Zhu Yan did not immediately follow, but stayed in a daze for a while. The main reason was that they hadn't seen Fu Tin's smile for many, many years. That instant smile almost made the entire world dim. Thinking back to those days, even though Fu Tin didn't like to smile, she would still smile occasionally. However, ever since Lin's incident, the smile completely disappeared from this woman's face. No matter who it was, no matter what, she would always have an expression of an iceberg that would never melt. All the dragons on the Dragon Island were afraid of her. Why bother? Zhu Yan sighed in his heart and followed after her. On a nameless island, the two great elders of the dragon race arrived together. Zhu Yan was shocked, you placed Lin here? Fu Ti pointed to the front and said, that's right, there's a natural cave there. It's very well hidden. If you don't look for it intentionally, you won't find it. Lin has been staying there all these years. Zhu Yan couldn't help admiring this woman's courage. This was not a place that no one had passed by. There were even two spiritual islands nearby. As expected, the most dangerous place was the safest place. 4. No one to discover the secret inside all these years, it was really fortunate. Following behind Fu Tin, the two of them entered the cave with ease, winding their way downwards. Zhu Yan could feel that Fu Ti's mood seemed to have become a little perturbed. Because she had become more talkative, he could also understand. Wasn't he the same? Although Lin no longer had any hope, it was also good to be able to take another look. In anticipation and nervousness, the two of them arrived at the innermost karst cave. The gentle light of the night pearl illuminated the entire karst cave. Fu Ti suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Her gaze was fixed at a certain place, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Zhu Yan looked around the karst cave and frowned, where's Lin? There was nothing in the karst cave, so where was Lin? Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized that Fu Ti's expression was not right. He suddenly realized something and his heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, Fu Ti took a few steps forward and came to the place where the dragon egg was placed. She looked around blankly for a moment before raising her head to look at Zhu Yan. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Lin is gone. Zhu Yan asked solemnly, are you sure you placed Lin here? Fu Ti replied with lifeless eyes, he has always been here. I even came to see him half a year ago. He has always been here. She was shocked and her eyes became incomparably cold. Killing intent lingered as she gritted her teeth. Who stole him? Zhu Yan frowned. If that's the case, it must be done by one of the clansmen. There are only so many clansmen, it won't be hard to find out. Fu Ti said coldly, if I find out who did it, I won't let him off. Zhu Yan jumped in shock and hurriedly said, maybe it was just an accident. Don't say such things first. When we find out, we'll ask him to return it. It's not good to spread this matter around. That's right, that's right. Fu Ti nodded when she heard that. She looked at Zhu Yan and said, go and investigate, quickly investigate and ask him to quickly send Lin Er back. Looking at her, Zhu Yan was speechless. It was also the first time he had seen such a weak and helpless Fu Ti. He finally realized the position of Lin Er in her heart. No wonder she said that she had been feeling uneasy before. So something had really happened. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, there were many things that could be sensed by the unseen world. It was extremely mysterious. What are you still in a daze for? Quickly investigate. Fu Ti stomped her feet and urged. Zhu Yan let out a long sigh. How should he investigate this matter? There weren't many clansmen and it was easy to investigate. If a clansman really came here and took Lin Er away, he reckoned that he would be able to find out the truth in less than a day. The key was, how should he investigate? He couldn't possibly ask every clansman if they had taken a dragon egg from somewhere, right? If he really did that, the clansmen would definitely find it strange. At that time, the matter of Fu Ti secretly hiding a dragon egg would be exposed. He had to investigate Lin Er's whereabouts and also take care of Fu Ti's face. Zhu Yan felt that this matter was really difficult. He was actually a little annoyed. Which clansman did it? After all, that dragon egg also had his bloodline. At the same time, on another spiritual island, Yang Kai's half-dragon body was coiled up. He used his body to protect that dragon egg. He was immersed in an extremely strange state. The surroundings were dark without any light. He was in a daze, floating up and down. His consciousness was also blurry. Everything he did was based on his instincts. He extended his limbs but it felt like something was imprisoning him. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Am I in an egg? But how did he end up in an egg? After thinking hard, he finally remembered that he was incubating a dragon egg. But since he was incubating a dragon egg, why did he run into an egg? Just as he was in doubt, a clear consciousness came from the side and tried to stick close to him. Yang Kai was impatient and rejected this consciousness. But he didn't expect that the consciousness wouldn't give up and stuck close to him again. It even transmitted a desire, as though there was something on him that it needed. Yang Kai was a little frustrated. Just as he was about to reject it again, he suddenly understood what this consciousness was. This was the aura of the life in that dragon egg. And his current state wasn't that of an egg. Instead, his consciousness was immersed in that dragon egg and had a slight resonance with the life in the dragon egg. With this in mind, Yang Kai simply let it be. Sure enough, that consciousness stuck close to him, and then Yang Kai felt as if something was being absorbed by it. This kind of absorption was not harmful to him, but it was extremely beneficial to the other party. Not far away, Xianxia stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. From his field of vision, he could clearly see that a golden aura was flowing out of Yang Kai's body, which was then absorbed by the black dragon egg. As the golden aura flowed, the vitality of the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, and the patterns on the surface of the eggshell became more and more dazzling. Putting aside the light that was blooming, the key point was that the dragon's might was too obvious. The movement in front of him seemed to be a bit too big. Xianxia could not help but worry that this matter would be discovered by the dragon race. In this case, as long as the dragon race passed by within 100 miles, they would definitely be able to detect the movement here. When the time came to take a look, there would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Although the movement here was not small, it did not alarm anyone for many days. Until one day, Xianxia, who was guarding the surroundings, suddenly heard a thumping sound. Turning his head to look, he saw that the dragon egg in Yang Kai's arms was bursting with a halo visible to the naked eye, which suddenly spread out in all directions. Under Xianxia's observation, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing Yang Kai's aura. It was about to hatch. For no reason, such a thought popped up in Xianxia's mind. Although he had never seen the scene of a dragon egg hatching, what he saw in front of him made him certain of what was about to happen. Did it really hatch for him? Xianxia felt that it was very inconceivable. The dragon egg was dead silent in his perception, and there was no vitality at all, but in Yang Kai's hands, it had the effect of reviving the dead. He did not know how the dragon race would react if they knew. Thump. Another sound was heard, like a heartbeat, but also like the beating of a drum. The halo spread out, bursting into the 4th level. Dong dong dong. The noise became more and more frequent, and more dense. Rings of light that could be seen with the naked eye danced wildly in all directions, as if someone was constantly throwing stones on the surface of the lake. At a certain moment, this sound suddenly stopped, but another strange sound rang out at the same time. Crack. A small crack appeared in the black dragon egg. The crack extended from the top to the bottom. Gotcha. The human-sized dragon egg suddenly split open. Xianxi's eyes widened at this moment. He wondered what kind of dragon race Yang Kai had spent so much effort hatching. However, when he looked over, he was actually unable to see clearly because a pure white light shot out from the dragon egg and shot straight into the clouds. At the same time, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. Dragon roars could also be heard from somewhere far away, reverberating throughout the entire dragon island. In the sky, the shadow of a dragon appeared, and the heavens changed. Looking up, there seemed to be countless phantoms of dragons roaming in the sky above the dragon island. Dragon might filled the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All over the dragon island, pairs of eyes looked up at the same time, then revealed a shocked and puzzled expression. On the ice snow island, Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi stood side by side on an ice mountain. Fu Tianyi's complexion was haggard and pale. Ever since she found out that Lin was stolen that day, her spirit had been a little strange. She couldn't eat or sleep well, and didn't have the heart to cultivate. A dignified 10th grade dragon was actually getting thinner day by day. This was simply inconceivable. Although Zhu Yan had been investigating these days, he didn't have a single clue. He had secretly checked the residence of more than a dozen clansmen, but he didn't find any trace of Lin. Today, he came over to ask Fu Tianyi if there were any other clues, but who would have thought that he would see such a strange phenomenon after just a few words. The 2 great elders of the dragon race raised their heads at the same time, both of them revealed a shocked expression. The dragon hall trembled, the dragon's soul manifested. This is. Zhu Yan opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily, "A new clansman is born?" This wasn't the first time he had seen such a situation, so he naturally knew what this phenomenon represented. Every time a new member of the dragon clan was born, such a phenomenon would appear, but this time, it seemed to be on a much larger scale than the previous ones. Fu Tianyi was also a little dazed by this situation. She temporarily forgot the grief of losing her child and asked absent-mindedly, "Did any of our clansmen have this sign before?" Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What sign? If there really was a sign, how could you and I not know? The few dragon ladies in the clan didn't even hatch a dragon egg. How could a new clansman be born? The birth of the dragon race required a dragon egg to hatch first, then after many years of incubation, it was possible for a new clansman to be born. Now, there wasn't even a single dragon egg on the entire dragon island, so it was naturally impossible for a new clansman to be born. But this strange phenomenon. Fu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in surprise, "Lin! It's Lin! Lin is born!" Hearing what she said, Zhu Yan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Lin had already lost hope. He had personally verified this point. So many years had passed, how could he be born again? But after thinking about it carefully, he really couldn't rule out this possibility. Now, on the entire dragon island, other than those dragon eggs that were placed in the dragon tomb, there was only Lin left. If it was really a new clansman, then it was none other than Lin. The great elder who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him exerted force on his hand. A few strands of his beard were pulled off. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Could it be, it's really Lin? When he came back to his senses, Fu Tianyi had already turned into a ray of light and sped towards the source of the strange phenomenon. His speed was extremely fast. Zhu Yan was also burning with anxiety and quickly chased after him. It didn't matter if it was Lin or not, there was finally a new clansman born on the Dragon Island. This was a joyous occasion for the entire dragon race. As the Great Elder, he naturally had to go and take a look. At the same time, around the Dragon Island, 10 to 20 figures flew out. In the entire Dragon Island, other than Fu Ling who was punished to guard the entrance, the other dragon race members were all alarmed and flew towards the spiritual island where Yang Kai was at. On the spirit island, Yang Kai opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Only then did he sit up straight with a blank look on his face. He placed one hand on his knee and supported his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He had been living in a muddled state for the past few days. When he woke up, he still didn't understand the situation. He only felt that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth around him was especially active and there were dragon roars in his ears. So noisy. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw Xianxia who was standing not far away and looking at him in surprise. His vision slowly focused and Yang Kai grinned, "Old Xiong, why do you look like you have seen a ghost?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, young lord, you have achieved great things." "What great things?" Yang Kai leaned forward slightly and looked at him curiously. Xianxia's expression was weird. "Young lord, have you forgotten what you were doing before?" Yang Kai blinked and asked, "Before me?" He slapped his head and revealed a look of realization. "I remember, I was incubating the dragon egg." "Where is the dragon egg?" He lowered his head and searched for a while. His gaze was attracted by the broken eggshells on the ground. He said in surprise, "Eh? What's going on?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Young lord, you have successfully incubated the dragon egg." Yang Kai was shocked. "I succeeded?" Xianxia raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Yang Kai then raised his head and looked. His gaze was deep and could see through the scene in the void. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I really successfully incubated the dragon egg?" "It's true, I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Kai clapped his hands and said excitedly, "I knew it, I will definitely succeed." He then raised his head and looked carefully at the situation in the sky. He couldn't help but nod. Yes, this little guy is quite energetic. He has such a body since birth. His future is promising, he has a promising future. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, no matter how promising he is, it has nothing to do with you. That is the son of Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. What does it have to do with you? The dragon's roar reverberated and the thousands of dragon shadows in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormality of the entire heaven and earth also slowly disappeared. A ray of white light shot down from the 9 heavens and landed on the spiritual island. At this moment, Xianxia finally saw what exactly was hatched by Yang Kai. It was actually a flawless white jade, sparkling and round little white dragon. Its body length was about 20 to 30 feet. It was as thick as an arm. At first glance, it looked like a giant python. However, that sparkling and translucent dragon horn explained its identity. Such a body wasn't considered much in the entire Dragon Island. Strictly speaking, it was probably only rank 2 or 3 bloodline. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the other giant dragons. However, if the fact that it was just born was considered, then it was incredible. Normal dragon race wouldn't have such a body when they were just born. White dragon. Could it be a water dragon? Xianxia shook his head. From what he knew, the third elder of the Dragon Island, Fu Xian, was a water dragon. However, when she transformed into her true form, she should be blue in color. Maybe it was an ice dragon. After all, its mother, Fu Shen, was an ice dragon. The possibility of it being inherited was very high. However, the white color of Fu Shen's true form was slightly different from the white color in front of him. Xianxia couldn't determine what type of giant dragon this little white dragon was. That little white dragon seemed to have a natural affinity with Yang Kai. After it landed, it flew a few rounds around Yang Kai and stopped in front of him. In the next moment, under Xianxi's flabbergasted gaze, the little white dragon twisted and transformed into a little chubby boy who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The chubby boy had a charmingly naive look. His skin was as white as jade. He smiled at Yang Kai and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. He was extremely cute. Xianxi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He actually had the ability to transform the moment he was born? This little chubby boy was somewhat gifted. Even if he was from the dragon race and had exceptional conditions, it was impossible for him to transform the moment he was born. However, this little chubby boy did it. It obviously showed that he was different from the rest. Speaking of which, the descendants of 2 rank 10 giant dragons were hatched by a half-dragon. They were already different from the rest. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he looked at the little fatty in front of him in amazement. He felt a little incredulous. He hatched this thing? Well, he did feel some of his own aura from this little fatty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of dragon blood and other things for him these days. Yang Kai's gaze moved down the little fatty's body. It was a boy. Although he had successfully transformed, he was naked, so the characteristics between his legs were very obvious. Just as he was looking at him with interest, he saw the little fatty raise his 2 white and tender little hands and cup them in front of him. He said crisply, "This child greets Daddy. Daddy, please bestow a name." Yang Kai's mouth opened wide enough to stuff a house. Xianxia was also completely flabbergasted. It was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with its ears. What did this little fatty just say? Did he hear wrongly? Compared to his clear thinking and ability to express himself as soon as he hatched, Xianxia was more shocked by the way he addressed Yang Kai. How could those 2 words be said so casually? Yang Kai was obviously also confused. He leaned forward slightly, pointed at his nose, and said with a strange expression, "What did you call me?" The little fatty smiled slightly. "I originally had no hope of hatching. It was Daddy who gave me life and allowed me to come to this world. Your kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. It's natural for me to call you Daddy." He expressed himself clearly and cupped his hands again. "Daddy, please bestow a name." Yang Kai scratched his head, frowned, and said, "Do you know where you came from?" The little fatty nodded and said, "This child naturally knows. Daddy taught me a lot of things when I hatched." There was such a thing? Yang Kai was confused. Speaking of which, the whole hatching process was muddle-headed. Everything was done according to instinct. How could he know what he had taught him? Xianxi's expression changed when he heard this. He remembered that before, there was a golden aura flowing out of Yang Kai's body and into the dragon egg. Now it seemed that the golden aura was not only dragon chi, but also something else, which gave this little fatty good intelligence when he was born. Xianxia even had a feeling that this little fatty's demeanor and behavior were similar to Yang Kai, but there was nothing in common with their appearance. Touching his chin, Yang Kai reluctantly said, "Originally, it was not my turn to do this, but since you insist, this king will bestow a name to you." He thought seriously, rubbed his hands and said, "How's the character of Xiao?" "Of?" the little fatty muttered. His big round eyes became bright, and he revealed his small canine teeth and said with a smile, "Thank you, Daddy, for bestowing a name. From now on, this child will be called Yang Xiao." With a whoosh, Fu Swan flew to this place. Before she even arrived, she already felt an aura that was connected by blood. It was an aura that caused her entire body to palpitate to the point of almost trembling. She didn't need to verify anything as she was certain that her Liner had been born. She came here full of expectations and just happened to hear and see such a scene. She suddenly blacked out and almost fainted. That white and tender little guy was definitely her Liner, but at this moment, he actually called Yang Kai Daddy and said that he would be called Yang Xiao from now on. How could Fuxi accept this? She didn't know what Yang Kai had done to her Liner, but this was simply seizing her son. How could Fuxi tolerate it? The anger and guilt in her heart turned into boundless fury. An icy aura lingered around her body. She raised her hand and slapped at Yang Kai. She shouted angrily, "Little thief, die." At this moment, she didn't care if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had done the deed of husband and wife. She also didn't care if Yang Kai possessed the ancestral dragon's power of origin. There was only one voice echoing in her mind. Kill Yang Kai to set things right and let Lin understand the truth of the matter. The rank 10 giant dragon's full-powered attack changed the color of heaven and earth. The ice element law filled the void, and Yang Kai bore the brunt of it. The space he was in seemed to be frozen. Before the attack arrived, his 300 feet long dragon body was already covered in frost. His expression instantly changed. Before he could react, there was a blur in front of his eyes. The white and tender Xianxia actually flashed in front of Yang Kai and opened his arms to block him. He looked at Fu Shi angrily with a sullen face and shouted, "Where did this crazy woman come from to behave atrociously here?" Even though he shouted angrily, his tone was immature and didn't have any deterrence at all. It only made people laugh. However, this angry shout caused Fu Shi's beautiful face to turn pale. She quickly retracted her palm and her law collapsed. It was true that she wanted to kill Yang Kai, but how could she hurt her Lin? With a cry, she spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Fu Shi's aura quickly withered. It was unknown if she suffered a backlash or was provoked by Yang Zhao's words. Her delicate body swayed and almost fell down. She stared ahead in a daze. Fortunately, Zhu Yan arrived in time. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, asking nervously, "Are you all right?" Fu Shi didn't answer. She just pursed her pale lips and stared at Yang Xiao without blinking. There was a kind of sadness in her eyes. Compared to the backlash from her palm, Yang Zhao's words hurt her even more. It was as if she had acknowledged a thief as her father. With a thump, Yang Xiao staggered and turned around. He held his head with both hands and said aggrievedly, "Father, why did you hit me?" Tears welled up in his eyes and he almost cried out. No matter how mature he acted just now, he was still a newborn child. He naturally felt wronged after being hit, especially by Yang Kai. He had fearlessly stood in front of Yang Kai just now. What crazy woman! Yang Kai scolded with a stern face, "That's your mother." "My mother?" Yang Xiao shrunk his neck when he heard this, then turned his head timidly to look at Fu Shi. Their eyes met, and Fu Shi's eyes bloomed with brilliance. Yang Xiao, however, had an awkward expression and his eyes drifted. No wonder he felt that voice was a little familiar. It turned out that when he was muddle-headed, the one who often came to talk to him was her. However, although he knew where he came from, it was still his first time seeing Fu Shi in person. How could he know that she was his mother? He wanted to show off a little in front of Yang Kai, but who knew that he would make such a big mistake? It was so awkward that he scratched his ears and cheeks. "Lin? Zhu Yan's lips trembled as he looked at Yang Xiao absent-mindedly. "You are Lin?" Yang Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, "Let the two of you know, my name is Yang Xiao." "Yang Xiao?" Zhu Yan's expression suddenly became strange. His gaze swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. Lin appeared here with Yang Kai and actually changed his appearance to Yang Xiao. This matter definitely had something to do with Yang Kai. Great Elder's gaze was sharp and resentful. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and whistled. This had nothing to do with him. It was the little guy who insisted that he give him a name when he was born. He casually came up with one, and then the little guy decided on this name. What could he do? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of light came from all directions. It was the members of the dragon race who sensed the commotion running over one after another. They were a little surprised when they saw the situation here. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a stunned expression and said, "Didn't you leave?" Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly, "I'm back." Originally, he wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall and cause a commotion. Zhu Qing would definitely know his intentions and would definitely understand. Now that he hadn't even gone to the Dragon Palace Hall and had already created a dragon child, there was no way to explain this. Zhu Qing glared at him. She knew that he must have been planning something before, so he even fooled her. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on this matter. She looked at Yang Xiao curiously and asked, "Who is this?" Yang Kai laughed and was about to explain when Yang Xiao cupped his fists and said, "I am Daddy's son. My name is Yang Xiao." "Son? Yang Xiao?" Zhu Qing's expression immediately darkened. Yang Kai raised his hand and hit him. He angrily shouted, "Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much?" "Daddy, why did you hit me again? Xianxia covered his head and scurried away. He felt extremely wronged. Zhu Qing said indifferently, a man hitting a child. How ambitious. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and said seriously, Qing listen to my explanation. Zhu Qing turned her head and said, there's nothing to explain. This child is covered in dragon qi. He must be the newly born clansman of our clan. I really have to congratulate you. You bloomed and bore fruit so quickly. Oh right, where's the child's mother? I wonder which sister she is? As she spoke, her gaze wandered around the few dragon girls as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai said sadly, it's not what you think. Yang Xiao ran to Zhu Qing's side and pointed at Fu Dun. My mother is over there. Zhu Qing turned her head with a stunned expression. She looked at Fu Dun and then looked at Yang Kai. Her expression became more and more strange and gradually became incredulous. Zhu Lai, who was watching not far away, also had a twitching expression. Yang Kai and the second elder. This is impossible, right? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Yang Kai observed the situation. How could he not know what Zhu Qing was thinking? He wanted to beat Yang Zhao's butt, but this kid was very clever. He seemed to see that Yang Kai was a little afraid of Zhu Qing. He kept hiding behind Zhu Qing, not giving him a chance to make a move. Hearing this, he felt wronged and said, you said it was my mother. After that, he looked up at Zhu Qing and said, I didn't lie to you. Zhu Qing nodded and said, I know. Yang Kai sighed and said, he is the child of the first elder and second elder. I hatched him, so he recognizes me as his father. As soon as this was said, all the members of the dragon race were stunned. The dragon child of the first elder and second elder? When did the first elder and second elder have a dragon child? Many years ago, the second elder gave birth to a dragon egg, but wasn't that dragon egg already hopeless and then placed in the dragon tomb? Why did a dragon child suddenly appear? All of a sudden, all the gazes of the dragon race turned towards Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, wanting to know what was going on. Fu Tin's body and mind were completely focused on Yang Xiao. There was nothing else in his eyes. How could he feel those gazes? Although his face was pale and his expression was dispirited, his eyes were filled with happiness, because Yang Xiao had just explained to Zhu Qing that she was his mother. For the first time, his cold gaze became so gentle, the expression on his face was also filled with longing. It was hard to believe that this was actually the second elder of the dragon race. Zhu Yan sighed softly, that's right, this is indeed Lin Back then, this old man did not place Lin dragon egg in the dragon tomb, I placed him somewhere else. This was originally done by Fu Tin, but the great elder took it all on himself. After all, if this matter was really investigated, it would be breaking the rules of the race, even the elders would be punished. Fu Xian's expression changed. If that's the case, this child is really your son? Zhu Yan nodded lightly. The dragons were shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. This little fatty was actually the son of the great elder and second elder. The dragon race had not given birth to a new clansman for many years. This was already a joyous matter, not to mention that this newborn was the descendant of two 10th-ranked giant dragons. Fu Xian asked curiously, but Yang Kai, how did you hatch him? Back then, she had also checked the dragon egg and was sure that it was hopeless. She didn't expect it to hatch successfully after so many years. Yang Kai shrugged, I don't know. He really didn't know. He didn't even know when Yang Xiao was born. He only understood everything after that. Lin come here, let mother take a look at you. Fu Tin's voice was extremely gentle, making all the dragon race members feel uncomfortable. Yang Xiao hid behind Zhu Qing, twisting and turning. He looked like he had hemorrhoids on his butt. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fu Tin was still gentle. A smile appeared on her face as she waved her hand, come here. Yang Xiao suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. Brat, get over here. Yang Kai waved at him. Yang Xiao shrunk his neck and said timidly, let me say this first. If I go over, don't hit me. How dare you talk to me about conditions? Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if he had accepted his fate. He obediently walked in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fu Xi's body swayed again, his expression sorrowful. As his mother, he didn't react when she called him, but when an outsider called him, he actually ran over. In comparison, she was simply a failure. Zhu Yan's expression didn't look too good. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately slapping Fu Dun's face. What advice does father have for me? Yang Xiao lowered his little head, as if he had made a grave mistake, his voice sounding a little weak. Yang Kai grinned and said warmly, "There's nothing to advise, but it's not good for you to be naked. Put on some clothes first. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do." Saying so, Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation secret art and returned to his normal size, then took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put it on him. The clothes were a little big, but they barely fit. Yang Xiao twisted his arms and legs, immediately becoming unhappy. Why are they girls' clothes? If you have something to wear, just wear it. Why are you being so picky? Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to knock his head, but halfway through, he felt two pairs of sharp eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw the great elder and second elder looking at him with bitter and hateful eyes. Embarrassed, he put down his hand and carefully tidied up Yang Xiao's clothes. Yang Xiao asked curiously, "Father, why do you have girls' clothes?" "I prepared them for a little kid." Yang Kai casually explained. The clothes were Lu Yan's. Although Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old, because of her petite figure, Yang Xiao wore them quite well. It was much better than wearing master's clothes. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. "I have big brothers and big sisters?" Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Not at the moment." Sneaking a glance at Zhu Qing, he grinned, "You will in the future." Yang Xiao clapped his hands and smiled, "Then they are little brothers and little sisters." "Father, don't worry, I will take good care of them. It's fine as long as you have the heart." Yang Kai reached out and swept the wrinkles on his chest, then turned his body around, making him face Fu Tin and Zhu Yan, and said in his ear, "Those two are your father and mother. Their blood flows in your body. Go, don't make them sad." Reaching out and giving him a push, Yang Xiao immediately staggered from the push. Turning his head, he looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression, clearly not very happy. Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately withered, and under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked to Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's side, his gaze drifting. The two elders of the dragon race stared at the little person in front of them without blinking. Zhu Yan was fine, after all, he was a man, even though he was excited in his heart, he was still able to restrain himself. Fu Tin was much worse, his whole body was trembling, one hand raised in the air, as if he wanted to touch Yang Xiao, but he was afraid of annoying him. He seemed to be in a dilemma, but the gentleness on his face seemed to be able to melt steel. Where was the appearance of the second elder of the dragon race? To be honest, when she saw Yang Xiao and Yang Kai's intimate appearance, she was extremely envious and jealous, and even hated Yang Kai. If he didn't do something in the dark, how could her Lin or call her a crazy woman the moment they met? How could he not recognize his parents when he met them? But at this moment, she was somewhat grateful to Yang Kai, because if Yang Kai didn't push him, Lin probably wouldn't have run over. Although they didn't have much in-depth communication, Fu Tin could feel that Lin seemed to have a little instinctive rejection of her, and was not too willing to come into contact with her. This scene made Zhu Qing, Fu Xian, and the others sigh in their hearts. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the development of the situation. With a light cough, Yang Xiao sniffed, lowered his head and said softly, "This child greets father, greets mother." "Good, good, good." Zhu Yan exhaled the breath that he had been holding back, nodded repeatedly, and said good 3 times, his eyes becoming a little moist. Fu Tin cried out like a cuckoo dripping blood, "Lin." She bent down and hugged Yang Xiao into her arms, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose him forever. Yang Xiao's breathing was not smooth from being hugged, and his eyes almost popped out. He instinctively felt very uncomfortable, and even a little disgusted with this woman who hugged him. But after smelling the fragrance on her body, his slightly agitated mood calmed down, and even gave birth to a kind of indescribable tranquility. This kind of contradiction made him a little confused. He was hugged by Fu Tin in a daze, and didn't move at all. Second elder's wish has finally been fulfilled. Zhu Qing's eyes were slightly red, and her body leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder. She tilted her head and exhaled, "You finally did a good thing." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean? What I did before wasn't a good thing. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and said with a smile, for the Dragon Island, you really didn't do anything good. Yang Kai snorted. He didn't deny that the Dragon Island suffered quite a bit of loss because of him, but then again, the Dragon Island benefited even more from him, those dragon blood flowers were already a huge fortune. But how did you hatch him? Zhu Qing looked at him curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I really don't know. Zhu Qing said, back then, the dragon egg's origin was missing, there was no hope for it to hatch, but now that Yang Zhao's dragon qi is pure, there is obviously no problem with the origin. Could it be that you made up for the missing origin? I still have this kind of ability? Yang Kai was very surprised. How did he make up for the origin? Could it be that he cut it out from his golden divine dragon's origin? But I didn't suffer any losses here. That's right, what is his attribute? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, how would I know? I only know that he is a little white dragon. White dragon. Zhu Qing understood, then he might be an ice dragon, the second elder is an ice dragon. No matter what attribute he is, the future of the two descendants of the 10th rank giant dragons will definitely not be too bad. Yang Kai grinned, lamenting in his heart that Yang Zhao's luck was really good. He was born with a unique advantage, two parents who were comparable to great emperors, and he himself was a member of the dragon race. There were probably not many people in this world who would dare to provoke him. Zhu Qing looked at him with a smile. Are you really going to acknowledge him as your son? Yang Kai said, what's wrong with that? I hatched him, it's natural for him to call me daddy. At the beginning, he felt that it was a bit abrupt, but after Yang Xiao called him a few more times, he felt that it was natural. Zhu Qing said, but how do we calculate the seniority? Although I am also an elder of the dragon race, I am still a generation younger than the great elder and the second elder. Now that Yang Xiao calls you daddy, aren't you going to call the great elder brother? Then how should I call you? Uncle? Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked at her with the corner of his eyes. Miss, there are some titles that shouldn't be randomly called, it's easy to make people's blood boil, don't you know? Zhu Qing spat, don't be serious. While the two were talking, Fu Tianyi kept hugging Yang Xiao, his tears flowing non-stop, almost soaking Yang Zhao's clothes. The stinky brat was quite tactful, he actually stretched out his small hand and gently patted Fu Tianyi's back, silently comforting him. Feeling that rhythmic pat, Fu Tianyi actually had a feeling that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Zhu Yan saw this scene and also felt very comforted. The trace of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Yang Kai for stealing the dragon egg had long disappeared. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Yang Kai stealing the dragon egg, Lin probably wouldn't have the chance to be born. In this matter, he and Fu Tianyi owed Yang Kai a big favor. Originally, he still had some opinions about Lin being called Yang Xiao, but now that he thought about it, Yang Xiao was just Yang Xiao. Soaring to the sky ambition was also not bad, it was just a name, it wasn't a big deal. After a long time, Fu Tianyi finally let go of Yang Xiao, but used both of his hands to grab his arm. His red eyes kept sizing him up, no matter how he looked, it was not enough. Although his eyes were red and swollen, his face was full of smiles. A group of dragon race members surrounded him and observed this newly born clansman at close range. It had to be said that Yang Zhao's appearance was very good. White and tender skin, baby fat figure, small arms and legs with rings of flesh, bright big eyes, long eyelashes, very lovable. 7 or 8 hands reached out to touch him. Feeling the aura of this new life, Yang Xiao showed a clean smile to every clansman, making them have a good impression of him. Even Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, wishing that she could also give birth to such a posture. All right. Zhu Yan was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Seeing Yang Xiao being harassed by so many clansmen, he felt a little distressed and could not help but stand up to stop them. My dragon race has a new clansman, this is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. How many years has it been since our dragon island had this kind of thing? Everyone, go back and prepare. We will gather again another day and celebrate. Zhu Kong nodded and said, Great Elder is right, this matter should indeed be celebrated. With the Great Elder's words, the group of dragon race members retreated from Yang Zhao's side, allowing the little guy to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tianyi gently looked at him and asked with a smile, let's go, follow mother home. Xianxia showed a hesitant expression and turned to look at Yang Kai, showing a look of inquiry. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not agree, he could not go. Zhu Yan saw this scene and could not help but feel a little sad. Why did it seem that the position of his parents in Yang Zhao's heart was not as high as Yang Kai? Although it was Yang Kai who hatched him, they were still connected by blood. Could it be that it was related to the source of the ancestral dragon? Fu Tianyi also looked at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes no longer showing her usual strength and coldness. Instead, there was a trace of pleading. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand, saying, go, be obedient. Yang Xiao said respectfully, yes, I will be very obedient. When Zhu Yan and Fu Zhen heard this, they were both sad and gratified. They were sad because Yang Xiao seemed to listen to Yang Kai, and gratified because the child was very sensible. Holding Yang Zhao's small hand, Fu Sui gently nodded to Yang Kai, turned around, and headed towards the ice snow island. The great elder also nodded to Yang Kai, showing a grateful face, and hurriedly chased after them. The rest of the dragon race gradually dispersed, but every one of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. After all, it was unbelievable that he could hatch a dragon race egg that had already lost its vitality. Not long after, only Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Xianxia were left on the island. Can't bear to? Zhu Qing suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and sneered, it's not my child, what's there to be reluctant about? Zhu Qing curled her lips and took the initiative to hold his hand, saying, let's go back, we should think about what to give to the little guy. What do you want to give? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing smiled and said, didn't you hear the great elder say that we should celebrate? The little guy will be the main character at that time, we as his elders should give him some greeting gifts. Yang Kai suddenly understood, we should give him something, what do you want to give? Zhu Qing said, I haven't thought about it yet, but I think the dragon blood pills you refined are good. The little guy has just been born, it's time to improve his bloodline. After a pause, she said, but you gave them to me. Up to you, after you give them to me, I'll refine more for you. After all, those things won't be valuable in the future. Not valuable. Zhu Qing was speechless. On Dragon Island, even the dragon blood flower was extremely precious, let alone the dragon blood pills. However, thinking about Yang Kai's alchemy skills and the existence of the two wood spirits, the dragon blood pills were probably not valuable to Yang Kai. The two of them did not speak along the way as they rushed to Half Moon Island with Xianxia. Although Yang Kai was muddle-headed when it came to hatching the dragon eggs, he actually paid a price. It was just that his body did not feel much of it. He did not notice it before, but after returning to Half Moon Island and fooling around with Zhu Qing for a night, fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he actually slept for a few days. In a daze, he suddenly felt his nose itch, as if something was tickling him. Half asleep, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a soft object. Then, he pulled it into his arms and muttered, stop fooling around. A delicate body was lying on his chest, motionless. Her heavy breaths could be heard on his chest. Yang Kai closed his eyes and changed his position. He half-hugged the person in his arms, and one of his big hands was already restlessly moving along her graceful waist and covering her perky butt. After gently pinching it, Yang Kai could not help but frown. This feeling seemed a little off. Although it was equally shockingly bouncy and smooth, this did not seem to be Zhu Qing's body. Moreover, the fragrance coming from her hair was also different from Zhu Qing's. Yang Kai suddenly woke up. With a start. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A frightening thought appeared in his mind, could it be that something embarrassing happened? Before he could figure it out, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Then, Zhu Qing said, your father is sleeping. He has been sleeping for several days. Ah, you guys. At the door of the room, Zhu Qing looked at the scene on the bed in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. On the big bed, Yang Kai was lying on his side. Mo Xiaoqi was half lying in his arms. Yang Kai's big hand was covering her round breast, and he was even making a kneading gesture. Beside Zhu Qing, the little fatty, Yang Xiao, was blinking his big eyes. He looked straight ahead and grinned. His eyes were rolling around as he watched with great interest. Zhu Qing's eyes were sharp. She quickly covered Yang Zhao's eyes and pulled him out. Yang Zhao shouted, I can't see. I can't see. Why are you covering my eyes? Zhu Qing ignored him and dragged him out of the palace. Only then did she stomp her feet angrily and gnash her teeth. What a disgrace. She had guarded against all her sisters in the dragon race, but she didn't expect that she couldn't guard against Emo Xiaoqi. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yang Xiao, only to see him standing on his tiptoes and looking into the palace with a curious look on his face. She suddenly became angry and asked with a sullen face, What are you looking at? Nothing, nothing, I can't see anything. Yang Xiao put his two small hands behind his back and lowered his head to whistle. He kicked a small stone on the ground with one foot. The corners of Zhu Qing's eyes twitched. Her expression became extremely strange. Is this the son of the great elder and second elder? Why doesn't he look like the two elders? Instead, he looks like a replica of Yang Kai. He's so good at talking nonsense. Straightening her face, Zhu Qing said, Remember, you didn't see anything just now. Yang Xiao nodded his little head like a chicken pecking at rice. I didn't see anything. Inside the room, Emo Xiaoqi, who was frightened by Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao, jumped out of Yang Kai's arms like a rabbit. Yang Kai also slowly sat up straight. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the person next to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoqi is here. This is really a tragedy. How could he have known that Emo Xiaoqi would come to see him at this time? He thought it was Zhu Qing just now, so he didn't think too much and directly touched her. If he knew it was Emo Xiaoqi, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Emo Xiaoqi's face turned red, as if it was on fire. Especially the part of her buttocks that had just been touched and rubbed. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly, she stomped her feet and said, Big brother Yang is a bad guy. After saying that, she turned around and rushed out, almost bumping into Zhu Qing outside the palace. Qing. Elder sister, big brother Yang is awake. I'm leaving. Emo Xiaoqi was a little flustered. She directly flew up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Slow down. Zhu Qing stared at her back and called out tenderly. She was really afraid that she would accidentally fall. Huh? Yang Xiao let out a surprised sound. He looked at Emo Xiaoqi in the distance, then looked at Zhu Qing and laughed. What are you laughing at? Zhu Qing asked with a straight face. This brat's smile was a little sneaky. Mother, you are very generous. Yang Xiao said happily. Zhu Qing blushed and asked, Who are you calling mother? Yang Xiao said matter-of-factly, You are father's wife, so this child naturally has to call you mother. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. Who taught you all this? Zhu Qing was a little surprised. This little brat had only been born a few days ago, so how come he seemed to know everything? However, hearing him call her mother made her feel a little strange. She was a little happy, but also a little uncomfortable. She didn't have a child yet, but someone was already calling her mother. No one taught me, I know it all by myself. Zhu Qing didn't dwell on this issue and just said solemnly, What happened just now must not be told to anyone else. Yang Xiao asked curiously, What happened just now? He blinked, his little face full of confusion. Good boy. Zhu Qing reached out and patted his head. Yang Xiao turned his head away and said with a look of disgust, Why do you all like to touch me like that? It's too disrespectful. Zhu Qing was suddenly amused. Who else touches you like that? Yang Xiao hummed and didn't say anything. Without thinking, Zhu Qing knew that the first elder and the second elder must have done the same to him. If you are short, you should be touched. If you are touched, you should stand firm. Who told you to be born short? Yang Kai's voice came. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao looked up and saw Yang Kai walk out with a majestic momentum. Yang Xiao looked at him with admiration. Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai coughed softly and touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Father, this child greets you. He was polite and well-mannered. He changed the topic and said, Father, what you said just now is very reasonable. This child will remember it. Remember what? Kai Yang's sharp eyes stared at him. Yang Xiao clenched his fists and said, This child wants to be taller than everyone. This child wants to look down on the world. In the future, if I don't see eye to eye, I will reach out and crush their heads. Father, this is what you meant, right? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He nodded and said, your ambition is praiseworthy. Zhu Qing said angrily, is this how you teach your child? Yang Kai shrunk his neck, I have never had a child. How would I know how to teach him? Zhu Qing snorted and said, if I really have a child in the future, I will never let you teach him. Yang Kai stared at her and said, how can that be? I will teach my child. Zhu Qing said in disdain, look at what you did just now. What good can you teach? Yang Kai shook his head and said, the world is dangerous. How can a flower in a greenhouse withstand the wind and rain? Haven't you heard of the saying, a kind mother makes a bad son? Zhu Qing looked at him and said, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said, nothing. Yang Xiao looked at one person and then another. His eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head, stop grinning, what are you laughing at? Yang Xiao looked at Zhu Qing and said, Mom, Dad hit me again. Zhu Qing was filled with motherly love when she heard him. She pulled Yang Xiao in front of her and stared at Yang Kai. She said, just talk. Why do you always hit a child? Yang Xiao nodded and said, that's right. Yang Kai pointed at Zhu Qing and said, look, look. What did I say just now? A kind mother makes a bad son. That's what it means. You women always protect and spoil each other. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble. Zhu Qing said angrily, it's better than you hitting him. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even have a child yet and they were already arguing over such a thing. If they had a child, what would the situation be like? Zhu Qing also thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, why is Xiaoqi here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Zhu Qing looked at him strangely and said, did you have fun just now? Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Why did I have to bring up such a cheap mouth? Zhu Qing said, you were cultivating the dragon blood flower and then left without a word. Sister Xiaoqi was very angry when she found out. This time, she knew that you were still on Dragon Island, so she came to settle the score with you. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a big loss? Yang Kai coughed and said, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yang Xiao said, Aunt Xian's daughter? Yes. Zhu Qing nodded and said she was surprised. She said, you know her? Did your parents tell you? No. Yang Xiao shook his head and showed a thoughtful expression. Then, he smiled brightly and said, I know a little, but I don't know why I know. This sentence was a little awkward, but the meaning was clear. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other and understood. Yang Xiao must have inherited something from Yang Kai when he was hatching. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this. Also, his personality wouldn't be so similar to Yang Kai. Oh right, why did you come here? Where are your parents? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. My parents are on their own spiritual island. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Yang Xiao said and suddenly shivered. He said fearfully, Mother is too passionate. She is so passionate that I can't stand it. Yang Kai's face darkened, don't say this in front of your mother. Otherwise, she will be sad to death. Yang Xiao said, I understand. It's just that I am not used to it. Also, I don't know why, but I am repulsed by her. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart couldn't help but jump. How could a son be repulsed by his mother? Thinking about it, it was probably because of him. When he was hatching, Yang Xiao inherited many things from him. Even their personalities were so similar. His likes and dislikes must have been influenced. At that time, Yang Kai hated Fu Ti to death. This emotion was inevitably transmitted to Yang Xiao, who was still in the dragon egg, causing him to feel repulsed by Fu Ti. But I like her a lot. Yang Zhao's little face showed a blank expression. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Father, why do you think this is? How could he not like her when they were connected by blood? The repulsion was due to an external influence. Yang Kai was too embarrassed to explain. He only said, spend more time with her. You will get used to it. Yang Xiao nodded and said, yes. Yang Kai smiled and patted his head, I am very happy that you can call me father. But you have your own parents. It is not appropriate to call me father. Yang Xiao showed a shocked expression, father doesn't want to acknowledge me? Yang Kai shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that the words father and mother are very sacred and unique. You are the son of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. I cannot deprive them of their rights. If I have my own child in the future, I will not be happy to hear him call another man father. Is that so? Yang Xiao looked blank, I am still young. I don't understand this. Yang Kai laughed, of course you don't understand. If you did, wouldn't it be great? Yang Xiao said, since father says so, then I will change the way I address you. Yang Kai looked at him with interest, what do you want to change the way you address me? Yang Xiao thought seriously, then raised his hands and bowed respectfully, child greets adoptive father and adoptive mother. Then he looked at Yang Kai happily and said, there is no problem now, right? Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other, then pulled Yang Xiao over and rubbed his head, your little brain works very fast. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and said, although you are my adoptive father, if you do this again, I will. What will you do? Yang Kai was not moved, and rubbed his head until it looked like a chicken nest. Yang Xiao finally got rid of him, and while fixing his head, he looked at Yang Kai bitterly, adoptive father, you are so unreasonable. Yang Kai laughed and said, this is the first lesson I will teach you. In this world, the fist is the reason. My fist is bigger than yours, so I am reasonable. Yang Xiao showed a thoughtful expression. Zhu Qing pulled him away and walked away, whispering to him, don't listen to his nonsense. Not everything in this world can be solved with the fist. Yang Kai shouted behind them, if one fist is not enough, then 2 fists. Yang Xiao looked back and said excitedly, I still have teeth and 2 feet. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed, that's what I mean. Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead, feeling that the little guy was going to be ruined by Yang Kai. When he really grew up in the future, she didn't know what he would be like. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao walked away, and it seemed that she didn't plan to let the little guy continue to interact with Yang Kai, so as to avoid his bad temper. Yang Kai didn't mind, since the little brat had inherited his temper and character, there wouldn't be any problems with his conduct in the future. He turned his head and looked to the side. Although there was no one there, Yang Kai could feel Fu Tianyi's aura hidden there. It wasn't that the second elder was worried about Yang Kai, but he didn't want to be separated from Yang Xiao for even a moment, so he would naturally follow behind him secretly. Even if he didn't talk to him, it was enough to just look at him from afar. Fu Tianyi didn't show up, and Yang Kai naturally wouldn't point it out. With his hands behind his back, he turned and returned to Zhu Qing's palace. Yang Zhao's birthday banquet was 10 days later, and the location was on the Great Elder's Greenwood Island. After all, the environment of Greenwood Island was much better than Ice Snow Island, so it was very suitable for this kind of thing. All the clansmen of the dragon race would be there, including Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the place. There weren't many clansmen of the dragon race. Yang Kai counted carefully this time, and there were only 18 of them. Including the newly born Yang Xiao, there were only 19, so there were no more than 20. Among them, there were only 7 dragon ladies, and the rest were all male dragon race members. The banquet was set up, and long tables were arranged on both sides, each table could seat 2 people. The highest seats in the middle were naturally occupied by the Great Elder and the Second Elder, and the lower seats were divided according to bloodline. Those with higher bloodlines sat at the top, while those with lower bloodlines could only sit at the back. In fact, in terms of cultivation, except for the Great Elder and the Second Elder, the other clansmen of the dragon race didn't have much of a difference, but bloodline suppression was the most fundamental problem for the dragon race. With the same cultivation, an 8th-order giant dragon could easily crush a 7th-order giant dragon. Yang Kai was still a little embarrassed about where he should sit, but Fu Tianyi spoke first, Yang Kai. Yang Kai, you sit there. Her voice was slightly trembling, obviously not used to calling Yang Kai's name. After all, the 2 of them were like fire and water. However, because of Yang Zhao's birth, all of Fu Tianyi's dissatisfaction with Yang Kai had disappeared, and only gratitude was left. In addition, Yang Xiao valued Yang Kai a lot. If she really made Yang Kai unhappy, a casual word from him could destroy her relationship with Yang Xiao. A few days ago, she secretly went to Half Moon Island with Yang Xiao and heard Yang Kai talking about his parents. She was very grateful to him, and fundamentally changed her impression of Yang Kai. Fu Tianyi also intended to mend her relationship with Yang Kai. Hearing her say that, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the seat Fu Tianyi was pointing at was at the front of the 2 rows of tables. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down without saying anything. Opposite him was 3rd elder Fu Xian, next to her was 5th elder Zhu Qing, and opposite Zhu Qing was 4th elder Zhu Kong. No one was surprised by this scene, and all of the dragon race took their seats. Yang Zhao's small body was squeezed between Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi. He didn't take up much space, but he was dressed very jubilantly today. Clearly, Fu Tianyi had put a lot of thought into his clothes. However, the little guy was very mischievous as he sat there. From time to time, he would wink at Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to glare at him. Only then did he settle down. Zhu Yan lightly clapped his hands. Immediately, beautiful women shuttled up and presented plates of exquisite spirit fruits and nectar. These women weren't from the dragon race, but Dragon Island didn't lack them. Almost all of the male dragon race islands had such people. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and each of them was 1 in a million. Not only were their looks extraordinary, but their cultivation wasn't low either. However, today, these women were only maids. They clearly knew about the recent happy events on Dragon Island and heard about Yang Kai's actions. Therefore, when they served the fine wine and delicacies, they curiously sized up Yang Kai. They wanted to see what kind of person he was to make the dragon race treat him as a guest of honor. The purpose of today's banquet was to celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race. When everyone was present, the great elder didn't say much and only said a few simple words. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. The wine was dragon saliva wine. It was also a specialty of Dragon Island. It was personally brewed by the great elder and stored for 3,000 years. The fragrance of the wine was mellow and rich. Even the great elder himself couldn't bear to drink too much. But today, there were dozens of jars. It was as if he wanted everyone to drink until they were drunk. It was enough to show the joy in his heart. The food and spirit fruits on the table were also not ordinary things. Which one of the things on Dragon Island wasn't in existence that made the world jealous? Even the people of the Emperor realm were greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If an unrelated outsider saw the scene, they would definitely feel distressed. These things were all rare treasures of heaven and earth, but today, they were gobbled up by a group of dragons. Anyone who saw this would scold them for being a wastrel. The atmosphere was lively. Fu Tun had a smile on her face all the time. She also drank a few more cups of wine. Her pure white face was flushed red. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He never thought that Fu Tun, this woman, would have such a side. The few dragon ladies went down together and danced lightly, causing a series of cheers. The entire Greenwood Island was filled with dragon roars. Yang Xiao sat on top and seemed a little bored. Children were naturally lively. Although the atmosphere in front of him was lively, it wasn't something he could participate in. Naturally, he felt a little bored. He secretly poured a cup of wine from Zhu Yan and wanted to taste it, but it was snatched away by Fu Tun. She sternly scolded Yang Xiao, making him feel a little dejected. Fu Tun felt distressed when she saw this. She hugged him and whispered to him. It wasn't easy for him to recover. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the meat show began. Just like what Zhu Qing said before, since it was Yang Zhao's birthday banquet, as the elders, they naturally had to give some gifts. Yang Xiao was obviously looking forward to it. After getting the great elder's permission, he immediately jumped down and cupped his hands in front of Yang Kai. He said with a smile, "This child greets foster father. I wonder what kind of gift foster father has prepared for this child today." As soon as these words came out, the group of dragons laughed. Zhu Yan even scolded with a smile, "Brat, you're shameless. How can you ask someone for something like this?" Yang Xiao, however, said with conviction, "It's natural for a son to ask for something from his father. What does this matter? If foster father has something good, how can I be left out?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped him lightly, smiling. I don't have a generous gift, but I do have a few bottles of pills. Do you want them? What kind of pills? Take a look, Yang Kai said and threw out a space ring. Although he had a lot of good things on hand, the most useful thing for Xianxia at this stage was undoubtedly the dragon blood pill. He had just been born and needed to improve his bloodline and grow quickly, so he and Zhu Qing had each prepared a few bottles of dragon blood pills, enough for Xianxia to consume for a long time. Xianxia took the space ring and took out a jade bottle from it. Without any hesitation, he opened the jade bottle in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Looking inside, he smiled happily. Thank you, foster father. He wanted to put the space ring on his hand, but his fingers were too small and couldn't fit, so he could only stuff it into his bosom. Turning around, he bowed to Zhu Qing and said, Greetings, foster mother. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many of the dragon race became strange. Xiao calling Yang Kai foster father wasn't a big deal. After all, Yang Kai wasn't a member of the dragon race. However, Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race. In terms of seniority, she was a generation younger than the Great Elder and Second Elder, but the same generation as Xiao. Now, this title of foster mother actually gave her a generation's worth of seniority, allowing her to sit on equal footing with the Great Elder and Second Elder. This relationship was really messy. These were some minor details, but no one cared too much. After a while, Xiao also received some dragon blood pills from Zhu Qing and happily accepted them. Next, the little fatty went to greet each of the dragon race's elders and brothers and sisters. Every member of the dragon race had prepared valuable gifts in advance. The little fatty's hands went limp from receiving so many gifts that he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so how could the gifts from the dragon race be too poor? They were all treasures of their respective families. If the gifts were too light, they wouldn't be good enough. Even Xianxia didn't miss out. Old Xiong was drinking dragon saliva wine when Xiao suddenly jumped in front of him. He could only reluctantly take out a bead and give it to Xiao. It was an Emperor Authority bead, and judging from the aura emitted from the Emperor Authority bead, it should be an Emperor Authority bead that old Xiong had condensed himself. In other words, Xiongqi's full power attack was sealed inside. To Xiao, who was still weak, this was tantamount to a life-saving talisman. Yang Kai wasn't sure how strong Xiongqi was, but it shouldn't be much weaker than a rank 9 giant dragon. This gift could be considered a valuable gift, and it was probably given to Yang Kai's face. Xiao walked around the stage, and in an instant, he had a harvest that would make 90% of the people in the world green with envy. It had to be said that one's background was really a good thing. After receiving the gifts, it was time for the main event. Today, not only would they celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race, but they would also test the attributes of this new member of the dragon race. The attributes of the dragon race were strange, but it was undeniable that no matter what attribute a dragon race member reached their limit, they would have a huge amount of energy. Most dragons belonged to one of the 5 elements, such as Zhu Qing's red dragon, but there were also some that did not, such as the thunder dragon and the green dragon. The stage was quickly cleared and Zhu Yan took out an object from his space ring and placed it on the ground. Yang Kai stared at it and found that it was actually a small altar, but there were many dragon patterns around it. These patterns were multicolored and looked extremely strange. After quietly asking Zhu Qing, Yang Kai learned that this was a divine object used to test the attributes of a new dragon race member. It was also a treasure passed down through the generations of the dragon race. It was so old that even the Great Elder couldn't describe its origins, but every new dragon race member had to experience it. Only by determining their attributes would they be able to develop in that direction in the future. A group of dragon race members gathered around to prepare for the testing ceremony, so Yang Kai and Xiongqi, the 2 outsiders, were naturally excluded. Today, Mo Xiaoqi did not come, perhaps because she was too embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Xiao ascended the tiny altar step by step under Zhu Yan's instructions. After that, he sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and his eyes closed tightly. He seemed somewhat solemn and dignified. Dragon race voices rang out, each of the dragon race members wearing solemn expressions as they urged their dragon race origins to perform their secret techniques. dragon breaths filled the air and poured into the altar. The altar soon flashed with light and the dragon patterns around it seemed to come to life, each one blooming with a different color. The sound of dragon breaths suddenly rose and fell, rising and falling, causing the world around Greenwood Island to shake. The light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, creating a colorful spectacle. At a certain moment, these lights suddenly separated, turning into balls of light of different colors that revolved around Xianxia. Many dragon race members stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. Yang Kai was also watching, feeling that the ceremony had reached a critical juncture. With a whoosh, a red ball of light collapsed. Yang Kai raised his brow, secretly thinking that this meant that Xianxia did not have a fire dragon origin in his body. This little guy was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so although it was possible for him to be born with an origin of other attributes, the possibility of it being inherited was still high. Moreover, he was a little white dragon when he was born, so logically speaking, he should be an ice dragon. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a blue ball of light also collapsed. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh, asterisk one ball of light after another shattered, and not long after, there were only two balls of light hovering around Xianxia. One was blue and the other was white. Among the two balls of light, one was emitting the aura of wood attribute, while the other was emitting the aura of ice attribute. This was in line with his own inheritance. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the blue ball of light shattered. Zhu Yan grimaced, obviously feeling that it was a pity that Xianxia could not inherit his origin, but Fu Tin looked happy and a smile bloomed on his face. But this smile quickly turned into astonishment. Because the white ball of light actually shattered along with the blue ball of light. The altar dimmed, and there was no more light ball around Xianxia. The voices of the dragon race members came to an abrupt halt as they stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Zhu Yan's body swayed, and Fu Tin's face instantly turned pale, not daring to believe his eyes. What's going on? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide with a blank expression. Although he did not quite understand, he could tell that something was wrong with the situation. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "This doesn't make sense." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Xianxia said, "All the balls of light have disappeared, which means that the dragon race's origin in his body does not match all the attributes contained in the altar, or rather, he does not have the dragon race's origin in his body." Yang Kai stared and said, "Without the dragon race's origin, how is this possible?" This was obviously impossible. If he did not have the dragon race's origin, how could Xianxia have such pure dragon aura? How could he have taken on the form of a little white dragon when he was just born? Only with the dragon race's origin could he transform into the true form of a giant dragon. Xianxia shrugged and said, "That's why this old man said it doesn't make sense." He had also seen the little white dragon with his own eyes, but how could he explain the scene in front of him? The abnormal silence in the surroundings clearly made Xianxia feel it. He opened his eyes and looked at Fu Tin, asking with an expectant expression, "Mother, what attribute does this child have?" Fu Tin opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, tears actually flowed down first. Why was her child's life so hard? He almost died when he was still in the egg, and now that he was finally hatched, he actually failed to pass the dragon race's ritual test. "Mother, why are you crying?" Xianxia stood up from the altar and looked at Fu Ti in a daze. Fu Ti shook her head and didn't say anything, her eyes were filled with pain. Xianxia vaguely realized that something was wrong and turned to look at Zhu Yan. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhu Yan's expression seemed to have aged quite a bit. His lips squirmed a few times before he finally let out a long sigh. "The ritual has failed." The originally festive and lively birthday banquet was now filled with a heavy atmosphere because of the failure of the ritual. "What do you mean by it has failed?" Xianxia had a puzzled expression. Zhu Yan didn't know how to explain it to him. Fu Xian sighed and walked forward. She stretched out her hand to touch Xiao's little head and said softly, "The ritual has failed. It means that you don't have the dragon race's origin in your body, or your origin isn't pure." Xianxia pointed at himself with his little finger and said in shock, "I don't have the dragon race's origin? Impossible." Yang Kai strode forward and pushed away the dragon race that had gathered around the altar. He said solemnly, "How can this brat not have the dragon race's origin?" When he was hatching that day, he revealed his dragon race's true form. This was something that old Xiong and I saw with our own eyes. As soon as he said that, Fu Ti and Zhu Yan looked at him eagerly. They didn't see when Yang Xiao revealed his true form that day. When they rushed over, Yang Xiao had already transformed into his human form. At that time, they felt that their son was indeed extraordinary to be able to transform into his human form as soon as he was born. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, they secretly felt that it made sense. If he didn't have the dragon race's origin, or if his origin wasn't pure, how could he reveal his dragon race's true form? They couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded with a solemn expression, indicating that Yang Kai was right. "Brat, show us your true form." Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao and said. As long as he could show his true form, it meant that he had the complete dragon race's origin in his body. The reason why he couldn't pass this ritual might be that there was a problem somewhere else, and the root of the problem wasn't Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao clenched his teeth and nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before everyone's gazes, Yang Xiao remained motionless, his dragon aura fluctuating. A moment later, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a bewildered expression. "I can't do it." Yang Kai glared at her. "What do you mean you can't do it?" Yang Xiao pouted. "If you can't do it, you can't do it." When Zhu Yan and Fu Tian heard this, their original trace of anticipation completely turned into despair. Fu Tian seemed to want to say something, but after moving his lips a few times, he was unable to say anything. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. How could he not do it? He remembered the little white dragon clearly. It had a white jade-like body and a body of 20 to 30 feet. Although it was still small, it already had the appearance of a giant dragon. Since it was a dragon when it was hatched, why couldn't it do it now? "Did you put in effort?" Yang Kai asked. I put in a lot of effort." Yang Xiao was a little flustered. If he wasn't a dragon race member, then what was he? Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, take it slow. Take a deep breath and calm down first." Yang Xiao heard this and did as he was told. Yang Kai said again, "Follow your instincts and think about how you look like when you roam the world. You are a dragon race member, so there's no reason you can't show your dragon race true form." Yang Xiao carried out Yang Kai's suggestion meticulously. His little face slowly turned red. After a long time, he suddenly let out a breath and looked at Yang Kai with disappointment. He still couldn't show his dragon race true form. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and Fu Qiangqi, but when he saw the disappointment in his parents' eyes, his heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly shouted and jumped down from the altar and ran away. "Liner!" Fu Qiangqi was shocked and quickly chased after him. Yang Kai gave a look to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing also hurriedly followed behind, afraid that the little guy would get into an accident. The whole place was silent. Yang Kai looked up at Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder, is there a problem with this altar?" Zhu Yan frowned and said, "There can't be a problem with the altar, and the ceremony can't be wrong. Liner couldn't show his true form just now, you also saw it." After a pause, he looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. "Little Yang, this old man wants to ask you a question, you have to answer me honestly." Yang Kai immediately said, "If what I saw that day is wrong, I will gouge out my eyes and give them to you." While speaking, he used 2 fingers to point at his eyes. Zhu Yan was confused and said, "Impossible, since he could show his true form that day, why can't he do it now?" Yang Kai hesitated and frowned. "Could the problem be with me?" "You?" Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "This little guy is the son of you and second elder, there is no reason that he can't be a dragon race, but I was the one who hatched him. I think that if there is a problem, it will definitely be because of me. Could it be that when I was hatching him, my human bloodline affected him, causing his essence to become impure?" Hearing what he said, Zhu Yan also felt that it made sense and nodded, "It is possible." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a toothache. "If that is the case, then it is me who harmed him." Zhu Yan comforted him, "You don't have to think like that, if it weren't for you, Liner wouldn't have been born. No matter what, you gave him life, even if it caused his essence to become impure, it is not your fault." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Smelly brat won't hold a grudge against me, right?" Zhu Yan said, "He wouldn't dare. If that was the case, then he would be ungrateful." Xiao has been performing well these days, his character is very likable, he shouldn't have such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he said, what's more, there is a problem with Lin Er's dragon egg, that is why it hasn't hatched. It is very likely that it is congenitally deficient, it is not your fault. Yang Kai said, no matter what the reason is, if his essence is really impure, how will Dragon Island deal with him? Dragon race is a race that places great importance on the purity of blood, only the true dragon race is qualified to live in Dragon Palace, all impure bloodlines are placed in Half-Dragon City, even if Xianxia is the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, there is no exception. Therefore, Yang Kai's problem is very difficult for Zhu Yan. With Fu Qianni's care for Xianxia, if he really sent Xianxia to Half-Dragon City, Fu Qianni will go all out, but if his bloodline is impure, how can he stay in Dragon Palace? Seeing that he doesn't know how to answer, Yang Kai immediately said, when the time comes, I will take him away from here, the outside world is even more exciting. Zhu Yan cast a grateful look at Yang Kai, now it seems, this is the best way. He is not worried about handing Xianxia over to Yang Kai, after all, the little guy was hatched by Yang Kai, even if there is no continuation of the bloodline, that kind of intimate relationship is not much different from a real father and son. I am going to take a look at that boy, he is young, but his temper is not small, he is turning the sky upside down. Yang Kai snorted, turned around and left. After experiencing such a thing, the people of the dragon race are not in the mood to celebrate, they comforted the Great Elder for a while, then left one after another, each and every one of them sighed. Before today, no one would have thought that the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder would have impure bloodline. Although the culprit is very likely to be Yang Kai, this kind of thing can't be blamed on him, just as Zhu Yan said, without Yang Kai's hard work and hatching, Xianxia would not be born, not to mention, Yangzhao's dragon egg is congenitally deficient. At the edge of Greenwood Island, Fu Zhen stood on the beach, looking at a reef in front of her from afar, she had a feeling of anxiousness. She wanted to get closer, but she was worried about personal gains and losses. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Fu Zhen turned her head and saw Yang Kai striding over. As if seeing a life-saving straw, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said with red eyes, Yang Kai, Lin Er doesn't want to talk to me, help me persuade him, please help me persuade him, I was wrong in the past, I am here to apologize to you. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at Fu Ti's hand that was grabbing his and sighed in his heart. He knew that this second elder of the dragon race was already in a mess, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so humble. Previously at the birthday banquet, although she wanted to repair the relationship between them, she only expressed her affection to him, but now she was begging him and even apologizing. This is the second elder of the dragon race, an existence comparable to the great emperor's. But she is also a mother. Yang Kai said with a black face, you are his mother, how could he dare to ignore you? Fu Zhen said, it must be my attitude from before that made him sad, please help me persuade him. Yang Kai said angrily, what is there to persuade, you are his mother, you should do anything to him, if he dares to ignore you, watch me beat him up. After saying that, he shook off Fu Zhen's hand and strode forward. Fu Zhen suddenly became nervous and shouted from behind, don't hit him, don't hit him. Seeing Yang Kai turning a deaf ear, Fu Zhen quickly changed her words, be gentle, be gentle. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, he felt that Fu Zhen might be a qualified elder of the dragon race, but she was definitely not a qualified mother. But as long as it was related to Xianxia, she seemed to be unable to think normally. Previously, he had told Zhu Qing that a loving mother would lead to a wastrel, but from the looks of it now, Zhu Qing was nothing, Fu Zhen was the one who was truly a loving mother would lead to a wastrel. If Xianxia was really allowed to grow up by her side, he might really become a domineering and arrogant person in the future. But Yang Zhao's background was so huge, it would be too late if he caused any trouble outside in the future. This made Yang Kai even more determined to take Xianxia away. At the very least, he couldn't let him grow up by Fu Zhen's side, unless Fu Zhen could change and stop pampering him blindly. On the reef, the waves were crashing. Yang Zhao's small body sat by the reef, his entire body was soaked, but he didn't seem to feel it. His 2 feet were in the sea, and Zhu Qing was beside him, looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai walked over and stood behind Xianxia, then waved at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded and flew back to the beach, standing side by side with Fu Zhen. Is my mother still there? Xianxia suddenly asked. Yang Kai acknowledged and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Your mother is very sad. I heard that you don't want to care about her? Who says I don't want to talk to her? Xianxia loudly retorted. His voice suddenly became low as he said shyly, it's just that I don't know how to face her. Yang Kai snorted, she's your mother, what is there that you don't know how to face? Xianxia lowered his little head and said in a low voice, she seems very disappointed. Of course she's disappointed. Your ritual failed, do you expect her to be happy? How can she be happy? Xianxia blinked and said, but I don't want to disappoint her. Yang Kai grinned and patted his head, she didn't dote on you for nothing. It's good that she thinks this way. Xianxia dejectedly said, but my essence isn't pure. Yang Kai interrupted him, it's too early to say that. Who knows if there was a problem with the ritual? When you were born, you had the dragon race's true body. How could your essence be impure? Little brat, you should know that only the most orthodox dragon race essence can manifest the dragon race's true body. For example, although I also have the dragon race's essence and its extremely high level, because I still have some human bloodline, I can only manifest half a dragon. When my human bloodline fades away one day, I will be able to manifest a true dragon. Xianxia said with a blank expression, but why couldn't I manifest it just now? You'll have to ask yourself. Maybe you were too nervous? Or maybe you weren't familiar with it? Yang Kai shrugged, I can't explain this to you. You'll have to find the answer yourself. Xianxia nodded with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled faintly, besides, even if you don't have the dragon race's essence, or if your essence isn't pure, so what? This world doesn't belong to the dragon race. Which of the 10 great emperors were born in the dragon race? Without the dragon race's protection, you can't grow? If your origin source is not pure, you can't reach the peak? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Father, isn't it too early to tell me this? I'm still a child. What little? Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. He glared at him and said, how can there be a child like you? You hit me again. Xianxia covered his head with both hands, looking aggrieved. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, don't be so unhappy. You have to know that your emotions can affect others, especially your mother. You are her favorite now. If you are unhappy, she will be even more unhappy. Xianxia sternly said, this child will remember. Then this child will go and apologize to her now so that she won't be unhappy. Saying this, he stood up. There's no rush. Yang Kai pulled him down and sat beside him. He pondered for a moment before asking, let me ask you something. Do you want to leave the Dragon Island with me? As soon as he said this, Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, I can leave the Dragon Island? Yang Kai said, you can't at first, but now, you can. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Zhao also understood the meaning of this sentence. If his origin source was pure, then he was the orthodox dragon race. He naturally had to stay here to grow and cultivate. But now that his origin source was not pure, he couldn't stay at the Dragon Palace anymore. No matter how much Fu Shan loved him, he couldn't break this rule. He would have to send him away sooner or later. Compared to the half-dragon city, leaving with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a better choice. After thinking it through, Yang Xiao immediately clapped his hands with a smile, so there is such a good thing when one's origin is not pure. If I had known earlier, I would have rejoiced. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him, why do I feel that you are not very willing to stay on the Dragon Island? Yang Xiao snorted and scratched his face, it's not that I am not willing to stay on the Dragon Island, it's just that I feel that my mother is too clingy. I feel uncomfortable doing anything. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, stinky brat, you don't know how lucky you are. How many people are envious of you, and you are still complaining about it? Yang Xiao smiled apologetically and said, foster father, you have the biggest fist, whatever you say makes sense. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He felt that his education seemed to be a bit problematic. After some persuasion, it didn't solve the knot in Yang Zhao's heart, but at the very least, it calmed him down. They also talked about the wonders of the outside world for a while, making Yang Xiao even more eager to experience that boundless scenery. Half an hour later, the little guy finally arrived in front of Fu Shan under Yang Kai's lead. He apologized to Fu Shan with a sincere attitude, causing Fu Shan to hug him and cry bitterly. He repeatedly blamed himself for being a mother, causing the little guy to suffer such torment in this lifetime. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were speechless as they watched from the side. Xianxia was led back by Fu Shan, while Yang Kai and Zhu Qing returned to Half Moon Island. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Zhu Yan and Fu Shan came together. Naturally, Yang Xiao also came with them. After sending Yang Xiao to wait outside, the four master entered the guest hall. Zhu Yan and Fu Shan explained the purpose of their visit, and Yang Kai asked curiously, "You want me to bring Xiao into the dragon hall?" Zhu Yan nodded and said, "That's right. I thought about what you said yesterday, and I think it makes sense. Maybe something went wrong during the ceremony, which caused Xiao to fail. After that, I also carefully checked the condition of Xiao's body and found that there shouldn't be any problems with his body. Although I couldn't find the source, how can he not be a dragon race member with such pure dragon breath? Perhaps his source is hidden somewhere and this old man has not been able to discover it, so this old man would like to ask you to bring Xiao into the dragon palace so that the ancestors of my dragon clan can examine and verify it." Yang Kai said, "Why do you need me to do this? Both of you can go ahead." Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "The dragon hall is the resting place of the ancestors of the dragon race. Unless there is something big, my dragon race is not to be disturbed easily. It's really not convenient for me to do this. It was just helping Yang Xiao to inspect the source, so it wasn't a big deal." Fu Shan said, "Yang Kai, you are not a member of the dragon race, so you can naturally not follow this rule, so it's better for you to do this." Yang Kai was happy in his heart. How sacred was the dragon hall? Unless there was something big, the dragon race itself was not to be disturbed easily. Instead, it was him, an outsider, who could enter at will. Thinking about it, it was probably Zhu Yan and his wife who wanted to give him face. Firstly, it was to let him bring Yang Xiao into the dragon hall to inspect his source, and secondly, it was to satisfy his wish. After all, he had been clamoring to go to the dragon hall last time, and even cultivated so many dragon blood flowers. In the end, Fu Shan went back on his words, which made him so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Only then did he return and steal Yang Xiao's dragon eggs. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "If the two of you insist, then I will take him there." Zhu Qing glanced at him from the side. She was obviously very happy in her heart, but he still pretended to be reluctant. "Really?" After the matter was settled, he did not delay and immediately set off in the direction of the dragon hall. The dragon race was a race with a long lifespan, but no matter how long their lifespan was, there would still be a day when they died of old age. There were two places where the dead dragon race slept. One was the dragon tomb, and the other was the dragon hall. The dragon tomb was the eternal resting place of most of the dragon race. There were the remains of the dragon race after death. Because the dragon race was powerful when they were alive, the corpse aura after death was also very strong. Yang Kai had never entered that place before. He only heard that it was gloomy inside. Even Fu Xian, who was such a strong person, almost died in there after being exiled for more than 10 years. The dragon hall was the place where the dragon soul of each generation's great elder of the dragon race was worshipped after death. In other words, in the dragon hall, only the great elder of the dragon race was qualified to be worshipped after death. For example, Zhu Yan and Fu Dun did not have this qualification. And the dragon souls of the great elders worshipped in there protected the entire dragon race. The protection technique drawn from the dragon hall could make the bloodline suppression of the dragon race thin or even ineffective. Of course, the precious experience of the many dragon souls in the dragon hall was the greatest wealth. It must be known that starting from the first great elder of the dragon race, until today, there had been more than 10 generations of dragon race dragon souls living in there. Yang Kai used the power of the golden divine dragon source in the dragon hall that day, causing the dragon souls of the dragon race elders to appear together. It was simply an invincible existence. In the dragon hall, even if Zhu Yan and Fu Dun joined forces, it was impossible for them to be Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai still remembered that among the dragon souls that appeared that day, the longest one was more than 100 zhang long. That should be the dragon soul of the first great elder of the dragon race. A body that was more than 100 zhang long, what rank was that dragon vein? Yang Kai was not sure, but from the size of Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein, which was 300 to 400 zhang long, Zhu Yan and Fu Dan estimated it to be 400 to 500 zhang long or 500 to 600 zhang long. 100 zhang long, it was very likely that it was at the peak of rank 12. However, as time passed, the dragon race was no longer as glorious as before, and the dragon souls of the great elders became shorter and shorter. The dragon hall was not far away, but it was not close either. Everyone flew all the way, and in less than half a day, they arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, the dragon hall seemed to be towering above the clouds, ethereal and without a trace. Its aura was everlasting, majestic and vigorous, and it did not collapse even after experiencing hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost. Not just anyone could enter the dragon hall, only those with the bloodline of the dragon race were qualified to enter, otherwise, they would definitely be crushed into powder by the boundless dragon aura. Landing in front of the dragon hall, Zhu Yan raised his hand and took out a dragon-shaped token. A ray of light shot out from it, shooting straight ahead. Soon, a cloud appeared in front of them. The cloud started to spin faster and faster, and soon, a vortex that they could pass through appeared. Fu Dan crouched down and seriously reminded Xianxia, after you enter, you must listen to your foster father, don't run around, understand? Xianxia nodded obediently, this child will remember. Fu Dan raised his head and looked at Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you. Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled, second great elder is too polite, since Xiaoer calls me foster father, I will not let anything happen to him. He waved his hand at Xianxia and said, let's go. Two figures, one big and one small, stepped into the vortex together, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Dan watched anxiously, as if his heart had followed in. As soon as Xiao's figure disappeared, he became somewhat dispirited and restless. Zhu Yan sighed and comforted, don't worry, Yang Kai is watching. Fu Dan turned a deaf ear to him, only staring at the dragon hall. Passing through the cloud-like vortex, Yang Kai pulled Yang Zhao's small hand and stepped into the dragon temple. In a trance, Yang Kai felt his hand lighten, and when he turned his head to look, he was immediately taken aback. Yang Xiao, who was being held by his hand, had disappeared without a trace, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to Zhu Yan and Fu Tin that he would take good care of Yang Xiao, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost him, so how was he supposed to take care of him? Shower! Shower! Yang Kai shouted loudly, his vigorous voice echoing in the empty and lonely hall, but there was no response. Releasing his divine sense, he found that it was suppressed to a range of 10 meters, making it impossible for him to detect anything further. This was not the first time he had entered the Dragon Temple. Last time, when Wukong borrowed the power of the Dragon Temple to break through the void and infiltrate the territory of the lower star, Yang Kai had entered to investigate the situation. At that time, he had also used the corridor opened by Wukong to follow them. The last time he came here, this strange thing did not happen, so how could it happen this time? He vaguely felt that this matter was related to the dragon souls of the previous generations in the Dragon Temple. These dragon souls were enshrined here, and although they had been dead for many years, they still contained great power. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Get out here, all of you!" Under the stimulation of the golden divine dragon source, a resounding dragon roar sounded. The next moment, the deep and vast hall responded with a series of dragon roars. Rays of light flashed, 1, 2, 3. On the sky reaching pillars in all directions, huge dragon shadows appeared and circled around Yang Kai. Every dragon shadow was vivid and lifelike, retaining the majesty they had when they were alive to the greatest extent. As the dragon pressure fluctuated, the space around Yang Kai began to ripple, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his eyes sweeping over the dragon's shadows as he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the boy who came in with me? Where did you put him?" The many dragon souls were silent and did not respond at all. They just quietly stared at him. "Are you deaf?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know if these dragon souls still had any intelligence, or if they were only left with some primitive instincts after being eroded by the endless flowing time Great Emperor, but he definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yang Xiao. "Answer me!" Yang Kai roared. His voice was like a real dragon's roar, piercing through the 9 heavens. This time, there was finally a response. and the dragon soul with the largest body suddenly raised its head slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void and he saw the scene on the other side. He saw Xianxia sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His expression was calm, and there was nothing wrong with his body. His breathing was steady, and colorful lights lingered around him, constantly entering and leaving his body. It looked extremely strange. Yang Kai stared for a while before frowning at the first-generation elder's dragon soul and asked, "Do you know why I brought him in?" Although he didn't know how he could be sure, seeing the situation on Xiao's side, he knew that the dragon souls in the dragon temple were inspecting Xiao's source, so from the very beginning, Xiao had been taken away and was also in the dragon temple. However, without the help of these dragon souls, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to see his existence at all. He wouldn't even have been able to determine where he was. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "His source is a little strange, so I need your help to take a look." "Since that's the case, you can continue." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zhao's side became pitch black again, and what he saw just now disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai also felt a little relieved. Since the dragon souls in the dragon temple were willing to do so, to a large extent, it meant that there was no problem with Yang Zhao's source. Otherwise, these dragon souls would have definitely rejected him. The dragon temple was a sacred place, so how could just anyone set foot in it? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There is one more thing I would like to ask you all. I want to cultivate some dragon race secret techniques, but I don't know where to start." Under normal circumstances, the divine spirit's source had inherited all the inheritances, so as long as there was a suitable opportunity, each divine spirit would be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of their ancestors. Naturally, many secret techniques would not be a problem and could be used instinctively. Yang Kai also comprehended a lot, such as the profound and complicated dragon language. He had never learned it from anyone, but after cultivating the dragon transformation secret art, everything seemed to be instinctive. The only thing that made Yang Kai dissatisfied was that he couldn't comprehend many secret techniques from this source, so he didn't know what the situation was with his golden divine dragon source. His purpose in coming to the dragon temple was naturally to comprehend some useful secret techniques. With such an opportunity in front of him, he couldn't easily miss it. Hearing him say so, the 1,000-meter-long first-generation elder suddenly opened his dragon mouth and spat out a snow-white ball of light, which shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was given a fright, thinking that his words had angered the first-generation great elder, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this wasn't the case. The aura contained within this ball of light was incomparably mysterious, and although it contained a tremendous amount of energy, it didn't contain any killing intent. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Seeing the ball of light descend towards him, he quickly sat down cross-legged and lowered his head. As the ball of light fell, it released a dazzling light that enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if a massive amount of information was crazily pouring into his mind, causing his knowledge sea to roar and his head to ache. Wisdom imbuement. Overjoyed, Yang Kai guarded his mind and tried his best to absorb the information contained within the ball of light. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown amount of time, the light that had been enveloping Yang Kai gradually dissipated. Without waiting for the light to completely dissipate, the second dragon soul spat out another ball of light, once again enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face twitched, feeling that the development of the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Although he wanted to comprehend some divine technique of the dragon race from the dragon temple, he hadn't expected the first-generation great elders' dragon souls to be so enthusiastic, directly choosing to pour these things into him through the method of enlightenment. If it had only been 2 or 3 times, it would have been fine, but the key was that there were over a dozen first-generation great elders' dragon souls here. This was really pain and joy. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai's expression was brilliant as he meticulously absorbed the various essences. Slowly, the pain faded away and Yang Kai fell into a state of emptiness, no longer able to feel anything outside his body. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were overflowing with divine light. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Blinking, the light faded. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw that the dozen or so dragon soul phantoms around him were obviously much dimmer than when he first saw them. Knowing that they must have consumed a lot of energy, Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully to express his gratitude. The first-generation Great Elder's dragon soul phantoms all nodded before disappearing without a trace amidst a series of dragon roars. Suddenly, a strong repulsive force hit him, and in a flash, Yang Kai found himself outside the dragon temple. Xianxia looked around and saw Yang Xiao, who was standing beside him, frowning unhappily. Clearly, he had just been teleported out as well. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai rubbed his head. Yang Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine." Seeing the two of them appear, Zhu Yan and the others, who had been waiting for them, also hurriedly flew over. Fu Zhen observed Yang Zhao's expression and couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Not daring to ask him, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "I don't know." Zhu Yan frowned and asked, "What do you mean by you don't know?" Yang Kai could only tell them that he and Yang Xiao were separated as soon as they entered, so he didn't know the situation on the other side. It wasn't until now that the two of them were teleported out together. Hearing this, Zhu Yan also understood that he couldn't get anything out of Yang Kai, so he could only look at Yang Xiao and ask, "What are the results of the ancestors' examination of you?" Yang Xiao lowered his head and didn't say a word. Although he didn't answer, his appearance was the best answer. Zhu Yan's body shook. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only sigh silently and pat Yang Zhao's little head. Fu Zhen squatted down in front of Yang Xiao and said with a smile, "It's okay, you are mother's child. So what if your origin is impure? Mother will take care of you in the future." "Mother? I'm sorry." Yang Zhao's mouth shriveled, and he threw himself into Fu Zhen's arms and burst into tears. How could this be? Yang Kai touched his chin with a puzzled look. He thought that since the dragon soul in the dragon hall was willing to let Yang Xiao examine, there should be no problem. How could it still be like this? Could it be that Yang Xiao was really congenitally deficient, or was he affected by his own incubation? Yang Zhao's every move was concerned about Fu Zhen's body and mind. She was already forcing a smile, and when the little guy cried like this, it naturally caused her to cry as well. The mother and son hugged each other and cried miserably. Zhu Yan was also upset as he watched from the side. Zhu Qing's comforting words were of no use. After the mother and son finally calmed down, Zhu Yan brought them away. Yang Kai was depressed all the way back to Half Moon Island with Zhu Qing. Although he had comforted Yang Xiao before that it was fine even if his origin was impure, those were just words of comfort. Only a member of the dragon race could understand the sorrow of having an impure origin. It was impossible to integrate into the race. Even though he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, he was still an outsider to the dragon race. However, if that was the case, Yang Xiao would probably have to leave with him. He couldn't stay on Dragon Island, as forcing him to stay would only break the rules of the dragon race. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out the reason for this. Was it Yang Zhao's congenitally deficient origin, or was it his own fault? Zhu Qing obviously noticed his uneasiness, so she served him very closely and gently for the next few days. Finally, his gloomy mood eased a little. Yang Kai naturally didn't plan to stay any longer since the matter on Dragon Island had been settled. Although he was reluctant to part with Zhu Qing, he had already arranged a space array outside Dragon Island. It would be convenient for him to travel in the future, so it was time to leave. He had informed Mo Xiaoqi a few days ago so that she could prepare in advance. Xiaoqi would also leave with Yang Kai this time and return to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was going to personally escort Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island and arrange a space array while he was at it. Firstly, it was because of Li Wuyi's instructions, and secondly, it would be convenient for Mo Xiaoqi to meet Fu Xian in the future. Zhu Yan came to see Yang Kai in advance and drank wine with Yang Kai all night. They didn't leave until dawn. They didn't speak for the whole night, but before they left, he said, "Take care of Xiao for us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He knew that Zhu Yan and Fu Shou were going to let him take Yang Xiao away. Although the little guy was only a few days old, he was destined to be unable to stay in the Dragon Palace for long due to his various problems. Since he had to leave the Dragon Palace sooner or later, he might as well leave with Yang Kai. With Yang Kai taking care of him, Zhu Yan would feel more at ease. On the day of departure, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing waited on Half Moon Island. Mo Xiaoqi and Fu Xian also rushed over. The mother and daughter were holding hands like a pair of sisters, whispering to each other. Fu Xian's eyes were full of reluctance. She had finally reunited with her daughter for such a long time, but they had to part today. Naturally, she was reluctant to part. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Xianxia. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. After waiting for a few hours, a red light flew over and landed in front of them, revealing Zhu Lai's figure. "Where are Great Elder and the others? Why aren't they here yet?" Zhu Qing asked. Zhu Lai's expression twitched as he replied, "Second Elder took Xianxia to hide." "He's hiding?" Zhu Qing was surprised. Yang Kai was also a little speechless. Although he knew that Fu Xiu was definitely unwilling to send Xianxia away, he didn't expect her to do such a thing. Zhu Lai said, "Great Elder asked me to come and tell you to wait for a while. He will send Xianxia." "Yes." Yang Kai. They waited for a day and a night. On the second day, Zhu Yan brought Xianxia to Half Moon Island. His old face was dark, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Fu Xiu followed closely with tear stains on his face. He looked at Xianxia, who was being carried by Zhu Yan. He knew that he couldn't go against this, so he could only bite his lips and cry secretly. Zhu Yan brought Xianxia to Yang Kai and said seriously, "I'll leave Xiaoer to you. If he doesn't listen to you, teach him a lesson." Xianxia immediately said, "Father, don't worry. I'll listen to foster father when I'm outside. I won't give him any trouble." His sensible look made Zhu Yan feel more at ease. He nodded slightly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xiu and gently pushed Yang Xiao, "Say goodbye to your mother. We should go." Yang Xiao nodded. He walked to Fu Xiu and looked up at her. Fu Xiu's suppressed emotions finally broke out. She crouched down and hugged him, whispering something in his ear while sobbing. Yang Xiao nodded and wiped Fu Xiu's tears with his little hand, comforting her. After a long while, Fu Xiu calmed down and gave him a few more instructions. Yang Kai walked to her side and looked at her. "We should go." Fu Zhen nodded, suppressing the reluctance in her heart as she stuffed a space ring into Yang Zhao's hands, sniffling as she said, "Here's something mother has prepared for you. If anyone dares to bully you outside, just mention father and mother's names and father and mother will stand up for you." "Yes, yes." Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yan couldn't help but cover his old face. He thought to himself, isn't this asking him to commit a crime? He suddenly felt that letting Yang Xiao leave with Yang Kai wasn't a bad thing. If he really let the little guy stay on Dragon Island, with Fu Xiu's pampering attitude, he would definitely spoil the little guy. What kind of bullshit dragon race was this? Why did the second elder become like this after having a child? Yang Kai and the others finally left. They didn't let anyone send them off. On Half Moon Island, the three women looked at the departing figures in a daze. Their eyes were filled with concern. They sped all the way and arrived at the entrance after half a day. Fu Ling sensed the commotion and came to investigate. She was shocked when she saw Yang Xiao following beside Yang Kai. She only knew the whole story after asking. She didn't make things difficult for him. Yang Kai's position on Dragon Island was extraordinary. Every dragon race member would be polite to him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage to go against Yang Kai. She let him go without hesitation. They left Dragon Island through the entrance and rushed up from the bottom of the sea. After a short while, the four of them arrived above the sea. Yang Xiao looked around in surprise and clicked his tongue. "This is the outside world? Why does it feel like it's no different from Dragon Island?" Yang Kai smiled. "What you see is just a drop in the ocean. This is the territory of the Eastern Sea. Dragon Island also has the sea, so there isn't much difference. You will see the difference between the outside world and Dragon Island in the future." Yang Xiao understood, so that's how it is. "Let's go. We'll go to Spirit Beast Island first and send Xiaoqi home," Yang Kai said. Mo Xiaoqi immediately pouted. Since the blunder last time, Mo Xiaoqi was a little embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Today, when she left Dragon Island with him, she was quiet and not as lively as before. But at this moment, when she heard that he wanted to send her back to Spirit Beast Island first, she was a little unhappy. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He urged the space principles and formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use his space secret technique. Now that he was out of Dragon Island and in the star boundary, he exchanged their respective space beacons with Li Wui last time. So, it was very convenient for him to go to Spirit Beast Island. He only needed to communicate with the space spirit bead he gave to Li Wui and he would be teleported to Li Wui's side in an instant. Li Wui should be on Spirit Beast Island now. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly said, "Big brother Yang, let's fly to Spirit Beast Island." Yang Kai paused and looked at her suspiciously. Why? Although Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both in the Eastern Sea, there was still some distance between them. Yang Kai estimated that it would take him 7 or 8 days to fly there. Since they had such a convenient and fast method like space beacons, why would they need to fly there? It was a complete waste of time and energy. Mo Xiaoqi lowered her head and said, "Doesn't Xiao want to see the outside world? If we fly there, we can take him to see more of the wonders of the outside world." Xiao was still looking around, but when he heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and said, "Yes, yes, adoptive father, let's fly there." He didn't even know if there was any other way to reach Spirit Beast Island other than flying. He just instinctively agreed, mainly because he heard that flying there would allow them to see more. Yang Kai stopped his hand. Seals and smiled helplessly. "Why do I feel like you've been cooped up for many years?" Xianxia said, "It's not that I've been cooped up for many years. Although I was born not long ago, adoptive father, don't forget that I slept in that egg for a long time." Yang Kai could only nod when he heard his pitiful words. "Alright, since you all say so, let's fly there." Then, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxi's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "Aren't you counting on me to fly there? Do you think it's easy for an old man like me?" Although he cursed in his heart, he could only reveal Xianxi's true body. Suddenly, a ferocious giant beast appeared in front of the three of them, looking majestic. The three of them jumped onto Xianxi's back one by one. Yang Kai took out a blanket to cover himself and sat opposite Mo Xiaoqi, placing Yang Xiao between his legs. At first, Yang Xiao was looking at the scenery around him with great interest, but after looking around, it was either the sea or the island. He couldn't help but feel a little bored. He looked up at Mo Xiaoqi and asked, "Elder sister Xiaoqi, is Spirit Beast Island fun?" Yang Kai knocked his head and said with a straight face, "What did you call her?" Yang Xiao covered his head with his hands and said, "Elder sister? What's the problem?" Yang Kai said, "Xiaoqi and I call each other brother and sister, and you are my son. You call her elder sister. What's the problem?" Hearing this, Yang Xiao thought about it seriously and said, "But, according to the seniority on Dragon Island, I should indeed call her elder sister. But according to adoptive father's seniority, she is 1 generation older than me. What should I do?" Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Let's consider it our own. If you count according to your adoptive father's seniority, your relationship with many people will be very messy." Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. His voice was young and tender, but his tone was full of seniority, which made people laugh uncontrollably. Yang Kai also felt that it was true. After he hatched Yang Xiao, he really messed up a lot of seniority, so he no longer entangled himself in this matter. Yang Xiao asked again, "Is Spirit Beast Island fun?" Mo Xiaoqi asked back, "Is Dragon Island fun?" Yang Xiao shook his head like a rattle. For him, Dragon Island was really not fun at all. Not only was it not lively, but there was also a mother who was particularly clingy to him. Mo Xiaoqi said, "Spirit Beast Island is the same for me." The two of them looked at each other and actually saw a feeling of kinship in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Why are you sighing at such a young age?" Yang Kai scolded the two of them. Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pinched Yang Zhao's chubby and tender face. "I want to take this opportunity to talk business with you." Yang Xiao said vaguely, "Adoptive father, please speak." Yang Kai said, "Did your parents tell you how to cultivate in the future?" Yang Xiao replied, "Mother put the dragon transformation art in the ring she gave me." Yang Kai nodded and said, Even if your bloodline is not pure, or you are congenitally deficient, you are still the descendant of 2 10th order dragons. You more or less have the bloodline of the dragon race. The dragon transformation art is very suitable for your secret art. Cultivate it diligently, and you may have a chance to transform into a true dragon in the future. End of chapter 3357. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.